In the meanwhile, I don't know if the people from the streaming, if they started already. Vais começar, Alberto? Posso começar a falar? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the WeOcean. It's a pleasure to receive you in Faro. My name is Patricia Pinto from CCMAR in the University of Algarve. In name of the organizing committee and scientific committees, and also in collaboration with José Pellegrini. It's a pleasure. That is the main coordinator together with me. And I welcome the invited people that came to talk to us. They will give us some words. And we have Alexandra Teodosio, the rector of the University of Algarve. We have the vice rector, Patricia Pinto, that shares the names with me. That is the vice rector for internationalization partnerships for its representation of CU Alliance. We have Ana Grenha as representation of CCMAR, the Center of Marine Science. And we have Irene Olive representing EuroMarine. And we have Marco Talone representing the Institute of Marine Sciences of Barcelona. And now I pass the word to them. Either you can talk from there or from here, as you wish. And it's my pleasure. Then I'll come back to inform on logistics and so on. And by the way, the wireless password is in this corner, on the right corner, if you want to take note. Otherwise, we put also at the registration desk.
So, good morning all, dear colleagues, students, researchers, partners, and friends. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the University of Algarve in this inspiring event. We are Ocean, the planetary organisms. It's an honor to open these days of dialogue, science, creativity, and reconnection. I would like to thank the organizer for selecting the University of Algarve for this event, and I also would like to thank my colleagues that host the local organizers, and especially Patricia Pinto. Over the next 3 days, we'll move across scales from physiology of the oceans to the evolution of Gaia, from ocean communication and designs to ethics and rights to the marine ecosystems, through conference debates, creative ateliers, and field activities. This is not only a scientific meeting, it's also an invitation to expand how we perceive and also how we connect and how we act. The University of Algarve is a young university in the scale of the history, yet we are approaching our 50th anniversary within 3 years. We start with less than 100 students and just 3 undergraduate degrees. We start with less than 100 students, as I was saying, but significantly, one of these was marine biology and fishery degrees. And I also was one of the first students in this course. From the very beginning, the ocean was not just an addition to our identity, it was part of our foundation. We grew as an international institution through marine research also, with our research centers as CCMAR and CIMA, but also through the coordination of Erasmus Mundus Master in Marine Science. Today, that original institution is a truly global and comprehensive university. We now welcome more than 11,000 students enrolled in more than 120 programs across all levels of higher education, from undergraduate degrees to PhD programs. And our campus are home for more than 110 nationalities. Despite this growth, one thing was never changed: the centrality of the ocean in our teaching, research, innovation, and also daily life collaboration also with the region. We are now also part of the European University of the Seas, an international organization, no longer just a project that Patricia Pinto, the other Patricia Pinto in this event, my colleague, the Vice Rector, she will speak a little bit after. This is why the spirit of WeOcean resonates so strongly here. Because the ocean, it's not only a place that we observe, it's the planetary flow that sustains life, and we are part of that flow. The ocean, it's not static, it's circulation, moving, and continuity. I began my scientific path studying plankton drifting in the water column, connecting life also through the trophic food web. And I fell in love with that world even early in my childhood, watching jellyfish driving in the estuary very next our region here in Faro. The ocean teaches interdependence. It's not an idea, but it's a reality. And today, the sense of that interdependence, it's also entering our ethical and legal imagination. Around the world, a growing movement asks us to recognize not only the human rights, but also the rights of nature itself. In the Ecuador Constitution, nature is also already recognized as subject to rights, including the right to exist, persist, maintain, and regenerate its vital cycles. This language matters because it shifts the questions from what we can take to what we must safeguard so that lives can continue. A second powerful example comes from Spain, where the Mar Menor lagoon is also recognized by law as a legal entities with rights. Even tomorrow you will be invited to another campus of the University of Algarve, the Gambelas campus, that you will visit an area of reserve of an important protected ecosystem, the Ria Formosa, and you will be walking across. But if you arrive here to the Faro by plane, you probably had already the opportunity to see this beautiful living lagoon, and you will be invited to walk the hippocampus itinerary of the seahorse itinerary, as it's also known. That it's an emblematic path linking to giant piece of arts, which embodies our commitment as University of Algarve also to protect of the biodiversity, the marine biodiversity. These examples are deeply relevant to the ocean. If nature has rights, then the ocean cannot be treated merely as a store of resources or a background to human activity. It must be understood as a living system through our care, guardianship, and justice. In that sense, the rights of nature are also a pathway towards recognizing the rights of ocean. From the Algarve, in the Atlantic edge of Europe, the University of Algarve is also building bridge across the ocean to the global north and the global south, with several examples that connect us with Africa and also with America Latina and Asia, with different comprehensive projects. So, just to finish, I would like to close with a quote, drawing of a recent book, In Everything About God, from the writer José Eduardo Agualusa from Angola, whose reflections help us to think about the Earth as a living whole, because it's beautiful, synthesize both science and the rights of nature perspective. what we call life, so I quote the author now, what we call life occupies the skin of the earth, virus, fungi, fish, birds, forest, and people. José Eduardo Agualusa suggests that we are something called magic in the fact of a relationship, care, reverence, attention, and even love. And he writes very simply, the earth dreams and the dreaming invent us. This is more than a beautiful sentence, this is also a call for responsibility. Many of these days deep not only what we know, but also remembers how we belong. I would like to do an invitation fully aligned with the spirit of the program. This workshop will not run, of course, only within these four walls. Let's also learning what happens outdoors through shared walks, conversation, yoga, mindfulness on the beach, moments of love, silence and reflection, and encounters with our only ocean. Thank you very much for inviting me to share with this some of these words in the beginning of the WeOcean. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It is really a huge pleasure for me being here with you today. First of all, I would like to thank the organization, especially my friends and colleague that shared the same name as mine, Patricia, for inviting me. It is really an honor. Well, this is really an important event that makes all the sense in our university, since it brings together different perspectives from science, from policy, from innovation and society around a common concern, the future of our only ocean. So in the brief time I have available, I would like to present the Alliance, the CEU Alliance, the European University of the Seas, which is an alliance, a consortium of 9 universities that includes our university officially since early 2023. CEU, the CEU Alliance, was established under the European Universities Initiative from the European Commission with a clear goal: to strengthen cooperation, mobility, and innovation in European higher education. CEU is an alliance of 9 European coastal universities. As you are going to see in the video that we are going to show, all the 9 universities, they are in the coast. So they are all united by the sea. So the university that coordinates the consortium is the University of Cadiz, and the other universities that belong to the alliance are the University of Malta, the University of Split in Croatia, the University of Gdansk in Poland, the University of Kiel in Germany, the University of Brest in France, the University Partenople Naples in Italy, the University of North in Norway, and our university, the University of Algarve. Well, our 9 universities, they span all major European sea basins, the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, the Baltic, and the Arctic, and they all share a strong maritime identity. This means that we share not only expertise in marine sciences and in the blue economy, but also common challenges and ambitions. Our biggest ambition is really to become a multidisciplinary European supercampus connecting education, research, and innovation across borders while remaining deeply rooted in our territories. Together, the 9 universities, they count with 150 students, 10,000 academic staff, and 8,000 administrative staff across the nine countries. Today, we are a vibrant academic community with more than 39 external partners on 4 continents and a network that continues to grow. for the University of Algarve, being part of this alliance as being transformative. It really reinforces our commitment to a more cohesive Europe, one that is responsible to coastal challenges and strongly connected with society. CEU offers a wide range of opportunities for our students, for our professors, for our staff, for everyone, from virtual courses to joint programs, from mobility weeks for staff to blended intensive programs, combining online learning with in-person experiences. We have also created a research potential database, enabling researchers to find partners quickly and effectively, becoming more competitive in their applications to important research funding. But more than a set of activities, CEU is a platform for connection, linking people, institutions, and territories. This work is very well reflected in our website, that I invite you to visit as soon as possible, which acts as a central hub for accessing information or now on the programs, research projects, blue economy initiatives, and sustainability actions. Our university plays a central role in CEU, mainly in the connection between the universities and society, as we coordinate the Work Package 5 dedicated to strengthening collaboration with regional stakeholders and creating real territorial impact. The blue economy is also a key pillar of our alliance. In this context, we have developed innovative programs such as the CEU C-Blue Bachelor degree in Sustainable Blue Economy that is already ongoing, totally taught in English, with mandatory mobility. This bachelor will happen here in our university next year and really contributes strongly to curriculum, and our university really contributed strongly to the curricular development, particularly in tourism and seafood-related industries. Another major initiative of CEU is the Observatory for the Sustainable Blue Economy, aimed at promoting maritime careers, supporting talent mobility, and aligning education with labor market needs. Blended intensive programs also reflect our commitment to applied learning in ocean fields. Examples include the Maritime Data Literacy Program developed by the University of Kiel in Germany, and the Sustainable and Social Innovation on the Move program developed by our university in the Colatra Island, addressing real challenges such as desalination, sustainable tourism, and food production. Well, but none of these would be possible without stronger partnerships. In the Algarve, we collaborate with entities such as CCMAR, is one of the associated partners of our alliance, the Algarve Tourism Board, but also, for example, S2 Aqua Collab and the Centro de Ciência Viva. At European level, we are part of networks such as the European Marine Board and the EuroMarine network. These partnerships are essential to co-create solutions, transfer knowledge, and align with public policies. We are now taking another step forward. Under the CEU Next proposal that were just submitted, and if approved, and we expect that will happen, will allow to fund the CEU Alliance for after 2027. We really aim to expand our network and additional partners, particularly through collaborative laboratories such as the Green Collab and the KEEP Collab of our universities. At the same time, CEU is developing a global strategy, engaging partners worldwide. A clear example was the CEU Congress held here in Faro in January 2023, where international partners signed the CEU Global Gateway Declaration, committing to sustainable cooperation based on trust, knowledge, sharing, and mutual understanding around ocean sustainability. Well, I will now share a short video which is the official video of COO, then that, better than my words, really shows the meaning of our alliance. Thank you so much, and I wish you an excellent WeOcean workshop. Thank you.
Imagine a sea we respect, a sea we protect, a sea of knowledge where the waves of wisdom flow. CEU, the European University of the Seas, is a formidable European alliance of knowledge, with our sights set on redefining the concept of higher education.
Universidad de Cádiz.
Universität Botanics-Lausanne. Christian Albrecht Universität zu Kiel.
Università di Gdańsk.
University of Split. Università di Malta.
Università degli Studi di Napoli Partenope. Università WeAlg.
Noor Universiteit.
Together, we represent coastal maritime Europe. In our alliance, we seek solutions for the world. The CEU Lighthouse radiates optimism and hope in facing the challenges of the 21st century. We propose a peripheral way of understanding knowledge and culture, a decentralized, inclusive, diverse and open approach that offers new perspectives for study and research. Our commitment to combating climate change, conserving biodiversity and promoting sustainable development is as strong as the currents that cross our seas. CEU is a versatile, multidisciplinary university, an extensive campus where students and staff can experience and embrace a different Europe. A sea brimming with opportunities for everyone to learn, travel, share and grow. CEU is one of the pioneers within the European Commission's initiative for European universities. CEU was born in 2019, but we have renewed ourselves with more partners, a fresh image and new goals.
Resilience.
Wymiana.
Flessibilità.
Excellence.
Co-creazione.
Transversalitet.
Creatività.
Inclusión.
Futuro.
We are courageous and adventurous. We sail on the seas of diversity, ideas, books, science, nature, people, heading towards collective progress, prosperity, and equality. We are committed to finding collective solutions. Ride the wave of knowledge, the wave that crosses borders and unites Europe for the world. Imagine a sea of opportunities in a super campus along the European coastline. Imagine your future at the European University of the Seas.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Patricia and Alexandra, for the words and the support. Now we have Ana Granha from CCMAR.
So good morning to everyone, and be very welcome to our university. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I thank to Patricia Pinto for inviting me to be here in representing CCMAR, our local Center for Marine Sciences. And just on a quick note, I would like to greet also my colleagues of this table, our rector, Professor Alexandra Teodosio, our vice rector, Professor Patricia Pinto, and our colleagues representative of EuroMarine, Irene Olivet, and from ICM, the Institute of Marine Sciences in Barcelona, Marco Talone. So we were all very welcome to our university, and I would like to say that CCMAR is one of the research centers here in the University of Algarve, dedicating fully to marine sciences. And actually, ocean health is one of the pillars of research we have in our research center, and it particularly focuses on the effect of pollution on organisms and ecosystems, which is one of the topics we will develop in these days of conference. So we are always very satisfied to be partners of these kind of events, so that's why I thank so much to Patricia, and obviously we fully support your welcoming and your stay with us. And I really wish that this conference, these days with us, foster new collaborations, new opportunities to learn around this subject and to further improve our initiatives around the ocean, on the topic of WeOcean. We are all ocean, actually. So thank you very much for being here, and I hope that this journey is really fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Now we have Irene for EuroMarine.
Bom dia, good morning to all. I asked to load the presentation because I must say I shouldn't be here because I'm not the EuroMarine main representative, but he will arrive this afternoon, Lorenzo, so you are welcome to also interact with him if you have questions. But I'm going to give a brief presentation of what EuroMarine is because it's somehow really related to this workshop from the origin, from the core idea where WeOcean workshop has been created. So just as an introduction, EuroMarine is a network of marine-related institutions, and when I say that, that means research centers, universities, companies, NGOs, etc., all focused on caring about the sea at European level. And as I said, is a group of different institutions, all targeting or interested in marine systems. The present is more than 50 institutions, and the mission is to identify important questions for marine systems and foster the future of them in a sustainable way. I'm just giving all the information in a nutshell. Again, if you have more information, you want to get more information, I will be happy to provide it. And what we do, the focus of the EuroMarine is to be a bottom-up institution where everybody has a voice and be truly transdisciplinary. So all domains related to the marine systems have a place in EuroMarine. As I said, there are several institutions at the European level that are part of it. I've been appointed that there are some missing there, so the community is higher than what is represented in this map at this point. And the kind of the flagship activities that EuroMarine carries are the ones I'm going to list, but we are not just that. So we are always, EuroMarine is always open to new ideas, new initiatives. So again, it's a bottom-up network. And the flagships, as I said, are the four-site workshops that are aimed to be meetings where new ideas can be discussed and co-created. Summer schools, where to keep a learning process for a continuous formation of new generations or established professionals. Long-term scientific groups, and I will stop at that shortly, and travel grants for family support. I would also like to mention that within EuroMarine, there's a group, which is the Oyster, which are formed by early career researchers. So all early career researchers that belong to an EuroMarine institutions are Oysters. And there are, again, specific activities designed for them in order to foster their professional career and their interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity and the sharing of ideas. So you have the co-chairs here indicated, Ines and Joanna, but we have also an Oyster representative here on the main table. So if you have any doubt, also you can liaise with him, sorry. But you've been appointed to that job. And the kind of, again, specific activities that Oysters develops are individual fellowship for attending 2 courses, workshops like this one, or congresses. Early career research project cooperation, which are specifically targeted for early career to have the opportunity to be the leaders, the principal investigation of their own projects, involving several institutions within EuroMarine. A mentoring program where we try to liaise between young and senior, we won't say old, we just say senior researchers or professionals. And again, providing early career resource in terms of visibility, networking, etc. And as I said, I come back to one of the flagship activities of EuroMarine, that was this long-term transdisciplinary group, because Transocean is one of them, that has been running since 2022 and finished now. and is an activity that was led with an enormous passion and how to say, energy from Joseph Luis Peregrí, and have gathered all together during this year people from really different arenas related to marine systems. So the idea was to create a core group where we foresee this transformative change for ocean systems. Along these years, we have been participating in different activities. For instance, the UN Decade Action, on the Decade Conference in Barcelona in 2024, where Transocean have had an active role and also have a benefit from the sharing of information and getting the position of the status of marine systems at present. We also have contributed with some reports, some papers to the scientific community, providing this transdisciplinary view for marine systems, and it somehow have been led to a final completion with this workshop that we are now here, which is not only Transocean, but is kind of the final product of this original seed that started 4 years ago. So we are particularly proud. EuroMarine, I can transmit this information. EuroMarine is especially proud of Transocean and how the evolution of this has been so far, and we really hope this will continue, and that's why we are here today. So again, I just repeat, EuroMarine is a transdisciplinary network with many institutions, many researchers, and again, it's a bottom-up approach where the voice of every single person has a place in EuroMarine. So thank you so much. If you have doubts, please again ask us or contact the main representative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irene. And now, finally, we have Marco for ICM Barcelona.
Thank you. So, dear colleagues, friends, thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Good morning, everybody. So, first of all, I would like to thank Patricia and all the organizing committee for their work, for their wonderful work, and the organization of this meeting, and the University of Algarve and CCMAR for their support and their hospitality. I will take this opportunity to highlight something that for me is really essential for the future of science, which is the transdisciplinarity. This is something that Irene just mentioned. It's a key value of Transocean, and it's a key objective of also this workshop today. The challenges that we face, climate change, global health crisis, technological disruption, they are not confined to a single field. They are complex, interconnected, and deeply rooted in the human behavior and society. For too long, research has advanced in silos. While specialization has driven to incredible progress, this is no longer enough. To create real societal impact, we must move beyond the multidisciplinary work, and we have to embrace true transdisciplinarity, where disciplines, they are not coexisting, but they are actively integrating knowledge, methods, and perspectives. So this is where the inclusion of social science becomes critical. Scientific and technological solutions, they do not exist in vacuum. Their success depends on how people perceive them, adopt them, regulate them, and live with them. Social sciences help us to understand cultural context, ethical implications, economic realities, and human behavior. Factors that ultimately determine whether the innovation succeeds or fails. If we want the research to matter beyond the lab, we must design it with society, and not just for society. That means engaging communities, policymakers, stakeholders from the very beginning. It means valuing diverse forms of knowledge, recognizing their impact is not only measured by publication, but in changes in the real people's lives. So transdisciplinarity is not just an academic ideal, it's a necessity, which means bringing together natural sciences, engineering, like me, for example, social sciences, which are many of us here, and these can help to create solutions that are not only innovative, but also inclusive, applicable, and sustainable. At the ICM, and the Institute of Marine Science, which I'm representing today, we are strongly committed to this objective, excellence in science with societal impact. But this is also the original vision of Transocean, as Irene just said. And this is exactly what brings us today here. So I'm really glad to join all my colleagues this morning to open the WeOcean workshop, which is considered, at least for us, which we have worked a lot in the last years to the project, a real milestone for us, and really reflecting the commitment, collaboration, and progress that we have built together in the past 3 or 4 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the words, and now I will open my presentation that is about general logistics. João, please, and yes. So in general, many things we went already. I'll just go through, and it's mainly about the outdoor activities and so on that are not here. Where is it here? The pointer, and just a little bit. So anyway, most of the things are in our wonderful website that was prepared by Eduardo de la Roche from UAlg. And then you can go through several separators on top, and then it has drop-down menus, and you can go to the program. So many of the things that I will review here, then you can go through it very, very easily. People in the Regi, yes. Oh, now yes. Okay. So this is a summary. This is a preparation of this is the collaborative initiative from EuroMarine Transocean and so on, many sponsors and collaborators and so on. I'll pass this part because we went through most of it. We will have conference, short to long talks from between 30 and 45 minutes, and debates, on-site meditation and introspective activities and ateliers. Field activities are like a guided walk, active meditation, and walk guided by the audio app. In sensory participation activities by the sea. And we also have the WeOcean participatory concerts. You can go just easily at any time to www.weocean.live. That is this wonderful website prepared by Eduardo. And just to guide you, there are the separators on top. You can go through several speakers and their profiles. You can go through the artists, and you can go through the program. You can download the big program as a whole, as a PDF, and then in these drop-down menus, you can go to the different parts. So we went already through the nice meditation that was run by Jacinta in the Auditorium 1.4 on Tuesday, and I think I'm passing already. So this is the registration. Anyway, the registration is in front. Most of you probably did already. If you did not do, you have time during the break, or and you will receive. You pick up your tag, and you can fill in. And when you have time, you can even do more artistic decoration of your card. We have colors. We try to be sustainable, so we have these stripes that are mostly cotton and made in Portugal. And there is a color code. If you have light blue are the speakers, the darker blue are the general participants. And we have reused strips like João that is in the computer has. It's to identify the local organizers. Some of us are in several categories, but you will find us, and we are at your disposition. Then the morning meditation sessions were already in the Auditorium 1.4. Each morning we will have one. Tomorrow it will be Qigong in the space outside. And in the third day, then we will have the meditation. Then we will see which Jacinta if it is in the auditorium or outside. And then we will inform. The conferences all are in this main auditorium, 1.5. We have booked the 1.3 and 1.4. That is free to do a few ateliers, but it's free all the time if you need to do a meeting or to work or whatever. It's one on the left, one on the right. The funny thing on this building is that if you go around, you always find your way, the toilet, the auditoriums. You can either go the shorter way or the longer way, but you will find it. Then the coffee breaks will be offered to all registered participants at the lobby. And the lunch will be at the participants' own arrangements available at the campus cantina, or you can go to a bar or outside the campus. Then we have voluntary people that will indicate you the way, and it's quite near. You just go up, then right and left. Then but we will indicate. After each lunch of Monday and Wednesday, we have introspective recognition sessions that will be dynamized by Abril and Judith, and together with musician Rodrigo. Then in the afternoon, we have that Atelier Gyotaku that was highly demanded, but we only have 20 seats. It needs material, time, and it's nature printing by Rachel Ramirez. And at the same time, we will run the Artificial Intelligence, AI, Music and Poetry Atelier by Arlene Martins and Carla Granadeiro. This is open to all participants. It will be either in Auditorium 1.4 or 1.3. We will inform because they will test the best conditions, but it's open to all. Then you will be guided at that time to install the Suno app, and you can prepare your musics to go for the contest of the best WeOcean team. And it's advisable to bring earphones at this point, and also this is advisable also for the walk. I will explain later. It works well in the mobile, Android or iPhone, but it works even better in the computer, so it's at your own choice. And then there will be votings for Tuesday. Then we will have 3 finalists that we will make available in the website or a link to vote until Wednesday and reveal the winner. That is our plan. Then tonight we will have a really nice concert, the WeOcean concert, that will be participatory. We will have poetry and music. We will fado and guitar and poets and the choir, and at the end everybody will sing together. In due time, we will have the book available, and we'll have a QR code at the entrance. And on Tuesday, the sensory participatory activities, the one that I want to explain better. So we'll have the guided walk of Group 1, that are 35 people that we selected to go first. It's mainly the speakers, the invited artists, and so on. These are the ones that receive the lunchbox because of the time that is fast. They will be guided to the bus stop, the main bus stop, and they will go in the UAlg bus that only has 27 seats. So we will range between the organization to take some of the other ones, and the ones that have own transport, they will be going to the Gambelas campus. And there at the Gambelas campus, and by the way, in your website, when you have doubts in any localization, you always have this venue separator where we have the links for everything. So at the Gambelas campus, you will have the guided walk of Ecotoxicology, that you have the link also in the website. That is between 2 pieces made with garbage by artist Bordalo 2. That is between the seahorse that is in the Gambelas campus, that is outside the city where the people will be guided, and then they will walk about 8 kilometers until the other seahorse that is in the beach of Faro in the island. This is the path that they will follow, and this is about 8 kilometers, and there are several advices. So take drinking water, snacks, headphones and charge phone, sunglasses and cap, sunscreen, comfortable shoes, and some of the poets asked to bring pencil and a way to take notes, and also if you are going to draw at the beach, because we'll have drawing activities, if you take a block and pencils and colors, if you have it, the best, otherwise we will provide some. Then we have walk group 2, that I think I passed already. It's similar, but it's half an hour later. So instead of leaving at 1:30 in Gambelas, leaves at 2:30, which means that this group have a bit more time to have lunch here at their own arrangement and to reach the Gambelas campus, either in the bus of the university, that is the 27 seats, or by other transports, or bus or Uber or whatever. And finally, the walk group 3 will do part of the guided walk, because we cannot take big groups to the Ria Formosa, but we could extend with 2 groups of 35. We have 2 guides now. But don't feel it's a pity if you are in walk group 3, because we have much more time to enjoy here. You will reach the Rotunda do Caranguejo. There will be a bus at 15 past 14. I just make a note to the people in the Regi that this screen here is not working, so the speakers are looking also only to the back one. Yeah, and that's why sometimes I'm trying to see, but anyway, you can very well see here everybody, and also the people that is online and so on. So the people that will go directly to Rotunda do Caranguejo or Crab Roundabout that are at the entrance of the Praia de Faro, they can go in this bus. We will have the time of the buses there. It's in the website, in the program, in the detailed program, and you also have at the registration desk at each point. So the ones that arrive here with more time, they can enjoy the surrounding also in the Ria Formosa, and then they can start with the WeOcean app, that is audio. There will be a QR codes that is here, but then we will have it also at the registration desk, and there will be volunteers at the place to provide, where you can have this guided immersive walk from all the wooden path that enters the beach, and then you turn left until the sensory activities. But you have about 28 minutes of active meditation audio that you can follow, and it's really nice. So for this part, you need earphones. So you get prepared to the sensory activities participatory that you'll have at the beach. That will be dances with the waves, poetry, meditation, mindfulness. We also have the accordion player setting the mood at the entrance. And for the people that like to draw, we will have a representation from the urban sketchers. There will be live drawing, and the people can join to draw whatever they like in the surroundings. And the localization of these participatory activities, everything is in the venue page anyway. It will be the beach area in front of the camping park, and you can see very well because there is the tower of the seahorse, and it's just in front. And for Wednesday, there's nothing in particular. You follow the program and the usual sessions and debates. And finally, in parallel, we are running the Ocean Art Science to Art, a sample of this exhibition. That is an Ocean Decade endorsed exhibition coordinated by Professor Teresa Borges. And they took a sample of 10 pieces that is at the entrance of the library, that is on the left of this building. We have put arrows also that you are invited to visit during the workshop. So they prepared specially for us to run in parallel to our event. And also, we got certified as European Maritime Day in our country. So we will have a European flag, and we have some tote bags if somebody wants to ask. And that's it. Enjoy. And now I pass to Jose Pellegrini, that is our coordinator, that I will give the vision of the WeOcean. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks. If you want to start with the presentation, thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody that is here, and also the people that are listening to us online through the streaming channels. Recall this is going to be recorded and stored in the YouTube channel, so you can look at it later on. And as explained before, this is really a collaborative workshop. No? It's possible thanks to many institutions that believe in a different way of looking at science, and open science, a creative science, much beyond the orthodox science that probably we are used, and it's been very good, but it's also constrained us in many different ways. So I want to thank all these institutions, also as Patricia, particularly the coordinating team here led by Patricia. The University of Algarve provided these wonderful installations and all the facilities and all the positive energy. But there are many institutions collaborating, also speakers. Many of you speakers have come here because not only dedicating your time because you believed on this different view, but also paying your own expenses and collaborating, bringing other people. So really thank you for all this, and as well for the artists that they are doing all this for free, and it's extraordinary, really. No? So this is the starting point, no? And is the universe. No? We started it as a singularity in the universe where no time did not exist, matter did not exist before, but this universe has evolved not in a chaotic way, but has evolved towards complexity, an increased complexity, thanks to this zero entropy major force, gravity acting and creating all these very complex astronomical figures, such as galaxies and solar systems. And this complexity is what characterizes life. We won't talk about life in the universe, but we talk about possibly one of the best or a very good example of this complexity is planet Earth, not our planet. We are not the owners of planet Earth. It's planet Earth. It's an extraordinary example of evolution, like the universe itself, towards complexity. It's like every one of us, like all species, it has persisted and because it has evolved towards optimized patterns of fluxes of all sorts of properties, energy, mass, information, and this has meant an increased complexity more and more, and has the peculiarity that it incorporates shortwave radiation from the sun, which has very low entropy, and is capable of incorporating that energy, creating very high complexity structure living matter, which also is very low energy, and releases long wave radiation, which is low entropy, and releases this short wave, long wave radiation that is high entropy. So it's a way to break down the second law of thermodynamics that says that everything is increased disorder in our universe. No, locally we are capable of having a very, very complex, very organized system. No? So this is what we have on Earth, no? And this is possible thanks to water. Water is the base of life as we know it here and elsewhere in the universe. Maybe there are other forms, but all life we know is based on water. And 97% of the water that is in our planet is in the oceans. So the planet is alive, and we are alive thanks to the ocean. So it's fair to say we are ocean. That's why we call this workshop WeOcean. No? And let's just quickly talk about the ocean. The ocean, we know, is the global regulator. It regulates, in the past, has regulated the evolution of our planet Earth, and is regulating how how humankind is impacting on this planet. For example, it has stored 90% of the heat surplus that is caused by the excess in fuel oil combustion, has gone into the ocean and is regulating it. And the ocean is also, as in the previous slide, is the holder of the main metabolic activity of Earth, because most of the living matter in planet Earth is in the ocean. The amount of mass in the oceans as compared of the amount of mass in the atmosphere or the terrestrial biosphere is much greater in the ocean. So the metabolic activity, not all the properties themselves, but also the metabolic activity of planet Earth is on the ocean. And it has this regulating capacity, has done it in the past in many different ways. in particular through the greenhouse gases that are very important, we know it, but it's doing also currently when we talk about anthropic change. In particular, the ocean has only, the mean temperature of the ocean, of the entire water column, has only increased by 0.1 degrees Celsius, as compared with a global mean of 1.4 degrees at the sea and land surface. And that's because of the high density and heat capacity of the oceans. No? And it's not only the great regulator, it's also the interconnector, the major interconnector. It connects one single ocean, it connects all parts of of planet Earth, and it connects all scales, from the global scales down to the micro scales. But also, it's the excess evaporation that takes place in the ocean. It represents 1/3 of the precipitation that falls over the continents. So the continents are alive thanks to the continuous transfer of water from the oceans to the terrestrial biosphere. And here we have this, won't have time to talk, but we have the oceans are really structured. We'll talk in my later presentation later. But the oceans are not just a continuum of properties. They are very much structured as any living being, no? Because each of these subsystems have different roles in the functioning of the entire system. No? And this flow of properties, as I was saying, goes all the way from the global scales down to smaller and smaller scales, and ends up in these micro scales, which are of the order of a few millimeters or a few centimeters, is what it's termed the Kolmogorov scale, is the smallest eddies that are in the ocean. And these scales is where you have plenty of plankton, microplankton, you have bacteria, you have all sorts of, let's call them individuals here, that these eddies will last only a fraction of a second, but for these individuals, the seconds is these 3 days. It's like these 3 days for us. So their life is here. This is the basic of is the sort of cells of the planetary organism. No? So the ocean plays this role of interconnecting all these temporal and spatial scales. And also drives these teleconnections at the long scales. And this is what, in a way, has driven the paleoclimatic changes in the past, and is also regulating the ones. We are seeing right now that there are many things changing. Okay, we have seen continuously, we see that the climatic system seems to be going away from their climatic attractor. And there are people very specialists on this here that will tell us about that for sure. But for the last several years, and particularly from 2011, 2014, we have seen things that are happening very surprising. I'm just showing a couple of examples here. For example, in the top right, you see the amount of heat that, the imbalance of heat, the amount of heat that is incorporated to the Earth system, and the amount of heat that is released by the Earth system. If the Earth system was in radiative balance, the two should be equal, but there is an imbalance. More and more energy is incorporated into the Earth system, and it's not getting out. And it's really not warming the sea surface or the planetary surface enough to radiate back this energy. This energy is going into the ocean. The ocean is accumulating this energy, is distributing this energy in yet unknown manners, and we cannot predict how it's going to evolve the ocean in the future. But we are talking about 1.5 watts per square meter of imbalance that are going into the ocean in unpredicted matters. And many things are happening, not only the ice melting in the Arctic or other aspects, no, like changes in precipitation patterns, desertification, number of extreme events, but things so amazing, such as the amount of sargassos in the ocean. In 2010, 2012, we started to have not 10, 100 times more sargasso in the ocean, and not in the Sargasso Sea, but coming from the tropical Atlantic. These are total different changes. We have also seen cold blobs in the North Atlantic that have not fully recovered. All these changes are happening, and are because this energy is incorporated in unknown ways in the ocean. No? And so now we can move to the question, how do we perceive that we belong to this interconnected Earth? Okay, and that brings me to the second part. Okay, this is the planet, the living planet, and how we perceive our reality in this living planet. Well, this is basically we perceive it cognitively. We are at the cuspide of the evolution, possibly of Homo sapiens, but only rational evolution. We are the most rational, the most cognitive, rationally cognitive species in our planet. But that doesn't mean that we are the most intelligent species, no? We are probably not, how we define intelligence. Maybe intelligence should be defined the way we are in harmony with nature. I think that would be a much better definition than rational intelligence. And in that sense, for sure, we are not. No? We are continuously accelerating. No? But then what's our perception of reality? And I have written it this in bold. I identify myself as an individual because I sense and think my body. But paradoxically, the matter, energy, and information that makes my body is continuously changing. I'm continuously exchanging everything, all myself with the surrounding. But somehow, with this matter and this energy and this information, I still think that I am myself, but I'm not myself. The myself that I was this morning is not the same myself I'm now. I'm continuously changing. So what is my perception of reality? I think this is very important. No? What we are trying here is to go a little bit beyond the standard way that we look at reality, and that's why we have all these wonderful things, no? These reconnections, these meditations, these creative, artistic things, because reality is much more this cognitive, rational reality. It's the way we experience our surrounding, no? And that's the challenge, I believe. We cannot compete in the future with artificial intelligence or robotics. We have to recover the lost harmony with nature, the many things, the many perceptions, and go beyond the perceptions that our original Homo sapiens had, go a little bit beyond and try. I wish my great-grandchildren are a very different Homo sapiens species with a full perception of the surrounding. No? That I think will be the challenge, no? Is to develop this expanded cognition, this expanded perception, I would say better than expanded cognition, of the surrounding, because this implies that we are going to evolve in the best way possible. No? And this is already happening. People talk about the fluid brain, the way we perceive with an extension of our nervous system and our brain, the way we perceive the surrounding. We have very interesting ideas, and we have talks here about the life as a process, not as a subject or materialistic perspective of life, but of life, as I was saying before, continuously changing, and me as just as a snapshot of a concentration of processes, but continuously exchanging. If we were able to look at it, we will have concentrations here, but we are continuously flowing. You know? Yeah, and this is not esoteric. This is reality. This is the truth. No? What happens is how we perceive it. No? And very important, I think, this environmental action, the enaction. Reality is the way we interact with our surroundings. We don't know what is reality in this room. It's the way we perceive is what tells us reality. If we can expand that perception, then reality will expand. That's it, no? And so the challenge is to expand it and try to expand it really collaboratively. No? If we are part of nature, each of us and with everybody and all species, then we have to do this collaboratively. And I love this word sentiments, because joins senses and mind. It produces these sentiments that are the truly blue alignment, the blue and blue, no? This alignment on the blue. No? So right now in front of this global crisis, this is an opportunity, and all the people here and many movements bottom up worldwide show that this is happening, despite there are other people that in a continuous craziness seems to want to block this, but this is happening, and there are many opportunities for this to happen, to develop this collaborative, this active interfaces towards an expanded perception. And this is my last slide. I go back to Erich Fromm. He was a beautiful psychiatrist, a psychologist, philosopher in the 70s. And he, if you go to this book, The Art of Loving, he says, and I think he's totally right, no? He says that solitude, we all experience solitude. No matter how well we are, many times we experience, and I think nobody can deny it, many times we have this experience of solitude. He says this solitude comes because we were originally connected with nature, no? And when we are childs, we are still connected with nature. We are not individuals. We don't have this cognitive, rational individualism that exploits everything and hides everything. No? We are still connected, but throughout our life, we develop individualism. We develop the rational cognition, which is fine. It's our what we provide to the universe, our individuality. But on this, we are losing connection with our origins, no? And this brings solitude. So try to recover this harmony with nature. Just write harmony with nature in your Google, and you'll find there was in 2009, I believe, a resolution, Harmony with Nature, by the General Assembly, that was proposed by Bolivia, and it's beautiful. Every year they have a number of resolutions, but unfortunately it doesn't have very much echo, no? But it's the basis of things such as the Sustainable Development Goals, no? And another thing, Erich Fromm also said, optimism and pessimism are dystopic forms of hope and despair. I used to say I'm optimistic, and now I don't do it anymore. I say I have hope. I have hope, because the optimistic guy says, no, this will get solved. I don't care. It will get solved. And the pessimistic guy says, there's nothing to do, so I don't do anything. No? But we all have hope, and that's why I believe we are here. No? And I think that's it. We have, if doesn't pass, can you pass the one slide, please? Next one. Oh, here it is. And this is the compelling issues of global issues are based on this egoism and all these things that are behind an excessive individualism. So if we are capable of recovering this harmony with nature, and that's the reason why we have these three sessions. The first, what the data we have right now tells us about the way that the planet Earth and the ocean behaves, the ocean as the central and essential component of planet Earth behaves. Second one, what this belonging to this planet Earth tells us about what is real, what is reality, what is our individual and collective reality. And third, finally, what these two things together tell us about a shared future, a shared justice, a shared equity in the future, and that's really what we need. And thank you so much. I hope you enjoy this meeting.
Thank you so much, Josep. So if there is no questions,
yeah, I think we'll have opportunities throughout the talks, and there are many. It just was a sort of a motivation. I think you all were extremely motivated to come here. But so now I'm going to move to our first talk, invited talk by Tim Lenton. Tim Lenton He's a professor at the University of Exeter. He's been the leading scientist of many international reports that I could not enumerate, and he's led many publications in extremely diverse fields. It's a pleasure having him here. He's also the director of the I believe it's named Global Systems Institute in the University of Exeter. I think it has a chair on system science and climate change. So we are, and he was a collaborator, and he knows probably one of the living persons that, he's very young yet, no? That knows best James Lovelock original ideas. So it's a pleasure having you here, Tim. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm Tim. It's great to be here. I'm looking forward to the excursion and all the artistic bits of the next few days, because I do have an artistic side. I hope we'll find out. There might be some rational stuff in the talk, but it's. I wanted to talk about the thing that got me passionate about science when I was a teenager, reading James Lovelock's books on Gaia, the living Earth, the Earth as a self-regulating system. And tell you a bit about, I suppose it's about the scientific journey I've been on to try and understand how is this remarkable living system, life coupled to its non-living environment that's created a world in which we could evolve. How has it come about? Because there's another view out there in science that it's just a happy accident that we're here. Let's not get into the detail of that, but their argument runs that in a sense we wouldn't be here to our very existence puts some conditions on the nature, the history of the planet. It puts a bias on the kind of planet histories we could observe, but actually there's no magical trend towards a more self-regulating Earth system or Gaia, towards a more nutrient recycling system. I would argue to the contrary, but all of this stuff is a question of can we come up with a coherent, you might call it theory, for how does the living Earth evolve? And I pluralized Gaia because at the very end I want to talk about the possibility that, well, some scientists are going out to try and detect life on planets around other stars. And if they find it, that's going to give us a kind of deeper test of these evolutionary ideas. But I wanted to start by outlining some of the remarkable properties of Gaia, the living Earth, that we're going to have to try and, or I'm going to have to try and explain in the next half an hour. So this is looking back over 4 billion years. First of all, the biosphere or Gaia has got a lot more productive. So life captures a lot more free energy, mostly from the sun, than it once did. And different living things, as you see on the bottom, over 4 billion years have taken a bigger or a smaller part in capturing free energy and boosting the productivity of the biosphere. But productivity, like the total productivity of all life, doesn't just depend on a source of energy, which is now mostly the sun, because you and me are building our bodies, and all organisms are building their bodies all the time out of materials. And there's a gross shortage of materials coming in to the place where we live, this thin film of life around the surface of the planet. There's actually not a lot of material crossing, if you like, from the rocky side of the planet into the ocean and the atmosphere. Without life, there would just be these modest fluxes of gases coming between the surface and the atmosphere, in this case, on a log scale. But to be a really productive biosphere or Gaia, there needs to be, therefore, a massive internal cycling of all the elements life needs to build its bodies to flourish. And that's what we're seeing in summary on the left here. My plot of these are so-called exchange fluxes of gases you'd observe at the surface of the Earth today between the surface and the atmosphere. And you see it's orders of magnitude more cycling of stuff, up and down, backwards and forwards, round and round, than it would be without life. And this is a crucial part of an incredibly productive biosphere. Because if we just tried to run off these meager supplies without recycling, we wouldn't be here to talk about it. It would be a tiny little, possibly microbial biosphere. So what is behind that? How on earth have we got to this extraordinary recycling system? That's one of the puzzles I want to talk about. Oh, some numbers. The cycling ratios, as they're called. So how many times does an element go through your eye or some photosynthesizer compared to how often it comes out of the rocks or goes back into the rocks? Those cycling ratios can be over 1,000 times for an atom, a crucial atom of a crucial element like phosphorus, used in all that energy, metabolism, in DNA and the rest of it. Right, and then we know some things, or we observe some things about the history of our remarkable atmosphere. Like, you know, it's got 21% oxygen today, otherwise, again, we wouldn't be here to talk about it. We need that stuff to breathe. But the history of atmospheric oxygen is an interesting one. It's gone up over time, but in a series of steps. And there are great tipping points, if you like, irreversible shifts in that history. And that's oxygen-rich world that we know certainly supports, again, a productive biosphere where you can draw an enormous amount of free energy from eating food, meaning, if you like, combusting what we eat with the oxygen we take from the air. But there's some trend here. Why is it always gone up, not gone up then down? And in fact, why has oxygen got more stable over time? Because in the bit of Earth history we live in over here, we observe that oxygen is remarkably stable over hundreds of millions of years, over a timescale in which all of the oxygen in the atmosphere has been replaced hundreds of times. So there's a puzzle to explain. And in that case, life has instigated new feedbacks that stabilize the system. But then there are other gases we care about, like carbon dioxide, that in turn is crucial for setting the Earth's temperature. And even without life, there would be some degree of regulation of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. There's a thing called a silicate weathering cycle. And I don't think I have time to give you all the gory details, but the weathering of the rocks of the continents basically takes up carbon dioxide when the ions like calcium or magnesium that are liberated from those rocks get combined with carbon dioxide to form new carbonate rocks in the ocean. Through also the action of marine living things, corals or bivalves or whatever makes its shells out of calcium carbonate. So this is the great overall removal process for carbon dioxide. It turns out to be sensitive to the temperature of the planet. If the temperature goes up, you get more carbon dioxide removal. So it's a regulator. It needs the water cycle to work. What this plot is about is on a world without life, called abiotic there, if you perturb that natural regulator, it's not really a very strong regulator. You could get major excursions in carbon dioxide and a slow recovery in the red. Life is busy, in this case on the land surface, not in the oceans, amplifying the weathering of the rocks in all sorts of ways, making soils, you name it, and producing a much stronger regulator of carbon dioxide and climate, is the simple message. Hey, how has that come about? Why is it like that? Why is the system regulating better than it was? It's not a perfect regulator, because hopefully some of you know that occasionally the Earth was plunged into this extraordinary state we call snowball Earth, completely covered in ice. That's happened at least 3 times in the Earth's history. So what we want to explain is not perfect regulation, like my temperature regulation or yours, but something less perfect but still valuable. And since those snowball Earths, which are over here, the last 2 of them in what's called the Neo-Proterozoic, 700, 650 million years ago, this is a record of kind of the Earth's carbon cycle. It's something to do with the isotopic composition of carbonates. Let's not worry about that. What you can see just by eyeballing it is it was less stable over here than it is now over here. So just this carbon cycle, which is crucial to temperature regulation and lots else beside, has got more stable over recent Earth history. How? How can we explain that? And alongside that, we can say we know that the diversity of life has gone up overall, and the extinction rate of life has dropped. That looks like the biosphere stabilizing, right? Extinction rates have systematically declined over time. This is remarkable. These are remarkable phenomena. How are we going to explain them? Lovelock and Margulis, and then Jim Lovelock in his first book on Gaia that inspired me when I was an 18-year-old kid, essentially proposed something. They called it then the Gaia hypothesis. Atmospheric homeostasis by and for the biosphere was the clunky way they described it, meaning in its original incarnation, the idea that life in its totality, the biosphere, is actively regulating the composition of the atmosphere and therefore the climate. Is how they originally thought of it. By the time Lovelock writes this book in 1979, you can tell his ideas are already evolving, and he's reframing it around life and the non-living planet somehow form this self-regulating system. But he's still not sure quite how it works, but he has that brilliant intuition to introduce to all of us and to science this new entity, this Gaia, let's call it Gaia, as he did. And he does often talk about Gaia as an organism, so the whole living Earth system as an organism. I don't want to upset the meeting, but I actually think that that's wrong, and Lynn Margulis thought that was wrong. If you ask, is Gaia, the living Earth, the totality, like an organism? You ask Lynn Margulis, who sadly died 10 or so years ago, she'll say, no, of course not, because no organism eats its own waste products. And what did I emphasize a few minutes ago? One amazing thing that Gaia does is cycle within itself all of the materials it needs to flourish. In other words, it's busy eating its own waste products all the time to support its own flourishing. So I would submit that we shouldn't be talking about Gaia, the living Earth, as an organism. We should give it the credit it deserves. It is as far as we know in the universe, unique living system of a different category to organisms, you and I, of which there are many billions or trillions on this planet. But that makes it all the more exciting and important, in my humble opinion. Now, Lovelock and Margulis, in their work in the early 70s, they start asking questions about the composition of the atmosphere, but they frame them in an interesting way. They start asking, what is the function of different gases in the atmosphere for Gaia? In other words, how does oxygen or methane or nitrous oxide or whatever help maintain the flourishing of all life on the planet? Now, this is and was an interesting provocation, because to a mainstream biologist in mainstream science, asking what is the function of something is only allowed for a certain subset of things that they would say, in the case of organisms, are properties of us that can be evolved by natural selection. Or we can ask, what's the function of this microphone that some human invented, or that screen, or whatever. And in philosophy, that's the sort of dominant view that it's not the only view, but it's a dominant view about when you're allowed to assign functions to things. So in a sense, this drags us right back into the Earth is an organism, because it's okay to ask those questions if you really think the Earth is an organism, but I'm kind of arguing it isn't. I want to just develop that thought, because organisms do have remarkable structures. I'm looking at you through these amazing eyes that have evolved by natural selection, and a biologist would call that a complex adaptation. But the properties I've shown you that are amazing about Gaia, that we need to be able to explain as scientists, aren't like the eye. I mean, firstly, I talked about the incredible cycling of the nutrients or the elements. And I explained that's nothing like what an organism does. So why would we use natural selection to try and explain it necessarily? Now then we touched on something where we saw that Gaia has these incredible stabilizing properties over billions of years, and that might remind us of our own temperature self-regulation. You and I have 5 different mechanisms for regulating our temperature. It's a fantastically evolved system. It's incredibly effective. If I choose to jump in the sea after the excursion tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to get quite cold, but I'll start shivering to warm myself up again, My point here is, the Earth has some self-regulatory qualities, including for the climate and the temperature, but it's a way less precise regulation than what I have in my body. And again, I'm not sure that means we should automatically leap to natural selection, evolution by natural selection, as the way to explain the properties of Gaia. However, the reason I'm talking like this is because the dominant way scientists have tried to rationalize anything about Gaia is to try and kind of fiddle with, shall we say, or generalize the theory of natural selection to try and explain how a Gaia could evolve. And where I'm going with the talk is maybe we don't have to do that. It's one option, but let's have a look. Basically, to summarize the last 30 or 40 years of work on this, there are actually a couple of different paths we could take to explain what I'm interested in here, and hopefully I've made you interested in, which is how has Gaia acquired these amazing properties that allow us to be here and have this amazing workshop. And the couple of paths we might take the biological, let's sort of fiddle with natural selection approach to explaining Gaia, but there's actually a whole lot of, there's a physical path, there's a whole lot of complexity science and sort of physical science thinking that offers us another way to understand how this Gaia thing, entity, incredible system has evolved. And it's on the less popular path that I want to start. So I'm going to skip that, but I'm going to take you back to the 1940s, and this British character up there, cybernetician, as they were called at the time, W. Ross Ashby, friend of Alan Turing, if you know who that is, but a member of a group of extraordinary thinkers who are interconnected worldwide in the aftermath of World War II. The founders of a field they called cybernetics, we would now call it, I suppose, systems thinking. Ashby was interested in how could systems find stability. He was actually interested in how organisms could become self-stabilizing or homeostatic. And in his pursuit of this problem, as well as kind of doing some maths and making some funky diagrams, he built an actual machine which he played with to try and understand how stability could come about in a complex system. And you can see a picture of the machine up there. It was made out of 4 World War II kind of bomb controlling devices, so directional controlling devices kind of wired up in a particular way, and he could rewire the connections of the machine, or it could automatically rewire its own connections. So it's kind of a system with many degrees of freedom, we would say. But the neat thing was, he basically showed that if you had this system, if it would fall into stability, by definition it would tend to stay there. If it would drift out of some defined range of what he would call habitable conditions, the system would randomly rewire itself, or he would rewire it. But he was able to show that if you just kept running that algorithm, if you like, any kind of complex system like this can at some point find a stable configuration, a self-stabilizing state, which it will tend to lock in for long spells of time, which is the long flat bits here. And what he found then is a quite general property that could apply also to Gaia. So I called it something different. I called it sequential selection. Maybe let's not worry about that. But the idea is any complex system could undergo repeated trials over time and in the pursuit of, if you like, finding a stable configuration. So for the Earth, it would go something like this. Life starts, I think we can all agree that happened. Evolution happens, so new innovations, life starts creating new waste products out of the things it's consumed in its environment, blah, blah, blah. Those waste products are bound to affect the environment. That's one of the givens of being alive. But will it affect the environment in a way that's stabilizing? Well, it could do, or it could affect it in a destabilizing way. Either is possible. Maybe the system got lucky immediately and found a stabilizing configuration. I sketched this, don't worry about the detail. This is like if life's effect on the environment and the environment's effect on life form what we call a stable attractor. Don't worry if you don't understand what that means, but just I think it's intuitive, right? Maybe you fall into a stable state. Maybe you don't know. In fact, maybe life drives the environment away from what's habitable and creates a kind of mini catastrophe for itself. Maybe sometimes it got as bad as creating Snowball Earth. However, that would do some things. It would tend to eliminate a lot of life. It would, in a sense, reset the system. As long as it didn't kill everything, you would go round the loop again. And maybe the second time round, you fell onto stability. Or maybe it was the third time or the fourth time or whatever. But the simplicity of this recipe is once you tend to fall in a stable configuration that regulates, you tend to persist there. Now that's a really, we would say in English, noddy mechanism, but it's quite powerful. In this case, I've eliminated an idea of memory in the system. The resets are like complete, like in Ashby's machine. You don't carry any memory of past experience. But the crucial thing with life and Gaia is there is memory. And in fact, other complex systems that don't even have to include life have a memory of the past, their past experience in some broad sense of the word, memory. And that is really interesting, because then you can dig around in the literature, but I've saved you the effort. You can find a whole bunch of different models of different complex systems. And this is a lovely paper from 20 years ago that summarizes a couple of these systems, which essentially shows in any complex system with some memory of its past states, there is a tendency of that system to get, if you like, in the simplest terms, bigger or more productive over time, but also more stable over time. This is expressed here in terms of a thing called quakes, which you can think of as like the snowball Earths or the major disruptions of a system. And there's two different systems here on the left and the right. And time is going logarithmically, so we're compressing time, as it were, as we go on the right to the right of the axis. Well, but this is for two completely different complex systems. One is a kind of superconductor, so a purely physical system. The other is an incredible model of a sort of ecology called the tangled nature model. But in both cases, the overall tendency, the systems get bigger and more stable over time. They do get disrupted. There are these quakes where there's sort of catastrophes, but the net trend is sort of upwards in population or size or productivity here. And simply the disruptions they can happen again, but the frequency at which they happen, they get less frequent. That's another way of saying the system's stabilizing. Well, this is interesting. And this is the crux of the physical path to explaining Gaia, which I'm going to give it one more try to put it in a very general way. And sorry if you all love biology and you hate thinking physically, but go with me, because it's a fairly simple toy model here. What's going on, and it's been called the entropic Gaia theory or hypothesis, is for any complex system, and here we're thinking about Gaia, the totality of life coupled to its non-living environment, you can think about what a physicist would call its macro state, so the state of the whole system, like it could have lower oxygen or higher oxygen or something like that. But for any complex system, there are also the things the physicists would call the microstates, which are like, what are all the species that are making up the system and what are they doing? So macrostate, microstate. And the crux of the idea here, as in any complex system, is some macrostates have more different arrangements of the microstates that can make up the macrostate. I know that sounds a bit abstract, but I've expressed it here as a bigger box. So bigger box, bigger macrostate. And in Gaia, that is more productive biosphere, larger biosphere made up of more different species. But the thing is, it also tends to be more stable or persistent state. Why should the bigger macrostates, and why should the system tend towards the more productive, larger and more stable macrostates? That's what the particle in boxes diagram I've sketched here is trying to get at. And maybe this is intuitive, but this is a description that, just for the specific example here, if you ask the question, where am I most likely to find this particle which is bouncing around, ricocheting between these boxes and might occasionally go through a window between the boxes, I hope this is intuitive, you're more likely to find the particle in one of the bigger boxes than in the smallest box. Does that feel intuitive? This is an expression, this is a description of a general principle of entropy, a thing that baffles many students and is a fundamental thing in what physicists call statistical mechanics. Let's not worry about the details. But there's an overall tendency, and it's described as increasing informational entropy. Don't worry if you don't know what that is. It's just you're more likely to find the system in one of these bigger macrostates that have got more microstates, the bigger box in simple terms. If you've just grasped that much, that actually helps us explain why we have this tendency towards, in this case, a more productive Gaia and a more stable Gaia. And the quakes might be loosely associated with going between the boxes here. I'm going to come on to elaborate that a bit. But they're also going to get less frequent, the transitions in the system. For Gaia, I'll send you the paper if you're really curious. It's a bit more sophisticated because the totality of life sometimes finds a new way to capture energy from the sun, new kind of photosynthesis, for example. And you can think of that as suddenly you have the potential to have a bigger box, a more productive biosphere than you had before, because you didn't have photosynthesis in the system before, or something like that. Anyway, the way that would play out, okay, it's a bit more fun and productive and creative. Sometimes the system finds its way to create new, bigger boxes. And occasionally catastrophe happens like the snowball Earth. But there's still this net tendency towards a bigger and more stable system. And I'll pass over this, but this then helps explain a load of properties that are actually puzzled a lot of scientists about the models they were making, like of food web construction, where they found that the food webs would get more stable over time, but they couldn't work out why. It puzzled this guy, who I worked with briefly, famous evolutionary biologist Bill Hamilton, puzzled him so much he made his own sort of Gaia model, which also showed this property, and so on. Great, so there's something really fundamental there that can help us understand the evolution of Gaia. And I tried to explain it in physics terms, even if that was really uncomfortable for you. I'm now going to turn to the biological path, because of course you could think about all of this in a more biological way. You could take this well-known theory of natural selection, of evolution, but we're going to have to monkey with it, as we would say in English, to make it fit Gaia, because we're talking about one living Earth, not a population of them that's interacting all the time. And as yet, that living Earth hasn't reproduced. So it's not like an organism in a population, which is the way natural selection is normally formulated. We need to think about, if we're going to generalize evolution, we need to have it work for, in the case where we're not talking about strictly reproducing systems necessarily. We don't even need necessarily a population at the planet level, because we don't have one. So we need to change what we think about as what biologists call units of selection. We need to allow the possibility that's actually established now that evolution can work without reproduction. It can be based on the differential spread and or persistence of different entities. But what are those entities? Well, in this case, they could be nutrient cycles, or they could be ecosystems, these large-scale subcomponents, whatever you want to think of as Gaia. So for this, I write down a generalized form of what is known as the recipe for natural selection in another form. It was inspired by the person who wrote about this in the 60s originally, but now we're writing down a very general evolution recipe. So within Gaia, let's say, there needs to be some population of entities exhibiting variation in their properties. They could be, let's call them different ecosystems, and they could be different marine ecosystems or terrestrial, or they could be different cycles of elements. They need to have some variation in their properties. Well, they do. And those variations in the properties need to contribute to some differential changes in the frequency of the variance, let's say the ecosystems over time, and or environments across the Earth. That's what in biology is made more specific into different fitness of different organisms. And then there needs to be some continuity of the differing properties of the different entities, in this case the ecosystems over time. In organisms, that's all about heritability and DNA and blah, blah, blah. But in the case of ecosystems, we just have to convince ourselves that they have some continuity of their properties over time, and then the recipe can work. And then there needs to be a random source of new variation, but that's fine, because there's evolution within all the organisms within the ecosystems within Gaia. Anyway, we're getting there. With that, I wanted to show you just a few results of a model we built 20 years ago, which is like a model of, I don't know, WeOcean or something, the evolving biology in the oceans. We called it the FLASK model, but it's going to illustrate this kind of what's going on with this generalized selection. So we built a model in the computer world of like a little bit of the ocean, a flask, a well-mixed flask of fluid, if you like. We seed it with some clonal population of artificial life forms, meaning they're all the same. And they might turn some nutrient input A into some waste product B, and they can also be influenced by some things I call the abiotic variables, like the temperature or the pH of the environment. and they could influence them and be influenced by those things. And not a lot's going to happen to begin with, because the population is just going to be limited by the supply of what they eat, into the container. But basically you run this model thousands of times, and lo and behold, mutation happens, population diversifies. Sometimes another organism comes along that eats B and turns it back into A, the food for the first organisms that turn A into B, and then we've got a nutrient recycling loop, and then we've got a more productive ecosystem. Maybe I started with 4 nutrients, let's call them A, B, C, and D, and over time this system will typically stumble on ways of recycling all of those nutrients, and each time it works out, if you like, how to recycle something. The population gets bigger, the system gets more productive, and it'll reach, give it time, it'll reach its sort of theoretical carrying capacity set by thermodynamics, is a simple way of putting it, having to lose useful energy every time you do metabolism. Great. The interesting thing was we would run this thousands of times, and we would find that this was a really robust property. These systems would find recycling and maximum population and productivity within the constraints we set them. So it was like evolution of Gaia. And I think in this case it was an instance where you could think of the different cycles being like those units of persistence, selection, that a good nutrient recycling loop will tend to persist. Doesn't matter who's making it up, as it were, and they will accumulate, those nutrient cycles will accumulate over time. That was the trend we saw, and one we would expect in Gaia. Then we thought, oh, let's get a bit fancier. Let's connect a bunch of these flasks, let's call them, or bits of the ocean if you want to think of it like that, in a structure, maybe in a ring, it doesn't really matter. I just drew 2 of them here because it's easier on the slide. And then we're going to have some mixing between the containers, meaning like at each time step I'm going to dip a cup in the neighbouring flasks and swap the cups over. And I'm the modeler, I can play with how often I do that with the cups. I could monkey with a lot of other stuff. But what we found when we made the fancier model is we found that these systems could also have a tendency towards regulating their non-nutrient environment. Think of it as like the temperature, on the assumption that their waste products might be greenhouse gases that affect the temperature, for example. But how could that work? That's what we were puzzling over. And basically, here's how I can describe it in simple terms. You might have a community that affects its environment, so G is growth, E is environment. Its growth would affect the environment in a way that actually made the environment better for growth. And then we'd have an amplifying feedback loop, and that would support a bigger population. Yeah? Over here, there's another community. Just by chance, maybe its growth degrades its environment in the sense the environment is now less good for growth. That immediately stops its growth, and it's a smaller community because of that. And the way I mix the systems means there'll always be a net spread of the denser population at the expense of the less dense one. Does that make intuitive sense? And that means that the environment improving or regulating system will tend to spread at the expense of the environment degrading system around the world, or the ocean in this case. Yeah? And that's why when we run the system thousands of times, the overall tendency is towards better regulation of the environment, or temperature, or pH, or whatever you want to think of it as. And we learnt a load of other stuff. You can find a sweet spot where you don't want the world to be homogeneous. You don't want it to be everything to be isolated. There's a sort of sweet spot of intermediate mixing where the regulation is maximized, and so on. And then we did some more fun with the model. We let the organisms change their growth, all of their growth preferences, everything they wanted to. We don't need to dwell on this too long, but in this freed up model world, you certainly have quakes. You have like mass extinctions that nearly kill everything, but you get long intervals of environmental stability and regulation, occasional quakes or traumas or tipping points or whatever you want to call it, and so on. But you do it lots of times, and you find the overall tendency is just like we saw before, towards a bigger system, a larger population, with greater recycling of nutrients and better regulation of the environment. So it all comes together. that sort of biological approach where we could think of the ecosystems in that case as units of selection where some ecosystems persist or outspread others, that's sort of another way of explaining the same thing, but all leading to the same conclusion that there are some tendencies towards a more flourishing and more stable Gaia that we now inhabit. But scientists have to be self-critical, and they have to say to themselves, well, great, Tim, but is that a testable prediction? Could we falsify this? And I just want to say that this idea I've talked about does make testable predictions about the Earth's history. We'd expect to see certain things like increasing productivity, size of the biosphere, increasing diversity, increasing stability. Also, the disruptions that occur should become less frequent over time. We need some null hypothesis in science to test against, which would be this thing I've not got time to explain, but this basically idea that it's all a lucky accident, or we're here by chance, but our existence biases a certain history on the Earth. That would predict no increasing tendency towards stability, but also if there are great reorganizations, they would be evenly spaced rather than becoming less frequent. Well, I don't have time to go through all of this, but there are lots of ways you could probe this. But recently I've been working with a bunch of, they call themselves molecular phylogeneticists, but people who reconstruct not just the tree of life and the timing of things in the tree of life, but the origin of different metabolisms of organisms. And I suppose and the one on the right, this is a network of all the known metabolisms in what's called the KEGG database, but the things filled in bold are the metabolisms we found in the last universal common ancestor of all life, which turns out to have quite a complex metabolism and to have lived, by our best estimate, 4 billion years ago. What I'm not going to be able to show you is that we then plotted out in a subsequent paper how does the space of all metabolisms fill in over time. And we find basically that there was loads of metabolic evolution early on and then everything slowed down. And this is also consistent with the picture that early in Earth history there are more quakes, more environmental disruptions. And okay, there were those snowball Earths 700 million years ago, but as a general rule, the disruptions have got less frequent. So I would say it's not a firm test, shall we say, but with the information we have, it looks broadly consistent with this Gaia theory, this entropic Gaia. Finally, if I'm not abusing my time, I want to step back a bit. I've been talking all about this incredible Earth, but as I said, scientists are out there, some of them, making telescopes that can potentially see if the atmospheres of planets around other stars have life on them. That might give us a bigger sample, we'd say, of other inhabited planets. And maybe we could use that sample to say something about whether there is this Gaia tendency or not. How could that work? Well, the theory I've summarized tells you that over time, after the origin of life, you expect the productivity of a biosphere to go up. And when you think about that as the problem of trying to see it from light years away, that means you get a more detectable biosphere over time, looking from here, as it were. We saw that also the systems tend to stabilize over time. So whilst some young biospheres are going to die early, if they persist, the older biospheres are more resistant, they've got a better survival rate or whatever, they're less prone to extinction. And if you multiply those two curves together, you get an idea of what might you expect the age distribution of inhabited living biospheres, or not Earths in this case, but living planets to look like across our galaxy, and they would have a fairly even age distribution. You can't exactly go and look for that because it's quite hard to tell how old a planet or a star is. And anyway, you can probably date those things, but the bigger problem is you don't know how long it takes between the origin of a star and its planets and the start of life. That interval there can vary quite a lot. So just looking for a sort of even age distribution of the inhabited planets might be useful, might be a clue, but maybe there's another way to go at it. And that is to think about where do we find, assuming we are going to find them, where do we find the inhabited planets in terms of how far away they are from their star? Now, bear with me for a second here. A couple of really important things. This idea of a habitable zone, there's a distance from any given star at which there would be liquid water and oceans potentially on a rocky planet. That's defining what's called the habitable zone by astrophysicists and astronomers. But additional vital piece of information, all stars on what's called the main sequence burn brighter over time, which means the habitable zone moves out over time. And that's what I've sketched here. Got that? With like this blue area moving out. Now, we, the collective we, are going out there looking for inhabited planets, and maybe they find them. Gaia would predict that the distribution of where you find those inhabited planets gets biased inwards towards the parent star. Because life can start on a planet and then, by keeping itself cool in this case, persist after the time at which the abiotic, it's called, habitable zone would have drifted outwards. Okay, life could then start over here or whatever. But in terms of the distribution, we'd expect, if we do detect inhabited planets, it would be skewed towards, inside the habitable zone of the star. And we can, crucial to all of this is we can calculate the habitable zone just, in a sense, from some star properties and some other assumptions. So that might give us a way, in the coming half century or so, to further test if there is indeed this Gaia tendency, this natural evolution towards what we've called Gaia, a self-stabilizing, nutrient recycling world. So yeah, I think I'll stop there and just leave the summary up to read because I've overrun a bit. I hope you enjoyed it and it taught you something about the living Earth. Thank you. And I have left a bit of time for questions, or catch me in the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Wonderful talk.
Hi. Thank you so much for this talk. I was not expecting to see a care ontology on this presentation. My question is, the acetic acid bacteria, they consume sugars to produce cellulose, they consume alcohol to produce acetic acid, and they consume acetic acid to produce H2O. So they consume their own waste.
Oh, that's a good. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So it's the quote you have there. So the thing is, they also have this genetic instability where they find mutations, higher levels of mutations on their housekeeping genes, which is against the both natural evolution theory and the Kimura's neutral molecular evolution theory. How do you believe we can pick these particular cases in a macro scale, where we do not know yet how evolution can face all these higher levels, like a forest, a river, and this planet or the other planet?
Great question. I think we might have to pick up the details in the coffee break, but I love the example, not least because I didn't tell you that we made some inferences in that paper I showed about what was LUCA, and an acetogen is probably our best candidate. So this is an organism that is a chemoautotroph, so it can build its body, autotrophic in the sense its source of carbon is from CO2, or its dissolved forms, but it needs also a source of protons, or if you like, and electrons. So it uses a hydrogen, or electrons in particular, to reduce the carbon in CO2 to build its body. So it uses free hydrogen gas and CO2. And then we talk in the paper about how that could have formed part of a recycling earliest biosphere, because what niches would it have created for other organisms. I'd love to talk more about whether it can do enough metabolic diversity itself to play its own kind of complement and make a closed system just by itself, but you can also make a closed system hydrogen recycling biosphere, and we actually go on and calculate how productive or unproductive that hydrogen cycling biosphere would be. So that's not answering the question, but it's a great question to talk about. Yeah, but I love the idea then that maybe Luca had more of a capability to just close some cycling by itself. Clearly we observe that the more productive biosphere we live in now, powered by what's called oxygenic photosynthesis, and then with all sorts of aerobic and anaerobic organisms breaking down the productions of that oxygenic photosynthesis, the food, is one of recycling where the primary producers definitely can't eat their own waste, but I love it. Great. Very, very technical question as well. I thought I gave a really big picture talk. I got a really technical question. I love it.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, let's see if we can be shorter.
Short, very short. I was wondering, so first of all, thanks for your talk, because also when I was young, I was so lucky to follow a seminar by Lynn Margulis that was fantastic. Yeah. My point was, so your point about the memory of the systems, the complex systems, and so which is connected to the stability. But looking at, I'm not sure, I'm not saying something silly, but looking at the way ecosystems respond to the disturbances, and depending on the intensity of the disturbances, stability is something, could be something dynamic in the sense.
Exactly.
In the sense we can have alternative stable states.
Exactly.
So this is in contradiction or
not in contradiction, but again a great one for us to chat about in the rest of the workshop, because that relates to my whole work on tipping points and alternative states. I won't too much to talk about there, but let's suffice to say you can apply the same principles to a degree in which stable state would you expect the ecosystem to spend more time in. Same logic I was describing to some degree can apply there. And the other, what else to say that for the dynamic stability, yes, it's all of what I showed you is about thinking dynamically about stability or resilience, which can be itself changing over time. That's maybe enough for now. They're not in contradiction, they're absolutely consistent. What I've tried to present is what we would talk about as what's the general tendency, but as you saw in those models, or I hope I tried to explain and showed you with Snowball Earth, you can have things, every now and again things go in a really bad direction, and humans having a massive party burning fossil fuels and changing the climate and acidifying the ocean and whatnot looks like a classic example of, hold on a minute, this is going against a general tendency, this is life doing something quite pathological to its life support system. That doesn't contradict there being an overall tendency. Those are the quakes or the catastrophes that we saw in all of the models. And they're getting less frequent, but they haven't gone away. The possibility hasn't gone away completely. And that's something we have to think about. If there is this Gaia tendency, it's just probabilistic. It's not some kind of guarantee of stability, far from it. And Lovelock knew that, and Margulis knew that, but it took a long time, and they had to keep repeating that they weren't claiming that Gaia was this ultimately resilient to everything, tough bitch, as Lynn used to call her. There's still vulnerability in the system. It's just there's been some tendency to complexity and more stability and somewhat less vulnerability. But we shouldn't use the fact that there's some tendency as a license to just pollute or whatever, as they both emphasized, because it still has fragility as well. And it's still possible, and we see it in the model worlds, it's quite possible I'm afraid, for life to completely kill itself off. It's just less possible or less probable than it used to be. I hope that's a useful general answer. Yeah. Well, we're going to have one more. Quick. I'll try and be quick. I'm not very quick.
Thanks for the great talk. In the physical explanation of why Gaia becomes more and more complex, we have the small box and then successively larger boxes. And so the box, do you think the box we are now in, the last one and the bigger one, is the box of modernity and of fossil fuel revolution and industrial revolution? And do you think that the climate crisis will mean that the ball will go back to the previous box?
So I did brilliant question. I love that. And I didn't really walk you through it, but I showed some times where the boxes suddenly shrunk because I acknowledged what I was just describing, that sometimes evolution produces kind of a horror, and maybe we're that horror that causes some catastrophe within the system and shrinks the system by eliminating lots of the existing diversity. And I fear that the fossil fuel party might fall into that category. It's a classic case wherein I showed another plot where you saw life, you'd had a long period of stability and then life would cause a major disruption and an extinction. It looks like that. And in the general rule for those quakes is that some organism comes along that accesses some underutilized resource that's there in the world and just goes wild exploiting it. And in this case, it's fossil fuels and humans. But then that drives the environment away from what everybody else has become adapted to over millennia or whatever. And that causes the massive carnage. So that's my version of the fossil fueled Anthropocene. However, I would caveat that with my or your vision of a solar-powered future in which we have a genuinely circular economy, which will mean we'll put quite a lot of that free energy we capture from the sun directly into which we're capturing straight into electricity in amazingly efficient solar panels. We might channel a fair chunk of that energy into making a truly closed material cycling future technosphere, or whatever you want to call it, Gaia sphere. And then, well, we have the capacity to significantly increase the free energy input to the biosphere. You can do the calculations, but partly because solar panels are so much more efficient at capturing the free energy of sunlight than a plant or an alga or a cyanobacteria is, we might, in a imagined future, be part of a more productive Gaia with us in it if we would learn the lessons of past Gaia and learn to close the cycles and do a bunch of other stuff. Have we got the capacity to learn those lessons? I'm not. We talked about hope and love at the start. I'm not. If you ask me frankly, I have to be only conditionally optimistic about that. I'm a natural optimist. I think it's possible, but we've got a long way to go. We've got to learn a lot of lessons. But I think we're here to talk about, to debate, to imagine possible futures, and that's the one I sketched out as a Gaia 2.0. Where with my friend, the dearly, dearly departed friend Bruno Latour, was sort of trying to answer the question, could humans use a little bit of our self-awareness to become part of the Earth's self-regulation instead of destroying it? Well, we'll have to answer that one together. It's not looking great, the prognosis at the moment, but I wouldn't rule it out, and I'll do everything in my power to try and make it come about. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Tim. With this beautiful reflection, we are ready for coffee break that awaits you at the lobby of entrance. For those that are online, enjoy your break. We will be back at 11:30. And I ask the speakers to meet me at the coffee break if you can, because I have some details just to confirm and to talk to you, to meet you. See you soon. Hello. So, not to get delayed, we are starting the new session. It will be shared by Marco Taloni, and the first speaker is José Luís. I don't know if Marco wants to say something. You can speak here, and then we have the microphone there. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, we all know Giuseppe Luís, but just a brief bio for just to make the format coherent for all the speakers. So Giuseppe Luís Pellegrini is oceanographer, is specialized in ocean circulation, biogeochemical processes, and climate change. He was former director at the ICM, former dean at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, and is also Spanish National Coordinator for Earth Science at the CSIC level. During his career, he supervised 21 PhD and published more than 130 peer-reviewed papers. And he will present today, we will talk about ocean physiology. So welcome, just please.
Thank you so much. Okay, so let's get started. Please, first slide. Well, this is the structure of my talk. I'll try to go swiftly over these topics. Basically, the Earth has a very complex system, and much more than a complex system, and how this is attained through spatial tree-like structures and through pulsating patterns. Then the Earth acquires some, what we could say, physiological characteristics, global characteristics. And then just a few words, as the same as Tim, thinking of planet Earth as part of the universe, of the living universe. So we know that the living Earth is, we call it often a complex system, the Earth system, but also is, we could say it's much more than a system, because it continuously evolves. No? We've seen with team talks that it has continuously evolved. It's not a system that sustains itself in a certain state, but continuously changes. No? And I think this is a characteristic of living beings. No? And this is possible thanks to the ocean. No? If we consider the amount of mass that is in the ocean and consider some allometric relations, we could say that about 95% of the metabolism of the Earth is in the ocean. No? And this is possible, as I mentioned before, because the Earth retains its low entropy. It's a very organized, highly organized living being, because it is capable of incorporating this low entropy energy, radiation energy, and transforming it into a high complex biochemical substance. No? And this is possible thanks to the ocean. The ocean it's one single ocean, and that transfers water to the terrestrial biosphere, but also reaches everywhere. But it has many different parts, both in the vertical but also in the horizontal. We see that each part has its own characteristics in terms of temperature, salinity, and terms of nutrients, dissolved oxygens, metals. That's because we could consider this as subsystems of a much greater system, and all these parts are interconnected and they have different roles in this living being. No? The main connector is the circulatory system. The circulatory system, we are often used to see large currents at very intense currents that continuously spread into smaller and smaller currents, such as, for example, equatorial currents, western boundary currents that spread into mesoscale and submesoscale, and smaller structures that reach down to this microscopic of a few centimeters scale, where we have the smallest eddies and where we have all this production as the cells of this living being. It's exactly, and obviously it's a circulatory and we could say lymphatic system altogether, because you have large advection, but you also have diffusion at the at the molecular scale. We have, of course, we call sometimes diffusion things, currents that we cannot resolve in models that take place at a smaller scales, but all of these are advections, just at these very small scales of the order of centimeters that you have diffusion at a molecular level. So this could be thought as both the circulatory and the lymphatic system acting together exactly the same way as in, for example, here, a mammal. No? But at the same time, all this transfer of properties brings together the other systems or subsystems that have, for example, in a human body, you have the heartbeat. The heartbeat takes place, and we'll talk about this, every year seasonally driven. You have also the nutrient regeneration, so you have also the digestive system, etc., and you have transfer of information through all living beings. You have a nervous system here, no? But it's an open system. It's a way, it's an arthropod. It's like an insect. It's like a system that does not have a closed circulatory system, but has an open circulatory system with fluxes concentrated in some places. So the Earth, it's a nice arthropod that's a autotrophic system that continuously uses its waste. No, that's just saying that it does not use its waste. Maybe it's using its waste. No. As other systems we saw before. Vani is going to talk later about this, but I like this sort of analogies very much, because to me, when I look at the circulation in the top 1,500 meters of the ocean, this is what we call the thermocline circulation that is driven directly or indirectly by the winds. By the wind systems. All this circulation is relatively fast, of the order of years, and it's an exchange of properties between the atmosphere and the ocean, the surface ocean, also exchange of heat. It's very much like the pulmonary system in this case of a human being. And then we have a much slower systemic system, the one below there on the right, that is the recirculation that takes place throughout the entire planet at scales that are not of the order of years or decades, but of the order of hundreds and even millennia. And this is similar to the much longer basal circulation system in our body that goes through the intestines and catches the nutrients the same way as all this system catches the nutrients and the carbon and the high concentrations that are in the deep oceans. And they bring back to the surface. And we'll talk later that this is done at different rates depending on the state of the system. This is a sketch basically trying to describe how these two systems work, the pulmonary branches, the overturning systemic system, and the sort of processes that self-regulate these systems, both in the upper ocean and also in the deep ocean, both in the ocean and also what would be the equivalent in a mammal. This is these sort of things are difficult to publish, and Vani, we'll talk later, knows very much, because this always has esoteric connotations, and people kind of is easily rejected. No? But well, was able to publish this in 2008 after many tries, and I will keep you explaining about this. Okay, second point, spatial tree-like structures. All living beings have these spatial tree-like structures. This, for example, the constructal theory tells us that, by Adrian Bejan and other people, tells us that the flow of properties is optimized through branches that split every time in smaller and smaller branches, until you get that diffusion, for example, of heat or properties is more efficient than further branching. No? So that's what we see in nature. We see that in many examples in nature, and we see this in the ocean. In the ocean, you have very strong currents, usually that split into smaller and smaller patterns. These currents have some variability through time, like in the, for example, here, western boundary current in the tropical ocean. This very intense current that splits towards the the interior oceans through these north equatorial, south equatorial currents, the equatorial undercurrent, and then this keeps evolving. But it's, in a way, it's a splitting that continuously then splits into smaller and smaller systems. No? This branching down goes all the way to the microstructure and does both in the horizontal and in the vertical. You see here in the vertical we have these very complex structures just here with several examples, no? And reaches elsewhere. No? Okay, so well, one last example. This is I presented this at the Brookhaven National Lab in 1990. This inspired by Gabe Chanadi, my advisor at the wonderful scientist and wonderful person, and he inspired me to talk about the nutrient stream artery of Gaia, the living planet. It was and that was as Tim mentioned, it was what started motivating me this 35 years ago. No. And we see these currents, in this case, transport nutrients, and these nutrients that are transported by a western boundary current surface at high latitudes and continuously inject nutrients to the high latitudes of the North Atlantic. And when you have enough insolation, then seasonally you have this bloom of productivity and you start having a pulsating pattern. No? Sorry, okay. And you can go further. Here we have the Strait of Hormuz with the Gulf of Oman. We won't talk about this now, but we know who to blame for these problems. But here we see with all these phytoplankton structures the sort of branching that are characteristic. Okay, so like talking like the spring bloom, it's possibly the best known pulsating pattern on Earth, no? The seasonal cycle. We know that every spring we have high productivity, and then the system during the rest of the year recovers. No? And this is something that happens in all living beings. We have in mammals, for example, we have the heartbeat, a very fast systole, and then the diastoles, no? And we have the day-night cycle. We do sometimes very intense exercise, and then we recover, and we have other reproductive cycle as well, no? But not only the seasonal cycle. I'll show you here the example of the interglacial glacial cycle. The plot on the right is inspired by physiology. Here you have when you do exercise, your level of exercise goes from the base level here, all of a sudden, if you start running, goes to an enhanced level that may be 10 times stronger, 10 times more metabolic exercise. But the heart starts to accelerate slowly. It does not go from 70 to 140 all of a sudden. It progressively. So it cannot supply this level all of a sudden. What it does, the system, it uses the energy that is stored as energy in reserve, this ATP and the ADP energy, and in this case will be the progression will be like this. So this is the amount of energy here on the left, the amount of energy that it has to use coming from the reserve. Everything else is provided by the heartbeat. The heartbeat, what it does, it brings blood more rapidly to the exercising muscles, and then these muscles, the blood that arrives to these muscles, the muscle extracts more oxygen, more nutrients from the blood, and then this increased extraction sustains the metabolic activity. But this is enough. You have to use whatever energy is in reserve in the muscle itself, no? And then you can attain this high level. And then all of a sudden you start resting, and you pass to this base level. All of a sudden you go from 140 to 60. You decrease your level of energy 10 times, but your heart pump does not go all of a sudden from 140 to 60. It will slowly decrease. What it does, it still provides these nutrients, this oxygen to the muscles, so that the muscles build back the ATP and the ADP that we'll need for the next time we'll build back this energy in reserve in the cells for the next time they have to do exercise. This is what happens. No? And the Earth, I could argue that it's doing the same in the glacial, interglacial cycles. This here on the left back, we have the last 4 or 5 interglacial cycles with time going towards the left, okay? This is a geological plot. So this is present, and this is 450,000 years back. So we have interglacial period, and then we have a decrease, interglacial period, a decrease and where you have more the temperature decreases, the CO2 in the atmosphere decreases, you have more ice at high latitudes, and then all the same. Let's just turn this round. What I'm doing is turning the time to the right. So the time now goes to the right. So we have the same glacial, interglacial, glacial, interglacial, glacial, interglacial. So the pattern is the same that you will have here. You have a period where you exercise. This is an outcome from a physiological paper, no? That when you exercise, you increase a number of variables, such as heartbeat, but you also increase, in this case, the artery-venous difference of oxygen, nutrients, the extraction from the blood of the resources that you require to produce the energy. So you increase them as fast as you can, but not enough to produce the jump that you have here. You use the reserve ones, and when you decrease, the plateau is long here, but here is very short. When you decrease, you don't decrease all of a sudden. You decrease slowly, and usually in a less effective way, so you have more time to build up the resources. This is the idea, okay? So if you apply this model, very simple ideas with a model for the ocean, what we have is an upper ocean that will be the thermocline ocean, the 1,000 meters of the upper ocean where all this is taking place, and it's mixing in time scales of years or decades. And then you have a deep ocean that is reached by the overturning circulation, the formation of deep waters at high latitudes. And this, what we have to, in this case, as we know, it's been very much supported, that during interglacial and interstadial, but let's talk about interglacial periods, we have a strong formation of deep waters, and what we know as the overturning circulation is very strong. The deep waters are formed very, very rapidly or quite swiftly at high latitudes. So we have a very strong recirculation, and these waters reach relatively fast to the upper ocean. This is the deep ocean, reach to the upper ocean. Deep ocean, reach to the upper ocean. Instead, in glacial periods, the system is much more blocked. The circulation slows down, exactly as in a mammal or a living being. During exercise, your blood goes fast, your heart pumps fast, your volume stroke is large, pam, pam, because you need lots of blood and lots of nutrients and oxygen reaching. No? And here is the same. During interglacial, you have a strong thermocline circulation, overturning circulation that reaches back to the upper ocean where productivity takes place, sustaining then not only more carbons but more nutrients. So more nutrients arrive there, you can start rapidly that jump that we showed before. But you don't do it automatically. You have to resource to dissolved organic matter that was accumulated in the ocean during the glacial period. That's the idea. And this is basically, with this model, we are capable of simulating the last four glacial, interglacial periods, here time going to the left. And basically here I won't go into the details. This input is precisely the contribution of the two inputs. The input coming from in this case, this is the circulation that is increasing, but also the use of restored matter, of stored matter in the ocean. So you are, to reach that high level of production, you use the dissolved organic matter that is still in the ocean in high amounts. You remineralize it fastly, and you also increase the rate of recirculation. So the two together can sustain. And this is just an example, but then with only a doubling of the dissolved organic matter in the ocean during glacial periods, it would be possible to account for all the amount of carbon that you incorporate into the ocean. It's an example. I don't want to spend more time on this, but it's an example of a very simple system that goes from in a pulsating pattern from a period of rest to a period of exercise and self-regulating in this matter. So these two ideas, the branching or the tree-like branching and the pulsating asymmetric patterns that characterize any living being, can be interpreted in terms of physiological variables. And for example, here are a number of physiological variables that at some point now, some of these I have changed them a little bit in more recent work. But basically, what we try to do is what would be a physiological variable, what would be in a mammal, in this case, and what would be in the Earth system, this physiological. And that's possibly a good way to look at the complexity of the Earth, rather than looking at very specific processes that are so many and possibly almost infinite processes interacting in infinite ways. We could look at the physiological global variables, the same as when you go to the doctor. They take your pressure, they look at your heart, they have some physiological description of your body. Okay. One idea, this is just made it these days, no? I recovered an idea I had and look at the results, and I thought they don't like it. So I worked it a little bit, and I came up with this. I hope you like it. This allometry tells us that metabolic properties are dependent on mass, but not linearly on mass. They depend on mass to a certain power. For example, if you have heat loss, for example, or gas exchange, it depends on the surface you have. But your volume the surface is something like L squared, but the volume is L cubed. So the relation between these properties and the volume, the mass, would be L to the 2/3. L to the 2 divided by 3 to the 2/3. So these are the sort of exponents that allometry looks at. And for example, and this is amazing because this is just an example for birds and mammals. But you can look, and there are plots of this, like this, beautiful, that go from mitochondria up to ecosystems, that you keep these amazing relations. You know? And you see in these cases that when you plot this, for example, in this case, metabolic rate, but field metabolic rate, like the Earth nowadays. The Earth is doing exercise nowadays. So when these animals are in the field, they are doing exercise. No? So when you plot field metabolic rate against mass, you have slopes of the order, something like 0.7, 0.6, 0.65. So amazingly, when you go to the Earth, and you see the amount of metabolic, the rate, the amount of production in the Earth, and you translate that into energy, and then you do the same with the mass of the ocean as the basic ingredient of the Earth, you keep this slope 0.65. That's to me, it's amazing. And there are other things like this similar, no? But for example, the heartbeat, the number of beats your heart can last. Basically, that's an invariant. The number of heartbeats is the same for some small organisms, for large organisms, and for the Earth will be also, if you consider a heartbeat as 1 year, you will have of the order of 100 years for a human being. So once the Earth is dead. Okay, I love these analogies. You can trust them, or you can think that is the vital intelligence of the Earth as any living being that does not have cognitive conscience, but knows how to evolve and how to evolve safely. I think this is important. It's not necessarily to conscience that you want to, like okay, I'll go there because this is more safe than not. No. Animals have this without realizing. No? So I think this is powerful. No? I'm ending with 2 slides. First, the living Earth open to the universe. Okay, this is the last one. To me, this is also amazing. No? When you look at us, we are at the middle of the smallest bacteria and the equatorial circumference of the Earth, from 10 to the -7 to 10 to the 7. We are 1 meter, 2 meters. in scale, order of scales, we are at the very middle. That's quite interesting. But we usually look at the small things as individuals, organisms. We don't look at the big things as organisms. But our biased perspective, anthropic perspective, allows us only to look down. We believe this anthropic view tells us that, no, these small things are organisms. We are the cuspide. No. But okay, let's move forward. Now, look at the Earth and compare it with the Milky Way, our closest stellar galaxy, and we are precisely at the middle, 10 to the 14 and 10 to the 14, back and forth. To me, this detail, it calls your attention. But go further. Okay, how many species are on Earth? We know there are about 10 million species. Well, we estimate, okay, 10 million species. Okay, that's a good number. But how many stars are in the Milky Way? In the Milky Way, there are 250,000 millions of stars. 250,000, not 10 millions, 250,000 millions of stars. So I would bet that there are more than 10 million living Earths in the Milky Way, because if we had just one out of every 25,000 solar systems with a living planet, then we will have an intergalactic species there. Okay, so we have a plethora of living Gaias, no? And further, okay, let's go one step further. Okay, second consideration, temporal scale. The other was the spatial scale. Okay, I think that this is very interesting. This is basically the way we exchange properties with the outer, the Earth exchange properties with the outer space. It continuously exchanges properties. Energy is exchanged so quickly that in the order of possibly tens or hundreds of years, if there was a strong radiative balance, then the entire energy of the ocean would be supplied by this radiative imbalance, just on the order of tens of years. It's very, very fast. Mass changes much more slowly, but it was a very strong exchange when the Earth was created and when the Earth will die in some other billion years. Okay, that's going to be. So I dare to follow this water receipt by Lord Kelvin. He says, okay, mark all molecules in a glass of water, pour them in the ocean, and mix thoroughly. You will find, after many years, and you take any glass of water, and you will find 100 molecules of the original ones that were in this glass of water. You will find it elsewhere. Of course, if you mix your whole body, that is much more than a glass of water. I think it were something like 50,000 molecules or more. I don't know, many more. I made the calculations, don't have it here. But let's follow the same exercise. The Oort cloud is something like 8 orders of magnitude larger than the Earth. It's much larger than the solar system. It's the area of influence of the gravitatory system of the sun. Okay, it's one. We have many suns. We just saw that we have 250,000 millions of suns in the galaxy. But this is just one of these suns with a very large area of influence. So let's imagine that the only living planet in this is with water in this solar system is the Earth. So let's do the same. Let's take all the water of the Earth that will happen in a billion years. Let's take it to the Oort system, and then look any square cubic meter or in this huge Oort system, you will still find 7 molecules of the original Earth elsewhere. So. This basically tells you that you are splitting away. No, this system is going to go somewhere else when it dies. So then, to me, this is the solution at a different temporal scale. The solution of the Earth. Can the Earth? One of the things that people say is not an organism because it does not have, how you say, herency, does not have children. No, the Earth, when it dies, will go elsewhere. Its water will go elsewhere. The gravitatory system will start the creation of mass density, density fluctuations elsewhere, and you start forming other children of our Earth elsewhere, but at very long temporal scales, formed by the same mass that was original in the Earth and the mass that was in many other solar systems. So maybe it's a way to think that there is really, at a very different scales, the spreading, how you say, generation, new generation. So, and I think that's it. One of the main inspirations for this also was throughout the years was Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci to me is the greatest genius and the greatest person, and also not scientist but creative person. And one of the things he said originally was that the flow of the ocean is like the flow of the blood in the living beings. So that's these analogies I love, and I think they have a lot of truth behind. So thanks again. Thank you.
Thank you. It's fantastic timing. I don't know if we have time for questions or we want to leave it for the end. We can? Alex, coming.
Somebody asked me for the name of the book before. It's The Art of Loving by Eric Fromm. But now that I'm here in Portugal, I recommend you another author that is a Portuguese. Is one of the most wonderful things that I've ever read, and he has a number of books, and it's José Tolentino Mendoza. I recommend it strongly. He has these beautiful, beautiful books, a number of them, and they are always in my night table because I always try to read a little bit of him. So I recommend you to read José Tolentino Mendoza.
Thank you for the great presentation. I have a question on the oscillation of glacial and interglacial regimes, particularly in the last period of Earth's history. It so happens that this oscillation has become slower. This is what is called the mid-Pleistocene transition, that rhythm has become slower, and well, that's a problem for scientists. And I wanted to ask, from the point of view of geophysiology, how can we interpret or address, how can we interpret this slower rhythm and thus address the problem of that mid-Pleistocene transition?
Yes. What you mean is that basically these glacial interglacial cycles started something like 3 million years ago, and about, if I'm not wrong, about 800 or 900, the last 8 or 9 periods, they've been 100,000 year cycles, but before they used to be 40,000 year cycles. These are two of the main astronomical periods, and for some reason it switched from the 40,000, which if I don't recall bad, it's the obliquity or the precession, I don't know, it switched to the eccentricity, that is the 100,000. I cannot answer. No, there are these papers, beautiful process papers by, for example, a number of people like Pilar, that these are beautiful, and they basically, they look at a combination of astronomical forcing together with the amount of, with the tilting, and basically, now I won't recall correctly, but they, using this, they are capable of looking at the, if I'm not wrong, I read that a long time ago, they are capable of capturing the transition. So I can show you the reference later, but I cannot answer now, sorry.
Thank you. Any other question?
Thanks for the really, really great talk. Also, a bit about the glacial interglacial cycles, you showed that the venous arterial PO2 difference follows sort of like the same pattern, yes. Steep rise, and then. But have you also taken a look at the PCO2? Not the difference, just but really the partial pressure of CO2 should do the same, right?
Yes. Well, sorry, I went so quickly that basically what the record I show is CO2, atmospheric CO2, no? But what I do here is I say, okay, what we did, no? In this paper, we said, okay, atmospheric CO2 is a reflection of the dissolved inorganic carbon in the surface ocean. So the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere, basically the ocean is the master and the atmosphere is the slave. The ocean, you can increase the recirculation, you bring more dissolved inorganic carbon to the sea surface, to the earth surface, the top 1,000 meters of the ocean that recirculates fast enough, and it's at geological periods it's like it's well mixed. So you have a greater amount of nutrients and carbon, inorganic carbon at the sea surface. The nutrients are the ones that sustain higher productivity, but the carbons go together. And the carbons, you track the carbons by the atmospheric CO2 that it, by equivalent partial pressures, it gets in equilibrium with the surface dissolved inorganic carbon. So we are using the atmospheric carbon as a tracker of all these processes that take place in the atmosphere, in the ocean. And we can model them with this very simple, of course there are other pumps, no? There is the biological pump, the chemical pump, etc. No? But the physical pump in a way is related to this, and the biological pump, the microbial pump is related to this. But we can see that just simply the same process that we have. We save energy, and the ocean saves energy in a form of dissolved organic matter. And then using this, remineralizing this dissolved organic matter rapidly at the beginning of exercise period and interglacial period, you can sustain. The problem here is that dissolved organic matter does not have paleoclimatic records. You cannot track how much dissolved organic matter there was 15,000 years ago. So we don't know if this is true, but that's an hypothesis, and it's very much comparable with what's happening in living beings.
The allometric position of the Earth was completely crazy stuff. Really nice.
The what? Sorry?
The allometric position of the Earth.
The allometric?
That it goes in it stays in the same.
Yeah, well, I love that. I love that. I say, okay, if I mean, things happen because they are there, and naturally they happen. No? So you have an ocean that has the right mass, so it has the right primary production because it has the same allometric patterns, because it has the same tree branches, has the same pulsating systems that optimize the flow of properties. So, and that's why they keep these allometric relations, because they behave similarly. And, yes, I don't know if we can recover it a few slides before. Sorry about that. Yeah, well, that's your. Yeah, well. Yeah, I don't want to take too long. I'll show you. It's one of the last ones, not the very last one, but well, never mind. Because it was the mass of the ocean. Yes, mass of the ocean versus the gross primary production according to that paper of the entire Earth. And this primary production, yeah, you translate it using this number of some 50 kilojoules per gram of carbon fixed. The actual number goes between 40 and 70, but I took 50 here, just for the purpose. At the end, this is log, and it's order of magnitude. But using this, you have that the ocean very nicely fits with this 0.65. That is what holds for many living beings, for the ones that, for basal metabolic rate, usually people say that it's 0.75. But I have found that for this field metabolic rate, it's closer to 2/3, to 0.66, and that's basically this. I thought this is, to me, is amazing. Well, it's. Thank you.
Yes. One last question, George. Sorry for, yeah. You showed these allometric comparisons between the ocean and the other beings, either galaxies that can be considered beings. But Geoffrey West and Luis Betancourt in San Diego, they are also doing this, but comparing to the artificial constructs like companies and cities, and they are finding the opposite. So it does not match the same allometric physiology on the artificial constructs by humans. So do you believe they are right, wrong? How do you envision these artificial versus the more existential beings?
I won't go in. Better don't go into this because you know how I breathe, no? But I cannot answer because I don't know the paper. But that should be very interesting. Thank you. Thanks again.
Thanks again to Sophie. So we move to the next speaker, which is Giovanni. Giovanni Aloisi is an isotope geochemist at the Institute of the Physique du Globe in Paris. His research focuses on the carbon and sulfur cycles for long-term evolution of the Earth system. And you recently contributed to the isotope metallomics, which is applying stable isotopes to study human diseases. So, well, let's start.
Thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, Patricia and Josep for inviting me and giving me the chance to talk about how to talk about the ocean to lay audiences. And as many of you as scientists face the problem of speaking about, in this case, ocean change to people who are not scientists or maybe are not even interested in science. And my approach today is to connect the ocean, which is the unknown domain, to a domain which is much more familiar to everybody, which is our own human body, and connect it through metaphors and analogies. And you see here on the left in this cartoon of the oceanic carbon cycle, I have 5 objects: the ocean mixed layer, that's the top, the deep ocean, upwelling, downwelling, something called carbonate compensation, and ocean atmosphere CO2 exchange. And then the human body, there are 5 objects also, the lungs, muscles, veins, arteries, kidneys, and breathing. And you will see in the talk that not only there is a connection between the objects of the ocean and the objects of the human body, but what is really important is that the relation between objects and the ocean map onto the relations of the corresponding objects in the human body. And this is a property of analogy, which is a really, really powerful means of speaking of an unknown domain to someone by linking it to something they know already. Okay, so it's all going to be all about metaphors and analogies. And I'll quickly go through this. The lay audiences are familiar with the effects of anthropogenic CO2 emissions on the environment, and most of what they know relates to global temperature increase, increased frequency and intensity of droughts, wildfires, tropical cyclones, the melting of the ice sheets. About the ocean, everybody knows about the ocean level rising and maybe the warming of the ocean, but then when you go to the interior of the ocean, that's a very unknown domain because it's inaccessible to many of us. And 2 problems, Two problems that I'm going to talk about are ocean acidification, the fact that the ocean, due to the dissolution of atmospheric CO2 produced by industry into the ocean, is becoming more and more acidic. And ocean, what is this? Oh. Yeah. And ocean deoxygenation, the fact that the ocean is losing oxygen for a number of reasons I'll come into. And although for people working on these problems, it's pretty simple, let's say, at least the fundamentals of it, explaining ocean acidification and ocean deoxygenation to someone who is not a scientist, it's a hard thing to do because you have to know a lot already. We think we have a lot of implicit knowledge. I don't have to explain someone in the room about ocean circulation or chemistry, etc. But you know, ocean acidification, CO2 is absorbed by the ocean, CO2 reacts with water, there's a carbonic acid, it dissociates, and the concentration of protons increases. You say this to someone who doesn't know anything about the ocean chemistry, and zero, okay? Ocean deoxygenation is even maybe a little bit more complicated. Global warming enhances the stratification of the surface ocean, and so it decreases the mixing, so there's less oxygen coming to the deep ocean. Also, warmer water absorbs less less oxygen because the solubility decreases, and then there's always oxygen consumption through microbial processes, and deoxygenation in the ocean is losing oxygen. Now, what can we do? We can talk about the ocean in terms of the human body, and surveys have found that if you talk about the ocean as a body or as climate's heart, then you create a connection with people who don't know a lot about the ocean because they know about their human body. And these metaphors work even better if you integrate some kind of medical dimension. So acidification is spoken about like the osteoporosis of the sea. This is a very powerful metaphor, and deoxygenation as the ocean losing its breath. Very, very little information, but it's very, very useful. You talk about to someone who knows nothing about the ocean, and with just a few sentences of metaphors like that, their antennas start moving, and there's something here I need to understand. And there are countless examples in the media. Scientists are worried the Earth is sick, La Terre malade de l'homme in French. That's a Mexican newspaper, Planet with Fever. And the Vatican is also in the story. L'Osservatore Romano is the Vatican's newspaper. And in German and virtually everywhere, the world is sick is something which speaks to people. Okay, I made a small survey and literally found hundreds of instances in media where environmental change is framed in terms of some kind of disease to the human, to the ocean. And the reason is explained very nicely by George Lakoff and Mark Johnson. This wonderful book, 1980s, Metaphors We Live By. And basically what they argue in favor of, and convincingly, is that the human brain, confronted with an unknown domain, conceptualizes this unknown domain by linking it to something they know. And this is the fundamental of metaphor. And I'll say it with their words: our ordinary conceptual system, in terms of which we both think and act, is fundamentally metaphorical in nature. If the price of something, this glass is increasing in time, you say the price is rising. Why? You don't say the price is moving sideways. Why? Because we live on a planet with gravity, and we're used to, when you pile up stuff, you have more and more, it rises vertically. And this is a spatial metaphor. And our language is full of spatial metaphors, time metaphors, metaphors for love, metaphors for war, because we conceptualize the unknown metaphorically. And these metaphors build into our language, and then they disappear, because no one thinks that prices are rising is a metaphor anymore. It's a dead metaphor, but it comes from our experiencing the increasing of whatever we are considering metaphorically. And also, it explains the universal tendency of pre-modern thinkers to conceptualize the Earth in terms of the human body. Gaia is only the last great metaphor analogy in a long series of them. They appear in all pre-modern cultures. And I'm going to show a few examples from Greek antiquity, but they're in the Indian antiquity, the Chinese, the Iranian, because really this fact that our brain conceptualizes the unknown metaphorically is deeply ingrained in how we think. And Aristotle, the great empiricist and systematizer, said, worlds express ideas, and therefore those words are the most agreeable that enable us to get hold of new ideas easily. Now, strange words simply puzzle us. Ordinary words convey only what we already know. It is from metaphor that we can best get hold of something fresh. Okay, metaphors are really a tool to convey something new, and here are the examples of a few examples of the macrocosm metaphor. This is how it's called in Western philosophy. Aristotle, the sea is a kind of sweat exuded by the earth when the sun heats it, which explains its saltiness. All sweat being salty. Okay, that's one. Next one is from the Latin antiquity, the Stoic philosopher Seneca. The idea appeals to me that the earth is governed by nature and is much like the system of our own bodies, in which there are both veins, receptacles for blood, and arteries, receptacles for air. In the earth also there are some roots which waters run, some through which air passes, and nature fashioned these roots so like human bodies that our ancestors even called them veins of water. Our ancestors were the Greeks in this case, of course, and the Latins re-elaborated these metaphors. And of course, Leonardo, I skipped the Middle Ages because we don't have time, it's very interesting, but you were referring to this passage. I hope you didn't not take it out from your presentation because you knew I was going to show it, but I saw this in one of your papers actually. Yeah. Leonardo said, as man has within himself bones as a framework for the flesh, so the world has the rocks which are the supports of the earth. And man has within him a pool of blood, wherein the lungs, as he breathes, expand and contract. So the body of the earth has its ocean, which also rises and falls every 6 hours with the breathing of the world. As is poetry. Huh? It's very, very nice. And something interesting is that in the West, modernity and the mechanistic view of the earth, which is the basis of modern science, killed these types of metaphors. But the discipline where they continued the longest was earth sciences, simply because earth sciences is one of the last sciences, because our object is so hard to describe that we went on. And he is James Hutton, of course, so is one of the founders of modern geology, and he is very famous for having invented or described the rock cycle. So the mountains build and erosion fragments the rocks, rivers bring the sediments to the ocean, the sediment settles, and then in time with burial a new rock is formed, and he didn't know how, but then this is uplifted and the rocks become uplifted in mountains, and the cycle starts back again. And he is famous for this. This is a genial intuition. And what is really interesting, and he did not study geology because one could not study geology. He studied medicine in Leiden. And his thesis was on the circulation of blood in the human body. And so then he went on to write his very important treatise on the theory of the earth. He said something like, I consider the earth to be a superorganism and that its proper study should be physiology. And so it's so ingrained in our brain that something unknown, we have to explain it with something we know. And he, of course, was in the best position because he had studied the circulation of blood. So at this point, we have to distinguish metaphors from analogy as communication tools. And both are what you call declarations of similarity. You describe something using the vocabulary of something else, but there are very important distinctions. And the best way is to show you two images. This is a metaphor, and you see that it is a false statement because people can fly because we are on a planet that has gravity. However, there is something there. And there's, why are they flying? And he is Marc Chagall, of course, and she is his wife, and they're flying over their hometown of Vitebsk, and now it's Bielorussia, and they're flying because they're happy. And the message there is that metaphors are a provocation because they are a false statement, but there's some truth behind. And so it sets the mind looking for an answer. And so there are ways to foster creative thinking. Okay, that's metaphors. This instead is an analogy. It's the analogy used by Ernest Rutherford to explain the hydrogen atom, comparing it to the solar system. And of course, the electron has a correspondent in planets and the atomic nucleus to the sun. But the strength of the analogy is something different. The strength lies in the fact that the electron revolves around the atomic nucleus, just as planets revolve around the sun. And so the strength of analogy is that you're mapping the relations between objects of one domain to the relation between the corresponding objects in the other domain. And everything you lose in provocative and creative thinking that metaphors have, you gain an explanatory potential. So while metaphors help you provoke and create creative thinking and gain attention, analogies help you to explain stuff, okay? And we can also map this in the simple diagram. We have the sharing of attributes on the horizontal axis and the sharing of relations. And in one extreme, you only have mere appearance matches, okay? So zebras and prisoners have something in common because they are striped, but nothing else. Not very useful, okay? Metaphors already integrate a certain degree of mapping of relations, okay? And analogies are the extreme where the mapping of relations dominates over the mapping of attributes. And then linguists that are great systematizers like Aristotle, they have another category called analogical metaphors, and I was about to leave this out because it's a lot of detail, until I came across a great example in the media, and it comes from a protest march against the reform of the French pension system, and the French probably have seen this already, and it shows that analogical metaphors are great communication tools. Did anybody come across this one already? Okay, so it was all over the web in France. I thought I had, but okay, so you guys have connected somehow to this thing, okay, and you can use this kind of communication to get your message through, or at least gain attention. And so now we can go to the heart of the matter. How can I use metaphor and analogy to talk about ocean change to lay audiences? And we come back to this first scheme here, and you see there's the cartoon of the ocean on the left with numbers on. Those are the objects. And then you have the cartoon of the circulatory system on the right with also the same numbers, and the numbers coincide. So the surface ocean is has the number 1, and the lungs also, etc. And we'll go through the metaphors and analogies that can be used to link these two domains. Number 1, the surface layer is to the ocean what the lungs are to the human body. In the human body, the lungs exchange oxygen and CO2 with the atmosphere. In the ocean, the same gaseous exchange occurs between the atmosphere and the surface ocean. That's an analogy. And if you want to declare this metaphorically, it's the surface ocean is the lungs of the ocean, okay? This is a false statement, but if you are in some, I don't know, a dinner party or everything or anything, and the person next to you knows that you're a scientist, and she said, I'm unlucky because it's going to be boring, and then then you can say something like this, and the person will go, oh, there may be something behind this, and then you bring the analogy in. Number 2, downwelling and mixing are to the ocean what arterial blood flow is to the human body, and the human body arterial blood flow brings oxygen-rich and CO2-poor blood from the lungs to the muscles. In the ocean, downwelling and mixing brings oxygen-rich and CO2 blood surface waters to the CO2 poor to the lungs. Okay, and the metaphor, of course, is downwelling is the arteries of the ocean. I'll go quickly through this. The deep layer is to the ocean what the muscles are to the human body. In the human body, muscle metabolism consumes oxygen and produces CO2. In the deep ocean, organic matter degradation consumes oxygen and produces CO2. This one I like particularly. The deep ocean is the muscles of the ocean. Okay. Same with the upwelling and mixing that are basically the venous blood flow in the human body. So upwelling is the veins of the ocean. And then a question for the audience. Do you think that the ocean has kidneys? So So of course the answer is yes, otherwise I wouldn't know. But then, can anybody tell me what the kidneys of the ocean are? Not really, but there's another analogy. It has to do with carbonate. Acidification is a disease. We'll come to that. Sorry? Very, very near. Exactly. So what do kidneys do? Many things. They're a miracle. They also are one of the three mechanisms to control the pH in the human body. And if for some reason the human body acidifies, the kidneys retain bicarbonate and excrete protons, acidity, and vice versa. And in the ocean, what happens is that the calcareous plankton, coccolithophores, foraminifers, when they die, they settle through the water column, and then eventually they go into waters that are undersaturated with respect to calcium carbonate, and they dissolve, basically releasing bicarbonate and consuming proton acidity. This is called carbonate compensation, and this is a medium-term pH regulatory system of the ocean. It works on thousands of years, okay? And so the kidneys of the ocean, someone who said corals was near, is the carbonate compensation mechanism. Okay, is for the ocean what the kidneys are for the human body. And this is also quite nice. So if your thing is carbonate compensation and you have worked for 30 years on it and the person next to you is falling asleep, you can say the carbonate compensation of the kidneys of the ocean. So, and you have maybe a window of 45 seconds before the person goes away. Okay, so is this carbon cycle analogy just some kind of rhetorical exercise, or is it rooted in fundamental physical and chemical similarities between the ocean and the human body? And when I tried to answer this question, the first thing I did, I looked at ocean carbon cycle models, box models, simple stuff. Every box is the atmosphere or parts of the ocean, and the arrows are carbon fluxes. And typically these models calculate things like the pH of every box, the partial pressure of CO2, the AC oxygen in time. And then this was more near to the stuff I do in geochemistry, but then I found out, I did not discover, I found out because I didn't know, that human physiologists do the same thing. They have models of the human body, of the carbon cycle in the human body, with boxes, which are organs or tissues, and then connectors. And these models calculate pH, PCO2, PO2, exactly the same stuff. The maths is the same. Differential equations, source terms, sink terms. So what I said, I'll take these two models and I'll simplify, and I want to see if they evolve into different models, two different set of equations, which means that the analogy is not really rooted in physics and chemistry, or if they fuse into one and only model, which is actually what I found in this very simple two-box model, which is this simplification of the two. And we have carbon exchanging between one reservoir, A, which exchange with the atmosphere, and then another reservoir that has some kind of stabilizer for acidity, okay? This simple model can calculate the chemistry, the carbon chemistry of the ocean and of the human body without changing the equations, only by changing the parameters. Even if there is, I think, a 10 to the 19th magnitude difference in the amount of carbon in two systems. But at this really, really simple scale, it works. And these are some steady state model results. Human body, pre-anthropogenic ocean for the partial pressure of CO2, and the lungs and the tissues and the corresponding compartments, surface and deep ocean, and pH and total alkalinity. I will not go through this in detail, but the model results are the red numbers, and they fall within what is measured in the ocean or in the human body. And this is a steady state result. But then I said, okay, if it's really working, it also has to work in a non-steady state situation. For example, now we are emitting CO2 in the atmosphere. The whole system is in a non-steady state. And what is the correspondence in the human body? And I started thinking about diseases, conditions that affect the the circulation, the pulmonary exchange of oxygen and CO2. And so I looked at asthma attacks. And asthma attacks, everybody knows that the lungs have a hard time importing oxygen, but also they have a hard time expelling CO2. So the body acidifies. And in extreme and severe asthma attacks, people die because of the acidification, not only because they don't have any oxygen. And so I set the model up in the human parameterization, and I simulated an asthma attack. And you see, and we look at the arterial pH there, you have a very, very steep acidification, and the pH is lowered below the orange bar, which is the physiological healthy pH, which is, by the way, extremely strictly regulated, okay, in the human body. And then what happens is that the kidneys kick in, and the kidneys retain bicarbonate and expel protons, and then the pH comes back again in a healthy sort of position, and the kidneys are saving the human body from this attack, okay? And then I said, okay, I have to see if the model, even the simple model, can reproduce real clinical data, okay? And I looked, I concentrated on, so this is the red circle is the acute severe asthma attack. You either die or you're in a hospital and they keep you alive, and then but you have the chronic asthma, which is this some kind of steady state blue dot, and I found quite a lot of data for the chronic asthma of people that have, for example, COPD, people that smoke a lot and they have really, really severe health problems. They're like in a permanent asthma attack. I found very, very little pH bicarbonate data for the acute asthma, because when someone arrives at the hospital, they're not producing data for me. They're saving the people. So, and this is, so the COPD steady state chronic asthma, and you see that the more CO2 you have in the bloodstream, the lower the pH, and the higher the severity of the asthma. Okay, and the more bicarbonate you have, because the kidneys are continually retaining bicarbonate to save the body. And I ran the model simulating several steady states with more and more difficulty. I don't know, it's harder and harder. I made it harder and harder for the lungs to excrete CO2, and this was the result. So that simple model can reproduce clinical data of people with asthma, the chronic asthma. And then I said, okay, what's the corresponding thing for the ocean? I said, of course, CO2 emissions. And I parameterized it for the ocean, and I injected this amount of CO2 in the atmosphere, which is some 1,000 petagrams of carbon in 500 years is some standard thing. And then I had a look at how the ocean reacted. And of course, I was trying to understand if carbonate compensation, so the correspondent process of the kidneys, will save the ocean from this huge asthma attack. And the answer was that, first of all, it behaves pretty similar to the kidneys and asthma attack. That's very nice. The ocean acidifies, and then carbonate compensation brings the pH back to normal, producing bicarbonate. These are the coccolithophores dissolving. And the problem is that, look at the time scale. The carbonate compensation works on time scales of thousands of years, and we are emitting CO2 on time scales of decades to centuries. So we will be for quite a lot of time in a transient where the carbonate compensation will not be able to de-acidify the ocean. So for the ocean, what we're doing now, this is really like an asthma attack, and we are going into an acute severe asthma attack, and the internal mechanisms of the ocean are too slow to save us rapidly. So this is an analogy. And then I had fun also trying to fit some data from IPCC, and I will not get into this in detail, but basically this very simple two-box model can also reproduce the acidification scenarios of the ocean. It's not surprising, because we are emitting CO2 so fast that we are acidifying the surface layer of the ocean, and this is just simple chemistry. You add CO2 and the pH decreases. It's nothing. The model doesn't need to simulate correctly the ocean circulation. And this is the last slide. Anthropogenic CO2 emissions are to the ocean what an asthma attack is to the human body. And the human body modified CO2 and oxygen exchange leads to hypoxia and excess of acid in the blood. And the ocean modified CO2 and oxygen exchange between the atmosphere and the ocean leads to ocean deoxygenation and acidification. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni. We have time for a couple of questions, quick questions.
Hi, thank you so much for this thought-provoking presentation. So what I noticed from your analogy exercise is that you were gathering knowledge already consolidated in two fields, namely human physiology and oceanography, and then putting them together and comparing. So yeah, indeed, it's an analogy, but not kind of a model, because you're not using human body as a standing to study another system, as biologists do with model organisms, for instance, right? For instance, mice or model organisms. So you study processes there and you then try to extrapolate. But then, strikingly, by the end of the presentation, you talk about the future ocean, starting from knowledge we do have about how asthma attacks works in human bodies. So my question is, if you indeed are, as biologists are doing, using the human body as a model to kind of, forecast or at least hypothesize how the future ocean is going to be. So this goes farther than just analogies, modeling, right? Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, but thanks for the question. Actually, scientists studying ocean acidification don't need the stuff to understand how the ocean acidifies. So my point was about how to use these analogies to talk to people who are not in the field, so it's a means of communication more than scientific discovery. Although analogies do play a role in scientific discovery in other occasions. Yeah. So yes, you're correct. I looked at two established fields and tried to draw similarities that could be used more in an explanatory situation.
Thank you. Very interesting. I was wondering, we did some, I'm not from the area, so, and hopefully you'll see tomorrow why. But I was wondering, because we did some research on climate change communication. And so there are two elements. You touched on one of them, and I would like to know your opinion about the second one. The first one is the complexity of the phenomena that we are talking about, which is exactly what you were trying to make a point here. Most people don't understand the scale and the complexity of the problems we are talking about. The second one is the doom and gloom scenario. And I was wondering if you using these metaphors, in a way you simplify the phenomena, but you're also not giving people a way forward, a positive way forward. And this is what in our research shows that most people disconnect because they don't want to know that they have no future. And so they disconnect because it's impossible to live with that thing on you.
Yeah, that's a good point. What I did is I sort of pushed the analogy where I could because it was fun and interesting. And then I think that you can take from these examples whatever you want to craft a communication that is positive. I think you don't have to say everything I said because it's pretty depressing, even if it's the truth. I mean, ocean acidification will take, even if we stop now, 2,000-3,000 of years to go back to normal. But there is a lot of the stuff I said, I think, that you can use to speak positively and engage the public in a positive way, speaking about the health of the ocean and connecting it to human health. Also, there's a very powerful thing in everything is that the idea that to some extent the ocean has some regulatory mechanisms that are a little bit like human physiology. Of course, the control, the homeostatic control of the human body is really, really, really tight, and the Earth system has a few things that remind of this, but they're very, very, they're less strict. But still talking, conveying the information that the Earth system has some regulation, not because it's an organism or anything, but and that we are interfering with this regulation. That already is, I think, important. It's not negative, and you can use the human body to explain that. Yeah, but that's and that's the point you have.
The last question.
Hi, thank you for your talk. I really like the analogy. I think it's very useful. And my question is, keeping on this medical analogy, I understood that the scenario we are facing now is more like the, not a chronic attack, but a punctual, strong attack. So as a medical doctor, I think, I was wondering your advice, no? Because I understand we cannot rely on physiological mechanisms of the human body. It would be like more a medical intervention. Would that be related to ocean alkalinization, or what are the possibilities we have on the table?
What is the Ventolin of the ocean?
Exactly.
Exactly. So where I would still use the analogy is to talk about carbon capture and storage, which is the idea that you can extract carbon from the CO2 from the atmosphere or from power plants and compress it, liquefy it, and inject it. And there are many, of course, problems with this. But what I would say is that we cannot do clinical trials with the Earth organism, with the Earth patient, because there's only one. And this is a way also to convey that all these sci-fi ideas of reflecting the sunlight with the sulfur particles, and I think really the only solid thing is emitting less CO2. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you,
okay, thank you very much.
So the last speakers of this session is Alex Merlo. He's a philosopher whose work engages with the Earth system science and Gaia theory in the context of the climate crisis and human agency and systematic changes. So to you, Alex.
Thank you. There you go. Well, thank you for the invitation and for this fantastic morning. I am really honored to speak here. And after these very good scientists who you will see have spoken on very similar topics to what I want to cover. So I have a lot of slides. Bear with me. I might skip some of them to focus on some stuff that I think would be interesting to add to what has already been said. So I have started by this question of good for the planet, doing a bit the opposite research than my previous colleague. Instead of looking for references to the sickness of the planet, let me see. How do I move this? Ah, thank you. I had looked for references to what is good for the planet, for a healthy planet, to caring to the planet, which is also a stuff we hear very regularly. And when you discuss this, and it's a bit what led me to want to start this PhD, when you discuss with people, it is not really clear, are we really serious about saying that there is a good for the planet, or are we rather saying that what we need to take care is of the human environment? Some people will even say, actually, to take care of the planet, what we need is human extinction. And therefore, there's a tension in this concept, which I wanted to explain. Oh. So I'm not asking what is good for the planet. Indeed, what is good for the planet is to reduce CO2 emissions and many other things to avoid this hothouse Earth scenario. But what I want to ask is it really good for the planet as such? Because one could say the planet has existed in plenty of different states, hotter states, cooler states. So why would the current state be preferable to previous ones? Maybe we are just saying it is good for the planet in a metaphoric way, as the previous speaker might imply. So indeed, the framework of the tipping elements and the safe operating space for humanity stays at saying the Holocene is quite comfortable for human civilization. It is in our interest to remain there. But then, as I see it, the question is tracked back to the health of human civilization and not of the planet as such, who one could argue indeed Gaia doesn't care whether it has humans or not. It will take care of itself in the long term and so on. But the fact is that as the whole field of Earth system science and Anthropocene in the social sciences has shown, humanity is indeed deeply transforming the Earth. So to say that Gaia doesn't care about humanity, I think is not quite right. So indeed, I will speak about Gaia. I will take Lenton's and Latour's definition of Gaia as life plus its effects on habitability. So the coupled system of life and its environment in a measure that environment has been transformed by life and also sustains life. So we are not just talking about the biosphere as a self-regulating system, but the biosphere coupled with its environment. And I will contend that over a sufficiently long term, Gaia is coextensive with the Earth system, because indeed we find that the planet Earth is the only one to have the mobile, fully recycling tectonics, the only one we know to have such a powerful magnetic field, and these are characteristics that are useful and necessary for life over the long term. So the Gaia hypothesis would, and I think it's a robust hypothesis for scientific research, would contend that we have such a strong magnetic field and we have the mobile crust, the plate tectonics, because we have life on Earth, and over the long term it has transformed the planet to make it such a self-organizing and very plastic thing. So this is just, an assumption I put forward. But indeed I agree with the idea that the Earth is not exactly an organism. I agree that to say that it's an organism is a metaphor. Of course, it depends on how you define the organism, and there are many definitions of organism as a self-sustaining, self-organizing entity which could fill the Earth. The problem for me is that you lose what many other stuff that is specific to the organisms, which is a particular level of life organization, a very special and central level of life organization. Which does not apply to Gaia. And maybe for me the most fundamental is that all organisms exist in a biotic environment, exist in ecological relations, whereas Gaia does not exist is the only one to exist in an abiotic environment. Because every other living being is part of it. So does this mean that it's a metaphor to say that the Earth is alive? I don't believe so. I think there's a fundamental claim to say that the Earth is alive for several reasons. One is that, in fact, the Earth and the living organisms, we all agree to recognize as living, are not two separate entities, but in fact, as I've shown before, the characteristic of the Earth and what makes it take these very particular self-organizing properties are there because of the presence of organisms. So there's a material continuity between the two things that are being compared, so they cannot be completely separated and just look for sort of analogies, but there's a deep connection between both levels. And I think that ultimately recognizing something as alive has to do with recognizing a certain value to it, recognizing it has a certain subjectivity, not in the sense that it is conscious, aware necessarily, but in the sense that it has an interest of its own. It has a good for itself, and also therefore a call to care for it. And the appreciation of what is alive, I think, has shifted and is different across history and across cultures. For many indigenous knowledges, it is clear that our whole environment, the mountains, the rivers, are part of a living thing. They are animated, they are alive. On the other hand, in Western culture, I think for a long time, at least in modernity, we recognized, following Descartes, we thought that animals were machines, and that the only purely subjective thing was humanity. It was the only one who was actually conscious, which was spiritual, and the rest of nature was a series of machines. And I think the deep transformation of our perception that Gaia brings on is precisely to understand that, as Pellegrini and others have very nicely shown, that our environment is indeed animated in deep ways. So, I'm sorry, no, this is not my last presentation uploaded in the folder, so I'm missing some slides. I don't know if you can recover that. I'm sorry, because I updated it precisely to address some of the. Yeah, so I will go on in the meanwhile, but the question then is, how do we conceptualize? What do we mean when we say it is alive? And of course, it bears there's a problem. It's that we don't have an universally agreed definition of life. There are many proposals. Kepa Ruiz-Mirazo here has a very important and famous one, but it remains, and I think there are reasons to say that this is a problem that cannot be solved. So, my path over there, yeah, that's when I noticed that something was off, because I pulled this image. I think there's a third path between physics and Darwinian biology. It's a path that indeed starts from the left path, from the understanding of cybernetic systems, of machines, but which realizes that machines are in a way limited and fundamentally different from living things, because they are not able to produce themselves or sustain themselves or reproduce in the way that biology does. And thus moves to a deeper cybernetic understanding of what makes a living organization. It is different from the mainstream biology in that it doesn't focus so much on selection theory and on the idea of traits being selected through fitness and through the transmission of genes, but rather on what makes an organism alive, thinking that actually the transmission of DNA and the fitness is a property of that organism and not something that emerges from natural selection, but rather something that is fundamental. There's a material continuity in the organization of life, which has to do with these certain characters of circularity and closure of living things. So my area of research is precisely seeing how these concepts that have been developed to study the fundamental properties of cells and organisms might have something to say about the planetary system as I have defined it. And this, of course, is an old idea. Margulis herself, who was more interested, I think, in this third path, the one that was closer to biology, but not so much to mainstream biology, described the Earth as an autopoietic system. Although she never really systematized, showed exactly in what sense was it autopoietic. For her, it was a way of defending this, I think, this third path. But I have not found in her work a proper reconstruction of Gaia as an autopoietic system. The definition of autopoiesis involves self-production and self-delimitation. So the second condition is that the machine, that's how Varela defined it, it's constituted as a concrete unity in the space in which it exists by specifying the topological domain of its realization as a network. That's it. It creates a sort of membrane which constitutes itself as a body. It means that when the organism dies, the body disintegrates. And for me, this is different from the Earth. So I don't think that it fully applies to the Earth. The Earth is a physical body, and it will continue to be an object even if life disappears from it. It is true that it builds a membrane which allows it to exchange and regulate its exchange with the environment, but the membrane does not fully, at least, have this property of holding the whole body together. Well, that's my sense of the problem. So I think we need a more abstract, but more precise characterization of what is the fundamental property of living beings, and therefore, how do we justify to include the Earth system in that class? And I think that this is a preprint I have in here under consideration. I invite you to check it up because I cannot go into the details, but I think that this description of the closure of constraints, meaning that the different processes that go on in the Earth, they are not only circular in the sense that they are recurring, but in the sense that they constitute a closure because they constrain each other in a way that altogether the organization creates a condition for its own permanence. So this is more or less what has been described, how there are emergent properties of the functioning of the Earth, such as thermodynamic disequilibrium, the temperature, the elemental availability, even the periodicity, and I will come to this, and the biological complexity are other all emergent properties of this planetary organization, and are also the conditions of the ongoing of this planetary organization. And actually the philosophical project, because this third path is mainly developed in the faculties of philosophy, not in the science faculties, because it poses itself again a philosophical problem, which is the project to ground normativity, to actually explain how a physical thing can acquire values, norms, and functions, and so on. And it takes a different path from the neo-Darwinism, who explains functions as selected effects. It rather explains the functions as the particular position that a part of the system holds in the organization. So I think it works well for the planet, and I invite you to see my preprint to see if it all makes sense. But I want to go further, because at this level we say, okay, the Earth maintains itself within viability limits, and thus it is in its own interest to persist. But what Tim has showed is that it not only has done that, not only has it remained in this range, but also it has evolved to more and more complex states. And can we describe this not only as a tendency of a physical system, but also an improvement, something that is better for the Earth as such? So then we move to the question of why the current, more complex state would be better than others than previous states for the organization of the Earth. So just to clarify a bit, I present four different levels of planetary persistence. The first, as I said, is the Earth is a physical object. It might harbor life. We could conceive, even Lovell conceived that life could exist in pockets within the Earth, and so not necessarily always have a planetary organization. But indeed, over time, it has created this sort of planetary scale system, which allows it to remain within the limits of viability. But also, over time, it has evolved to what I will call a state of heightened autonomy. And I will later give a definition of what I mean by autonomy. And this state is sustained through a regular oscillation, which calls to what Pellegrini explained about the glacial interglacial oscillation. So let me explain this. This is a picture to show it. I will move through these three aspects quite quickly. The first, thermodynamic capacity, and this comes from Lovell himself. He said Gaia likes it cool. It prefers cooler states. And I think this can be substantiated in thermodynamic terms. A cooler Earth, one that is closer, but not below the point of freezing, is actually more thermodynamically powerful. It is less entropic, and is more able to perform work. And we are referring not only to living, like to organisms, but to actual atmospheric processes, which are the ultimate limit for the recyclability of matter. Atmospheric process, oceanic processes, all those depend on the use of the sun of the energy, mostly, to power themselves, and the Earth has evolved to a cool state which allows actually a lot of movement, a lot of disequilibrium, which makes it a powerful thing. Yeah, so here we go back to these graphs which show that over time the oxygen has increased and the temperature has gone down, at least during the Cenozoic. This is the longest estimation of the temperature of the Earth, and it is not clear that the trend has always been downwards, but at least in the Cenozoic it has clearly become cooler. So I increasingly increase the zoom. This is the latest 65 million years, and this is the last 5 million years, and this is the last period, which is the same period that Josep has covered, where you find this regular oscillation. So it is clear when you see this graph that it resembles an organism. It looks like a stable organism, actually. All organisms present this kind of rhythmicity, and it is this oscillation between two states, which is a marker of their stability and their robustness. Here I go back to WeOcean, because what he contended when he said Gaia likes it cool was also that, in fact, the Holocene was a sort of feverish state. It was already warmer than Gaia liked. It was comfortable for humanity, but maybe not so much for the Earth. And I think if you look at it, what you see is it is rather a marker of the stability, as I have said. There's an oscillation, and the interglacial period is necessary in order for the glacial period to come back and so on. So, as we mentioned with Josep, this oscillation is synchronized. It's known in the geological record that there has always been this kind of oscillations in the climate of the Earth. And it was discovered by Milankovitch that they were synchronized, generally with some of the periodicity also in the changes of the rotation and of the Earth and of its trajectory around the Sun. There's small oscillations also in this. They have this periodicity, 26,000, 41,000, and 100,000. And this, in fact, when Margulis, this is in her correspondence with WeOcean, when the first time she discussed the Gaia theory with a climatologist, the first objection was, no, we all know that the Earth doesn't regulate its climate. It's the Sun which actually does that. It's the Sun that forces climate change through, or rather than the Sun, the orbit of the Earth changes the solar forcing, and this is what regulates the climate. And it was sort of a strong objection against the Gaia theory. I think we can take it the opposite way. In fact, the fact of synchronizing your own rhythms to external energy cues is something which is characteristic of every living being. We all are awake during the day and sleep during the night, mostly, and so on and so forth. The ecosystems are also synchronized to the rhythms of the moon, because it's a useful cue, actually, to organize the metabolic processes that allow the system to remain alive and to sort of orchestrate the different chemical processes that need to go on, and this is an intrinsic property of all organized things. So the same thing we could say about the Earth. And this here I move to what I mentioned, the mid-Pleistocene transition problem is that over the last period, the last 500,000 years, more or less, the rhythms have become slower, and they have actually become synchronized with this, the red rhythm, the eccentricity of the Earth. Also, they are happening over 100,000 years. And the question whether they are actually synchronized is also open, because some scientists have pointed that sometimes the change in the Earth can be traced to start before the forcing is perceivable in the Earth. So it is contentious. And there are different models, some more endogenous, which I think are in the line of what Pellegrini proposes, some more mechanical, that try to show how this oscillation is forced on the Earth by the Sun. My hypothesis, or I think what the Gaia perspective brings to this is, of course, to favor the endogenous explanations, and I think there are many good reasons for this. The solar forcing of the slower rhythm is also by far the shortest, the weakest measurable forcing. So it is very hard actually to show how this very small variation can actually trigger such huge states. I think it precisely favors this physiological endogenous explanation for the oscillation, and it even suggests a sort of heightened autonomy of the Earth system. Indeed, the climate system is clearly resisting the forcing of the shorter cycles, which bring on a much higher forcing change in the solar radiation. The climate system of the last period overcomes this forcing and becomes slower, and as I like to say, Gaia likes to chill rather than Gaia likes it cool, because not only does it prefer to be fresher, but also chill in the sense of to be tranquilo, no? Quiet, to be at ease, to be calm. I think it is the marker indeed of a healthy or a very stable organism to have these slower rhythms to itself, which are indeed more endogenously driven. So this is for me the second dimension in which I say that this last period of planet history is more autonomous. After the thermodynamic capacity to do more things, to create more movement, there's this ability to regulate itself in a more endogenous way. Although beware, and this is an objection that was raised by Watson, and I think it has to do with the debate between Tim and Watson. He objected, actually, this last period, which you say is so stable and so robust and so on, actually is very delicate, because the ice caps which work to cool the Earth, to maintain it through the albedo effect, to keep it fresh, are also very, very sensitive to change in temperature. So as soon as there is a small change, the system is destabilized. Also, there's a high sensitivity of the system to variations in the atmospheric CO2. So because the sun has become more bright, let's see, the cooling system needs to work more efficiently in order to maintain the Earth at these lower temperatures, as it does. And thus, this moment of Earth history is a sort of critical state, or as philosophers of biology like to say, it's in the verge of chaos. It's highly self-organized, but it also means that it can be tipped into a very unstable situation or crisis. So, and this is indeed where the tipping elements come in. The third and final dimension of planetary autonomy for me is the fact already presented by the previous speakers that indeed biological complexity has increased over the Cenozoic period. The time of the mammals has also been the expansion of grasslands and many other ecological developments, which are not only the effect of the geological conditions, but also, at least according to some researchers of tectonics and so on, can also be used to explain the profound changes in the Earth crust and so on. There's a retroalimentation also of the living and the living crust and the lithosphere, let's say, the biosphere and the lithosphere, to put it simply. And for me, something that we cannot not mention as the result of this period of heightened complexity is indeed the appearance of new capacities on planet Earth, such as symbolic reasoning, technology, and so on, which didn't exist previously. And for me, it is an open question whether these capacities, even the appearance of a new planetary sphere, the technosphere, whether I think it's the result of a very autonomous state in which the Earth, because of this autonomy, is able to evolve in creative ways and create new things. But it is yet to be seen in practice whether these new developments will actually be good for the Earth's autonomy or not. And I think this is precisely the practical problem we are facing, and that this helps us to understand. So I defined the planetary autonomy as the degree to which the Earth system determines its own conditions of existence. And there are three dimensions to it: the thermodynamic capacity, endogenous regulation, and biological complexity. And I claim that this is what has allowed us to exist as a species and as a civilization. I claim, or I advance this hypothesis. What else? So I already covered this. And this allows us indeed to understand the current crisis and how the spike in CO2, this has already been explained, does not only take us out of the Holocene, but rather it takes us out of this regular oscillation, which is characteristic of the Quaternary period. And its more visible trait is the ice caps, particularly the North Cap, risks to disappear, and that would geologically put the Earth out of the Quaternary period. And I think this is not only a destabilization of our environment, something that might be uncomfortable for human civilization, but for the reasons I have presented, I think it's bad for the autonomy of the Earth system, not that we can understand it as something different from our own well-being. So there you go. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Alex. But we're a bit late, and we have to go to the canteen, so I mean, logistics is not easy. Just one question, super quick one. You have it?
Thank you. Okay, I can talk loud. Thank you. I just had you said you were going to mention about the kind of normative arguments. Thank you. And what you describe as your constraints and closure, I would look forward to reading that paper, but I mean, it sounds essentially about this kind of negative feedback approaches that keep a system in homeostasis. And, you know, I mean, when you describe the autonomy of the system and these feedback loops, etc., very simple systems can have those feedbacks and that keep the system within a kind of limited range of variability. And but to me, that doesn't necessarily mean the system has intrinsic value. So I just wondered, this jump to intrinsic value, whether you could say a little bit more. You promised you were going to talk about the value, but I just want to understand why these systems, albeit much more complex, have the value that you describe.
Yeah, you're right to point that maybe the key philosophical point. And I think that indeed, Lovelock and others recognized that in many machines we can find self-regulating mechanisms, and that they are useful to understand even physiological properties. The key difference is that those machines have their set point determined from the outside by the person who has built the machine or is controlling it. And what is specific of biological systems is that they determine their own conditions of viability. So then, indeed, you have many complex systems, as Tim has pointed, that you can show that they remain stable, but also they evolve to more complex, more developed states, and in so doing, they modify their own limits of viability. Well, I think that's true, but I would continue to find one of those machines that is actually not part of the Earth, of the living organization. All machines actually are built by humans, and all complex systems, if you go to a manual on complex systems, you will find the example of ants, you will find the example of the human brain. All of them are systems that even if you can model without referring to its living capacity, to actually exist as material organizations who create themselves, so not just as a model that has been designed from the outside, but to actually create themselves, it only happens as part of the phenomena of life. And indeed, this brings the question, yeah, but how is this normative? Well, I think the the idea of function is well resolved. The function of a constraint is the way in which it allows its contribution to the sustenance of the whole organization. The question on why do we have to care about such a machine? Well, it's a harder one. I leave that for later. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Great talk and great discussion. Now we must move on for the cantina, otherwise they start to... So we will be outside helping you to direct you to the cantina. We have tickets for the speakers, the other ones it's at your own arrangement. There are also bars or things outside. And we will come back for the introspective reconnection at 2:15, and then at 3 for the conferences. See you soon. Start this afternoon session. To start, I will have Ifigenia from ICM that has something to announce about these QR codes. And then I'll leave with Paolo Guidetto that will be the chair of this session, and I'll be just there. Okay, enjoy.
Hello, everyone. How are you? How was lunch? And also, thank you very much, Judith and Abril. I don't know if they're here for the happening before. It was super nice. You would have probably noticed this QR code there. It is not a feedback form. What I wanted to present a little bit is a part of our research that we're doing within Tidal Arts Project, which is an Art and Science Horizon Europe project in which we accompany around 20 artistic projects around Europe, in around like 15 countries. And part of our research is this social inclusion and diversity survey, in which what we are trying in every event or conference or congress that we are going, we are trying to understand who is in the room and to see if we are being inclusive and how we could be more inclusive and inform, let's say, future events. So if you could just take 2 minutes now, or like I think the QR will be like throughout these days, but if you have 1-2 minutes, it's just bullet points, you can respond. It's anonymous. If someone cannot access it, let me know and we can do it together. It's available in 6 or 8 languages. What else? I think that's it from me. If you need something more information on this or whatever doubt you could have, you can reach me. I will be here the whole 3 days. So yeah, you can just scan if it's possible, and then we can go on with our programming. And thank you very much. See you.
Ciao everyone. I hope you have well eaten. We are so ready for the next session. I'm Paolo Guidetti. I'm a researcher in marine biology and especially marine conservation from the Stazione Zoologica Anton Doorn. And I'm supposed to chair the next session, and with pleasure, because I see 3 interventions that are, so sounds really interesting. And so first of all, I introduce my colleague from the Stazione Zoologica, Irene Olivet. Irene Olivet is a bioecologist specialized in studying the effects of climate change, environmental factors, and human drivers, especially on the physiology and ecology of macrophytes. So she's going to present, I'm going to introduce the presentation, which is entitled The Role of Marine Macrophytes in the Global Cycle.
But do I need the...
No idea.
No. Do I need the micro? Can I...
You don't need this one. I don't need this one. For the questions.
Well, thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure for me. I'm really happy to be part of this workshop. And I know it's after lunch and we had this session that keeps us calm, so I will try to keep it light and bring some light also to the talk. But yeah, try also to give a bit of this concept and on what I do and how we can integrate it in this global perspective also. So we are talking about the WeOcean, which is blue for a reason. And if this works, yeah. I'm going to bring you, this morning we have been talking about these global cycles, the whole ocean, the deeps, all these circulations, and I'm trying to keep it closer to what we know, to the coastline, which is where we usually interact the most with them. When we go to the beach, when we have more of our experience, most of our experiences as a human being. And when we think about coastal areas, if you Google it, some of the nicest images you will find are those, which are definitely beauty. I think we all relate to them as a nicest experiences, things that we would like to see. Mostly because there are animals which are beauty, charismatic, unique, or we can do experiences, no? We can be in there in a very particular way. But I want to call the attention about the thing that is present in all the images here, and not everybody pays much attention, which is what is at the bottom of the sea, these green things that are always on the sea. So those are actually underwater forest. And it's what I do, and it's what I keep saying is important for the system of the seas and the whole planet. So as in land, there are forests underwater, is what we call macrophytes, that can go up to few centimeters, from few centimeters up to 30 meters. If you have had the opportunity to go to kelp forest, in the Pacific areas, for instance, is amazing. It's like an Amazon driving there. It's like really stunning. And yeah, they are photosynthetic organisms that bring lives, contribute to the ocean cycle and to the functioning of the earth. And it's what I'm going to talk about now. The main groups of macrophytes are mangroves and salt marshes, but I will skip them because they lie on the in between terrestrial and maritime and oceanic zone. So I will keep focus on the pure oceanic macrophytes, which are seagrasses and seaweeds. it's a repetition, but of course, macrophytes mean big things that do photosynthesis, just to be clear here. So there's this differentiation between seagrasses and seaweeds because they are actually different from an evolutionary point of view also. So seagrasses are plants, terrestrial plants, that has been able to recolonize marine systems. So they are vascular plants. They have roots, rhizomes, leaves, and they keep that structure underwater, will make them a secondary role of evolution. While seaweeds are photosynthetic organisms that were developed, all the evolution started from the sea, from waters, and they just evolved more complex form of life. So everybody comes from an original cell, photosynthetic cell that was in the ocean, and then diverge. Some of them stay in the ocean and make the seaweed. Some of them go to land, make terrestrial plants, and decide to come back to the earth. But all of them, at now, they conform the group of marine macrophytes. So why those are important? Why I spent almost 20 years studying them? So basically because they play really important roles as all photosynthetic organisms for the cycle of this life, but they are particularly relevant for marine systems because they are bioengineering species. That means that they have the capacity to modify their own physicochemical environment. What does it mean that? That they produce oxygen and contribute to the recycling of the nutrients. We were saying that organisms cannot, I keep talking about that sentence that was put this morning. They do not eat on their own residues, but they can recycle the byproducts of other organisms, and the microbial community around them can recycle the products that macrophytes emit. So it's this kind of recycling of compounds. They are a carbon sink, so they do photosynthesis, so they take up oxygen and produce organic matter, so that removes CO2 from the system. They stabilize the sediment, and in underwater is quite important because light is the main thing that conditions the photosynthesis underwater, because it gets strongly attenuated underwater as you go towards death. So they, by their own conformation, they help trapping the sediments, so they help keeping the waters clearer. So it has a redundant benefit on them, so they are able to do photosynthesis. And then modify hydrodynamically the system, because since they are 3D structures, they also, I did something? Because I'm seeing here a screen. Sorry, they modify the hydrodynamics, so they attenuate waves, they protect the coastline. So in that I'm saying that they play an important role, not only on the oceanic nutrient cycling, but also on the whole conformation of the system and the coast. Then they have a secondary main role, which is they are called foundation species. What they mean that by the fact that they exist, they help other organisms to be there, to create communities, to form a community, a complex community and an ecosystem. So they are, as I say, habitat-forming species because they allowed other organisms to grow on top of them, or they create refuges areas so fishes can lay, or commercial species can lay eggs on that, so they create this niche where other species can develop. They are nursery areas. They also create hidden spaces where others can be like a shelter for other species, etc. So it's this network of relationship that gets complex as the system grows with time and with the space. And again, it depends if we are talking a macrophyte of few centimeters or several meters, then the complexity of the system also increases. So what we call is that they are biodiversity promoters. By the fact that they exist, they help building networks and complex communities around them. Not only of photosynthetic organisms, but also of the whole spectrum of life, from microbes, viruses, up to big mammals. So in the global context and in the recent years, that has been, this macrophytes community has been spotted as important ecosystem services provided for human well-being. So that is where I start making the link with interaction with humans. And I think that during these days, this I think we could work on that concept and try to get some common views on some discrepancies. So, but at the point, one of the international community is giving a huge effort to demonstrate the role they play as ecosystem providers for human well-being, because all the characteristics I've been described so far have a repercussion in our society and the benefits I will call benefit, and this is also controversial. We will discuss that later. On the benefits the society have for that, because that means that we have food, we have clean resources, we have air, we have spaces where we can go thanks to the existence of these species. They also play a key role in climate change for what I'm going to discuss now. So again, there's a series of things that humanity get from macrophytes at zero cost. They just do it because they are there. And the fact if they disappear, there will be consequences, and also giving the reconnaissance of their role is important for the global functioning of the Earth. So I'm going to focus now on what we do, which is measuring photosynthesis on things that do photosynthesis, because all the characteristics I described for marine macrophytes rely originally in one, that, as I said, they are photosynthetic organisms, so they are primary producers. So the net balance, what they do, because all living organisms respire, and that means that we take out oxygen and release CO2. But if you are a primary producer, you also do photosynthesis, so you take up CO2 and produce oxygen. And the key point is that macrophytes and photosynthetic organisms, the net balance is positive, so they put more oxygen and remove CO2. And macrophytes are especially efficient on that, also because they build a biomass that eventually gets stored in the system. So they are actual removers of CO2. That has implications for climate change, ocean acidification, CO2 emissions, and also for the balances and the stocks of carbon for the global cycles. So I just put some numbers here. The take-home message is that seaweeds and seagrasses the productivity levels are huge, are way higher than what was thought 20 years ago. So the international community is realizing that this is a compartment that has to be considered, and the contribution needs to be put in the global carbon cycle to get an actual estimate and understanding of how the world and how the ocean works. So, as I said, they are important because they are exceptionally good at doing photosynthesis, and that means that they take up CO2 and create biomass. But not only that, they store that biomass. This is an example of a Posidonia oceanica meadow in the Mediterranean, which is kind of the iconic seagrasses for the Mediterranean Sea. And what you are seeing here is not sediment, it's not a rock, it's underground, below ground material, so all the roots and rhizomes of Posidonia store over millennia. This is just carbon that has been trapped into the system. So in this photography, I think it has, you see the diver, so this is around 3 meters of sediment that is biogenic sediment. That means carbon that has been removed from the atmosphere, from the ocean, and is trapped into the sediment. And this is carbon removal. And this helps to counterbalance climate change. But is it stored there until as long as the seagrass meadow is functional, so it keeps alive and it keeps doing photosynthesis? Because the problem of that is that if the meadow dies, all this carbon, so it becomes a bare sediment layer, and all this carbon starts to be releasing into the system. So it's not only that the system is not functional anymore, so it does not take up carbon. It's also that the carbon that has been stored from past millennia will be resuspended, put back into the system, so there will be a net emission of CO2. And this is also so important for these global budgets, because that implies that things can get really wrong if we start losing these organisms that do the job for us, for the consequences that it have also on the carbon release. Again, numbers mean that the amount of carbon stored in the sediment is huge. Another point is that the problem that the scientific community has right now is that it's really difficult to make this quantification because seagrasses and seaweeds change from, again, centimeters to meters, so the capacity of doing photosynthesis is really different between the different species. It's not the same if you are in a polar environment where temperatures are lower than because the biogeochemistry of the water, as has been explained this morning, or if you are in tropical meadows, if you are exposed to hurricanes, or if you are in really calm water. So everything gets difficult, but it's a real need that the scientific community is facing, and we are doing an effort to put data on that to really get a good estimates of the contribution of macrophytes to this carbon cycle. But that per se could be interesting, just knowing how the Earth works and how the ocean works, but the problem is that we are adding on top of that another problem, that is that there are many pressures that are actually kicking ocean systems. This is simply a graph, a figure, that shows how these pressures have been changed along the years, along the millennia. For instance, in the past centuries, deforestation was a big problem. Now the main character is climate change, also the depletion of the fisheries, etc. So this is changing, but if you see the graph also, kind of the intensity of the color is on the right side is present day. So it's not that some pressures appear and disappear. No, it's like they are somehow accumulating towards now. So it's that the ocean systems are slowly facing more pressures, new pressures, and we are not getting rid of the old ones. So this is a cumulative effect that the oceans are facing. As I say, the main suspect right now where the whole community is worried about is climate change. They has been mentioned this morning, some of them, so like the ice melting, the ocean acidification that makes calcareous skeletons dissolve, the introduction of invasive species that remove might remove the autochthonous one and change the whole community of the system, and also hypoxia, which creates big mass death events, which has secondary biogeochemical problems into the system. So just with that, I only want to see that we are facing problems, and somehow these problems are more intense, again, in the coastal zone. Why? Because most of the humanity lives in coastal areas, and because the concentration of organism biodiversity is also on this coastal area. So all the pressures that we are facing there will have an exponential effect in coastal areas. However, there's always hope. So in recent years, we've been talking about nature-based solutions. I will present them, and I hope there will be also some controversy here on what I'm going to say, because there are some concepts that needs to be discussed, because they have been presented as actions that nature does naturally, that protect and preserve the ecosystem. So a clear example for seagrasses or seaweeds, which are macrophytes, is that they have been presented as nature-based solution because by the fact, again, that they do photosynthesis, they are removing CO2 to the system. So they help buffering this ocean acidification. Why? Because ocean acidification means more CO2 into the system, decrease of pH. But if you do photosynthesis, you are removing CO2 and you are increasing the pH. So you are helping balancing the inorganic carbon in the water mass. These have a benefit not only for the seagrasses or the seaweeds because they can do more photosynthesis, also for the associated community, because if in those forests there are calcareous organisms living there, if these macrophytes are able to buffer the pH and avoid these unfavorable conditions for calcification, is a matter of protection layer, boundary that you are creating on those areas. So you are helping those organisms to thrive there, even though the oceanic conditions are not favorable for calcification. Another nature-based solution that has been created is that they are carbon sinks. They remove actively CO2 from the system to store into the sediment. But again, I call the attention about the controversy. It's not that they are doing it now because there's climate change. They have been doing that since ever. So it's not an adding up activity that those guys are doing. It's something that already exists. And we have to pay attention because with the pressures we are overimposing into the system, maybe we are decreasing this function, these benefits, this nature-based solution that this organism has been provided so far. So here there's a matter of balance of different interactions that we need to consider also on managing on the policies for facing climate change. And all that leads to the fact again that, okay, I'm focused basically on the biological perspective, how these organisms work, how the ecosystem works, how the ecology is functioning. But on the real world, humans are main actors that we are shifting and putting everything upside down. So everything has to be also considered in this human perspective. And I just put two slides here to show that on one side, all these ecosystem benefits that we are putting into the picture somehow are always seen from an anthropogenic perspective. They are benefits for humans. There are things that help us, not on the global nature perspective. And the new lines of research are pointing out about this integrated view. So it's just see how the whole system works and how these directions needs to work bidirectionally or three-dimensionally of how we want to see. So put it the whole framing, that it's not something that we are just usufruing from it. It has to be contextualized as a whole thing, but getting also real knowledge about the role that humans and society is playing into the natural systems. And I would like to finish this talk a little bit just coming onto the broad perspective. So why care about that? Why care about photosynthesis, about these macrophytes, about these algae? They are green, they are smelling, they sometimes just make the coast a bit noisy. Why are they important? So because besides, I think they are super important, of course, because they are part of our culture, of our essence as human. They were here before us, and probably they will hear after us too. It has been also somehow put as a comment this morning. Why? First of all, human exploitation, again, anthropocentric view. We have been using algae, seaweeds, and macrophytes since ever. And here is important because from an Occidental perspective, we always use them as a way of getting benefit of them. We use them as a fertilizers, as pigments now for pharmaceuticals, cosmeceuticals. They are on, big screen right now. But if you go to the most Oriental cultures, they have been part also as a really cultural really cultural valorization. For instance, on the Chinese kingdom, I say kingdom, but I'm not sure if it's the proper word. The robes of the king were embroidered with algae as a sign of quality of a very precious material. So that means that the sea and what the sea brings to human has been since ever put into this important relationship. No, it's not that we are just on land and we use land. No. We depend also on what the sea brings us. And on another cultural, broader perspective, for instance, classics of the literature, Jules Verne. You see, one of the classical depictions, it just shows an underwater forest. So it forms part of our of the earth. Even if we don't see it, is there, and it plays a role. So we are really connected to that. And I would like to finish with another example, again, from where I'm from, Mediterranean. Here is Poseidon, the lord of the seas, which was one of the more powerful gods in the ancient culture. And now, by chance, as I said, and as I mentioned, one of the main macrophytes in the world that play a key role for the carbon cycle is named after him, is Posidonia oceanica. So again, that biologically is super important, but since ancient culture, they named that plant, that ocean plant, in honor to one of the main gods. So that was this kind of rationale of, even not knowing the scientific basis, it was already a link to know that that was important and that that plant in the ocean played a key role for the functioning. And it has been forgotten somehow in the past centuries, but now there's a movement of revitalizing all these connections, human-nature connections, and for instance, there are many initiatives. For instance, the Posidonia Green Festival that starts in the Balearic Island, but now is spreading towards Italy, other parts of Spain, that is going in a yearly basis, that again, will try to merge art, science, music, literature, focus on Posidonia as also as a, how to say, an anthropologic link for Mediterranean culture. So how an organism, a marine organism, can build connections among the Mediterranean basins. And then also another examples, for instance, on arts, there's a super nice book on aquarella drawing that explains mythological histories of history of how Posidonia was created, from again linking to the classical mythology. And then also jewelry. For instance, one important artist in Mallorca, a jeweler, has different collections, some of them especially inspired on Posidonia meadows. So again, it's not, I hope I convince you that macrophytes are important in the global cycle of carbon, but also in the global cycle of us as a society. So with that, I just give the floor for the next presentation. So thank you so much. I always forget about that.
The time is perfect. I guess there is a time for one question, even though in the end we will have a common debate. So if someone... before it worked.
Hello?
Yeah.
Now it works. I have many questions, hundreds of them. But the most pressing one is we have in the front of the British coast, the southern coast, we have lost a lot of these seaweeds. And the way out there you don't see, but actually they were lost, and animals with them as well. I see how you can restore seagrass, but difficult, but accessible. How do you do, what do we do to preserve or to bring back the seaweeds that have been lost? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a key point right now. But you just mentioned the right word also. You said preserve. So right now this is the European framework for the restoration law that aims to restore the ecosystems. So again, there are many actions for seagrasses that has been implemented, but also for seaweeds, for kelps, and for some, another like gracilaria, another algae that can be restored on ropes. But as it has been mentioned that morning, that the main key problem that has to be addressed, I also stick on that, is that avoid missing more ecosystems. So preservation, which now is called passive restoration, but that's the key point, because you can restore a system, but that doesn't mean that the whole associated biodiversity and the whole functions and complexities restore right now. First, the macrophytes arrive, and it takes a while until the whole system has all the links and all the connections created. So it's possible to do restoration. There's a lot of effort put on that. And with algae, there are successful initiatives too. But yet, the take-home message should be avoid losing the system, because you don't get the same point where you were before losing it. So, yeah.
You were so effective in managing your time. There is time for a second question. Someone wants to ask that.
Thanks. You showed this incredible 3 or 4 meter thick accumulation of dead Posidonia, I think. What goes on in there? Is there microbial recycling, and then is there a flux of CO2 from the seafloor to the...
Yeah. Well, from a biogeochemical point of view, is really interesting because, well, this aggregate is both biogenic material from the Posidonia, but also all the alloctous material that gets trapped on it. And the first layers are quite actively microbiologically, so there are fluxes of methane, nitrogen dioxide, which actually, well, research is now trying to measure that. But as you get there, the system gets so anoxic and the material gets so recalcitrant that all the decomposition is so slow. So it's a kind of an actual trap. But the problem again is that if you expose that, then oxygenic decomposition will start like crazy, and then will be a huge amount of CO2 release.
And also, if you don't have iron oxides, you have an H2S flux,
exactly,
right?
exactly, yeah. So yeah, I focus on CO2, but all the methane, sulfite, and nitrogen fluxes is another history that now we are getting more information and getting more accurate. But the basic idea is trap because it's anoxic and recalcitrant. If those conditions are not met, then there's...
Thanks.
Yeah.
And thank you so much, Irene, to have also mentioned the fact that we have to protect the species, not because it is convenient necessarily, because, so I guess we have to stress this point much more than we did before. So I'm happy to introduce the second speaker of today, Caio Ribeiro. So sorry for my Italianish pronunciation of your name. He is a chemical oceanographer and ecotoxicologist, and the title of the presentation is Ecotoxicology of the Deep. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I use this? I think that I prefer to use this one because I'm really tall. I would need to talk like this, so I prefer to do that. Can you turn off these lights, please? Thank you very much. Because the presentation is much beautiful when we are in the dark and we are talking about deep sea, so I think it's a good moment to turn off the light a little bit. I would like to thank, I need this also, yeah. Let's see if it's working. Yeah, that's good. I would like to thank Joseph and also Patricia for this invitation. This is amazing to be part of this incredible event that makes science, that makes arts and everything. It's important for me. I am an oceanographer with a Master in Marine Biology, PhD in Oceanography. I was captain in the Navy for 8 years in my life. So I love to be part of the ocean. I love the ocean, and this is really important for me. And this event represents part of my career also, because I'm part of the ocean like you. And I was also dancer. I was professional dancer for a long time, and I say, this event is perfect, Patricia. What is going on here? And I'm really happy to be here. So I would like to say something. 3,000 meters below the surface of the Indian Ocean, there is no light. The pressure would crush a human body in an instant. The water hovers just above freezing. And yet, when our ROV, oh, this is not working anymore? Okay. This is the ROV cameras is switched on the central Indian ridge. What we saw was not one empty desert, it was a city. Chimneys of sulfide rising from the seafloor. Shrimp is swarming around vents that pour out water at 350 degrees Celsius. Entire communities of animals that have never seen in the sun and never will, sustained not by photosynthesis, by chemistry pulled from the rock itself. It was to begin with this image because in the next 10 years, places like this one and abyssal plains stretch across Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Ocean may become industrial mining sites. Not in some distant future, Now, contracts have been signed. Machines the size of houses have been built and tested. The International Seabed Authority is, as we speak, negotiating the rules that will decide whether the largest, oldest, and the least explored ecosystem on the planet become the next frontier of extraction. So the question I want us to sit with today is not whether deep sea mining is technically possible. It is. The question is whether we as a scientific community and as a society are prepared to authorize the irreversible destruction of this ecosystem we have barely begun to understand. And more importantly, what we can do, what the science can do, what to make sure that decision is not made in the dark. So today I'm going to talk about the deep sea mining. I'm talking about ecotoxicology of the deep sea. I am Kyle, I'm a researcher from CCMAR. I'm the head of the research group, Ecotoxicology and Chemical Oceanography. We know more about Mars than our own deep ocean. 65% of Earth is deep ocean, largely unexplored, critical to planetary stability. A word of gradients, we divide the ocean like the zones, the epipelagic, 0 to 200 meters, mesopelagic, 200 to 1,000, bathypelagic, 1,000 to 4,000 meters, and abyssal more than 4,000 meters. When you're going deep, we have more pressure. When you're going deep, we have more darkness. But also, the temperature is decreasing, and also the energy is decreasing. This environment is sustained by marine snow that sinks from the surface. But we have one invisible biosphere. Vast microbial biomass underpins ocean carbon cycling. This is a chemosynthetic environment. Hidden biodiversity hotspots, really important for the environment. Inspiration for art. The beauty of the deep is unknown. There are a lot of bioluminescence species that use luciferin and luciferase to create this reaction that's really beautiful. And 70% of the deep sea species can produce this light. They have extreme adaptations. They are incredible. So they have reinforced cell membranes, reduced ice, or they don't have ice. I've been in one expedition with the Koreans that they call these shrimps Nunten Panten Seu. Is a shrimp with a punch in the eye because they don't have eyes. They look like they have eyes, but they don't have. And we don't have a color in the animals. We have some species that don't have a color. Why will we have a color in the place that is completely dark and I will never see the sun? The biodiversity is incredible. We have a bacteria, polychaetes, spongers, crabs, squid lobsters, corals, and they are high endemic. So isolated populations, unique genomes that we don't know. One hydrothermal vent is an oasis of abysses. Volcanic heat from this incredible environment that the water penetrates the crust and came with a really hot water with a lot of metals that solidify slowly, creating these chimneys. And they are rich in copper, zinc, nickel, manganese. And the primary production is produced by the bacteria, chemosynthetic bacteria. And we have two smoke, the black and the white smoke. The black smoke, normally we have a 350 degrees Celsius. And the white smoke, more or less 60 to 80. The literature is really different. But the black smoke, we have a more zinc, copper, iron, nickel. And the white smoke, we have a barium, calcium. And these different kind of environments, they have a different kind of biodiversity. So we have a lot of rocks here, pirita, chalcopyrita. These kind of rocks are rich in many animals like copper, like iron, really important for the mining industry. But why industry are looking to the deep sea? Terrestrial mining is already really dangerous for the environment. We have problems of deforestation, water contamination, and also people that were killed by burial. In Brazil in 2015, we have Mariana and also another accident in Brumadinho that the people were died with the mining tail. But deep sea mining, in the international water, in a place that I don't know, nobody will go to fiscalize there. Fewer geopolitical barriers and rich in strategic metals like copper, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth elements. And they are interested in many things, polymetallic nodules that have manganese, nickel, cobalt. They are interested in seafloor massive sulfides, SMS, that they call, with zinc, copper, silver, and gold, and also the cobalt-rich crust. But why they need this? They need this for technology. We are nowadays trying to find more technology things. Nickel for electric vehicles battery, cobalt for battery of aviation, copper for primary conductor, rare earth elements for wind turbines, smartphones, and defense technologies that we use every day. And also manganese, 90% used in steel production. We have a projection of 500% growing the need of manganese. So in cobalt in 2050 to clean technologies. And this incredible environment that is a chemosynthetic, they use sulfur and methane for the chemiotrophic that support this trophic web with microbial, tube worms, shrimp, crabs, and predators. And also the deep sea corals, they are important because they are sentinels. They live for centuries to millennia. They grow slowly, mere millimeters per year, and recover on geological time scales. So this kind of environment isn't dangerous. I've been in the expedition in 2023, the Mirai, that in Korean they say that is future. So the expedition was to try to find hydrothermal vents, but not for biological activities, but for geological ones. And we were looking for these kind of things. We found elevated copper, zinc, and iron vent sediments, and also microbial communities. But the problem in this expedition that the geologist was conducting this expedition and the biologists and oceanographers were there just to be part of that and study something. This is the the ROV that we use in this expedition. The name is ROPOS. So they have the arms to take samples, we have the suction, we have a box. And this is the research vessel Isabu where I was embarked. It's a pretty good vessel. And this is the sunset in the Indian Ocean. It's pretty beautiful and also an inspiration for artists. And this is the the dry lab where I was identifying the species and deploying the ROV in the water. We did more than 18 deployments with this ROV to try to find the hydrothermal vent. And we found a lot of corals and anemones and polychaetes and sea cucumber and ophiuroids. And I create this guide for them with the species that we found. But it's amazing for me as a professor. I was professor of ecosystem in Brazil in the course of marine biology and environmental engineering. And I never had my own pictures of the deep sea. So now I have my own pictures of this incredible environment. And I can show you how incredible they are. So we can see the shrimps here, and they look like cooked. They look like it's ready to eat. And these hydrothermal vents, when we approach with the ROV, even without touching, the hydrothermal vents was destroyed. And we have a different kind of hydrothermal vents with different structure and also different temperature that controls the biodiversity and these incredible ecosystems. So these, we can find more mussels and shrimp and anemones and gooseneck barnacles. And these amazing sea cucumbers with different colors and formats. And this incredible octopus Dumbo octopus. This one with these ears that is really nice. So when we approach with the ROV, he tried to show us the ventral part. It was like one umbrella to try to scare us, but he was really cute. And we also have a different kind of fish with different colors and things. But why you're talking so much about colors and format? I will say in the end of this presentation. But we have also some starfish and also some porifera and garbage in the deep. But how can we find one hydrothermal vent? It's not an easy thing to do. To try to find one hydrothermal vent in the deep sea is really hard. It's not to deploy the ROV and go there. You need to do some CTD deployments before. So before this expedition, they do some CTD operation in many areas in the central ridge. And they put in the same CTD one sensor of turbidity. and also methane. And when we correlate both, methane and turbidity is the area that we're gonna deploy one ROV because it's really expensive activity. So this is why we choose this area to deploy our ROV. And now I finally arrived in this area, ecotoxicology, the area that I've been working since 2005. And I love this area because it's the mix of toxicology with ecology. I'm trying to understand the effect of different contaminants that cause deleterious effect to marine life in cell, in tissues, in populations and community and ecosystem. And for environment, we have extreme environment with pressure, darkness, and cold. We have contaminants like metals mostly, but also organics and plastics. And for the ecological function, we should know about the food web, reproduction, and biodiversity. And if we have the deep sea mining, we have heavy metals that will be resuspended. And these sediments, with a lot of metals, can disperse and travel around the distance. And these can be really toxic for the environment. So which kind of impacts we can have in the deep sea? Noise and light pollution. This is a quiet and dark place. So if we have this machinery of a size of a house, can create a really big mess in the environment. If I have an interaction between the species and the light, showing the predator to the prey, or showing things that was not showing before. So this is the thing. Physical disturbance of the environment and biodiversity loss. So we have also this sediment plume that is the main purpose of my research. This sediment plume can travel distance, impacting areas far from the regional site. So they can release many of these metals to the environment that are carcinogenic, mutagenic, and really toxic. And this could affect for decades and even centuries. But who regulates this? International Seabed Authority is the institution that regulates mineral-related activities. So in the next month, I'm going to China representing Portugal in one workshop regarding this activity. So International Seabed Authority, I'm working with them since 2020. So I've been in France in some meetings to talk about the impact of this. And they already have this area, Clarion Clipper Zone in Pacific. This vast area is already being one area that they are trying to explore nodules rich in nickel, copper, cobalt, manganese. So this project that I have was to try to understand the effects of this sediment plume to marine life. So the samples that we have, as you can see, this is a part of the hydrothermal vent that we collected with the ROV, and we have this color that represents the metals that we have. And I performed the chemical analysis. I will not talk about these results and everything, but I want you to show how, like a scientist, we are trying to protect this environment. And we simulate how this activity can create a problem in the deep sea. So we have one hydrothermal vent, and the machinery would like to take these rocks. So when this machinery took these rocks, the sediment plume will be created. These look like a dredging operation that we have in ports. So I'm using this protocol from the US APA, Elutriate, to try to simulate the same thing that happens in dredging operations when we took the sediment from the floor to increase the channel in the ports. But in this way, I'm simulating the sediment from the deep sea that I collected in the Indian Ocean. So I tested with tropical and also temperate species. Some amphipods, sea urchin, sand dollars, mussels, gastropods, the species related the ones that I found in the deep sea. So I cannot work with that species because it's really hard to perform some experiments in the deep sea. It's really, really hard and expensive. So we try to correlate these kind of activities with the coastal species that we have in the deep. And I bring this experiment that we perform a lot of times in our lab, that this is the embryo development. So we try to release the gametes of the animals, and we test the gametes in the embryo development during the test. This is the sperms, and this is the ovules. So this is the ovules from one female sea urchin, Echinometra lucunter. And then we try to fertilize them. And after fertilization, this is the membrane of fertilization, we see after 24 to 48 hours the embryo development, and we have this, the Pluteus larvae. And when the contaminant is causing some deleterious effect, they can change the format. And we have abnormal larvae. After, the right one should be this one, the normal one is this one, but sometimes the contaminant is so toxic like this. And when I have to say to you, all the samples were really toxic, even in the lowest concentration that I could try to test. It was really hard to try to find one concentration feasible because it was completely toxic. And which kind of toxicity? We have a bioaccumulation in the tissue. We have a reactive oxygen species. We have a DNA strand break, protein oxidation. We have a bioaccumulation in gills. So it's completely toxic. We need to pay attention on that because this activity can destroy this unique and fragile environment. So we need to know more about this. The shallow environment to recover is months to years, but the deep sea for recover is decades or to centuries. So these environments, this ecosystem involved over millions of years in isolation. They cannot be rebuilt on human time scale. It's not working anymore. Okay, yeah. And I'm really happy that Portugal signed this moratorium and environmental governance. Law 36/2025 prohibits seabed mining in the entire Portuguese EEZ and continental shelf until 2050. This is a solid scientific knowledge in short time to generate solid scientific knowledge. And this is really nice for Portugal. It was the first country in Europe to sign this moratorium. And I bring this is why I was talking about the colors, I was talking about the shape, the format of the deep sea. Biomimicry. In the conference that I've been in Brest about deep sea biology symposium, we have a section about this, and we have a few people there, but this for me was the most interesting thing in that conference. So how can we use these species for science and also for art? So we have a fibrous optic architecture inspired in spongers. We have a suitable biotextile inspired in species like that. We have a rich resistance proteins from the worms, tube worms. We have a bio-inspired LED, low-energy light technology inspired by bioluminescence, and also hyperspectral cancer detection inspired by the eyes for some species. But also in the art, the ocean is all the time bringing us art. The radiolaria is amazing, so we have some works from artists using the incredible shape of radiolaria, and also for the clothes and dancers, and also for this incredible building in London that was inspired by glass sponger, and also some species from the deep sea creating these incredible sculptures. So this environment should be protected. We need to protect the deep sea. We cannot allow the international regulation, the international industries, the companies to explore this kind of environment. So I would like to thank my students, some of them are here already, and preserve the ocean. Thank you very much.
More precise than a Swiss, Brazilian. So we have time for at least a couple of questions. There is one there.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. I'm finishing one project. The name is Deep Map, where I'm trying to create some maps about the areas that can be explored in Atlantic and also the vulnerability of this area. So I'm comparing the areas that we have already some International Seabed Authority contracts and also to see about the bibliography, the literature. But I also approved 2 projects in the South Atlantic, one in the Walvis Ridge in Namibia and another one in Rio Grande elevation. So to try to see some areas that can be explored and also to take some samples to perform some tests and then continue showing that this kind of activity can damage the areas and can cause some deleterious effect to marine life. Thank you.
Another question?
I think the microphone.
Yeah, thanks for this beautiful talk. I was just wondering, do you have a sense of how big the total resources are that are estimated at that the mining companies are interested in? How big are the deposits compared to the terrestrial resources?
Yeah, it's much bigger than the terrestrial ones. I don't know the number, but they are incredible. So this is why they are trying to explore, because they have a lot of things to find there. To do something in the deep sea is really expensive. I was working in the oil and gas industry for a long time, and even that we don't know so much, we still have a petroleum in the deep sea, but they are still investing there, because if they found parts of that, it's also already important. So if they are investing so much money that they are doing, it's because we have a lot of material that they can explore. But I don't know the number.
But just considering the bulimia of our socioeconomic system, the dominant one, that's true that Portugal specifically did a moratorium, and maybe other countries will do the same. But don't you think we should also do something to involve a little bit people in that? Because it is quite easy when you show the pictures of monsters from the abyss to let's say, people react with a sense of wonder.
Yeah.
But working on the affiliation is much more difficult because it's dark, it's merry, it's aquatic, and we are not.
Yeah.
But it would be maybe nice to invest some effort in this, because at this time you can have the policies and people protecting such as precious environments.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. I think this is the best idea, because normally the people think about the dolphins and the whales and the turtles, but who will try to protect one shrimp from the deep sea? Sometimes the people are not interested on that. So this is why it's important to have the science communication. Rita one day showed me one game that they are preparing, that they have the deep sea. So this is the way that we can find to show to the children, to the community, to bring them with us. It's not just the science, but also the community.
Hi, thank you so much for the great enthusiasm in your talk to preserve the deep. I'm absolutely not an expert in it, but I am very curious to know your opinion about how the current regulations and ideas about who can mine where and the 50-50 system. And I'm from Belgium. I know that we have a lot of ships and we're doing a lot of research there, and we'll definitely take or snip the minute we can. How do you feel about those countries that don't have access to an area that is supposed to be of no one or for everyone?
Yeah, I think the International Seabed Authority is doing a really good job trying to make the contracts and try to protect, but it's still a lot of pressure for them. You know, it's really hard. And I think the countries that have more technology and more money to do that, like Koreans and German, they are doing a lot of exploration, so it will be really, really hard. And also, United States is not signing any the International Seabed Authority and also in any moratorium, so it will be a big problem in the future. I think that we need to protect everything, and then after study more that we can to try to divide the areas and see what they are thinking to explore the inactive vents. So they say that they are not interested in the active events. So I show you how hard is it to find one vent, even to separate one active than one not active. But we still have a biodiversity in active events. We still have the sessile species like a gooseneck barnacle, like anemones that is still there. They cannot change. They are not moving to another one. So this is a big problem. And normally when I present this kind of presentation in conference, the companies say to me that I'm not testing in deep sea animals and that's not comparable. But when I was in the Indian Ocean, I was really near from Maldives and also Seychelles and Mauritius. We stopped the vessel in Seychelles and in Mauritius. So as we know that the deep sea is really quiet, if you revolve something, this plume can travel a really big distance because the static environment, the physics. So can you imagine, this can interfere also in the islands, in the areas that are not just in the hydrothermal vents. We will have a big problem. This is why I'm working now with the Walvis Ridge near from Namibia and the elevation of Rio Grande near Brazil. Because if they are wanting to explore that areas, maybe the pollution can go to the coast and cause problems of aquaculture and the fishing things. I don't know if I answer your question, but I think it's better to the coffee break.
Okay.
We have 3 people.
We have another presentation.
Yeah.
Do we have time just for a quick question? Yeah. Is it correct to say that most of the these metal economic reserves, in contrast to the hydrocarbon reserves that are on continental margins, so in the exclusive economic zones, are most of these in international waters or
in
no?
international waters,
Okay.
normally in the, but
So
also we have a lot in the economic zones, but
Okay.
mostly in the international
So
ones.
geopolitically, it's different.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a problem. Who will fiscalize this? If you allow one company to explore, who will say that they are exploring exactly the areas that are allowed? We still have a problems when we are working. We still have a pirates. When I was in the Navy, like captain, we have a pirates attacking our vessel. Who will fiscalize the activities in the Indian Ocean or in the South Atlantic? So,
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so it's a pleasure to introduce the third speaker for today, and then we will have the coffee break. Eric Galbraith. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So the title of the intervention is The Exponentially Growing Technosphere. The floor is yours.
Okay, yeah. Well, nice to be here. Thanks very much to the organizers for putting together what's a really unique and exciting workshop. There have been so many ideas already today, I've almost lost track. But now I'm going to talk about something different, which is the technosphere. So when I say the technosphere, wait, how do I advance this? Oh, I need this. Does this have a pointer? Yes. When I say the technosphere, do you think of this? No. No, that's not what I'm going to talk about today. What I am going to talk about is all of this stuff, which I'll define for the purposes of today as all non-food matter that has been extracted from the Earth system and transformed to novel states as intended by humans. It's a bit of a mouthful, but I think that more or less captures what I'm interested in talking about here today. And I think it's a useful definition for the technosphere. How many people have thought seriously about this word, the technosphere, before? I don't know, thought about the technosphere. I mean, I don't know. The word's actually been floating around for decades, and when I first heard it, I was like, that's stupid. Come on, we don't need another sphere. We have enough already. Technosphere. But after thinking about it some more, I started to really like it, and now I actually love it. I find so I want to convert you today as well. I think it's a really useful concept for thinking about the human system, about our relationship with the rest of the planet, and actually our separation to some degree from this technosphere that we have created and that we're symbiotic with. And I feel like in thinking about it, I've come to feel like the proverbial fish that's not aware of the water that it's swimming in. I think we're all so dependent and we live so deeply within the technosphere for most of our lives that we're not even aware of what's happening around us and this huge system. And why call it a sphere? I think it's quite appropriate because it spans the globe. It's not, different components within it now are functionally connected. There's functionally connected processes over large distances. And I think it's really helpful to consider it as a part of the Earth system alongside the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, and the biosphere. And there's not that much written on it, actually. There's a paper by Herman Pilath that argues that we need to think much more about this, but there's some really important works, especially by Peter Haff, who thought a lot about this. And it is a really important and growing part of the Earth system. In terms of mass. This is a paper from a few years ago, which shows the history of the mass of the technosphere by material type since 1900. The data went up until, I think, 2012 when they published this one. And the point of this paper was that it looked like the mass of the technosphere would surpass the dry mass of all living things in about the year 2020. So high likelihood that the technosphere now exceeds by mass the dry mass of all living things on the planet. So I'm going to talk about, so my talk's going to have two parts. Because this is WeOcean, I thought I should talk about the ocean a bit first. So part one will be to talk about the size structure of the marine biosphere and how it's been disrupted by the growing technosphere. And then part two, I'm going to talk really about the growth of the technosphere. So first, the disruption of the marine biosphere, which gives me the chance to talk about one of the things that I love, which is the size-abundance spectrum. How many people know the size-abundance spectrum? Also known as the Sheldon spectrum? No? Okay, so I get to tell you about a very cool thing in the ocean. It got its name because it was originally proposed by Ray Sheldon and colleagues at the Bedford Institute of Oceanography back in 1972, based on some measurements they made with one of the first Coulter counters. I think it was the first Coulter counter that went to sea so that they could measure the abundance of particles of different sizes in the water, really like early planktonic research. And what they found was that the concentrations of particles, this is on a logarithmic scale, that the concentration of particles didn't vary much between phytoplankton. So this is what they could measure. They could measure the phytoplankton. They found it really didn't depend on size. And then they did a back-of-the-envelope calculation for zooplankton and one for micronecton and one for tuna. And they were like, it's basically all the same in the equatorial Pacific. And they also went to the Antarctic. And it was like, they're more or less all the same in the Antarctic too. So based on, and if you see the original data, it's messy. But based on these observations, they suggested that to first approximation, roughly equal concentrations of material occur at all particle sizes within the range from bacteria to whales. There's a bold hypothesis to make on almost no data. But it's very hard to test because the range area of an organism depends on its size. And so it's actually very hard to test across the whole size spectrum because, of course, all of these things are patchily distributed in space. And the range area of a tuna is massive compared to the range area of plankton. And so how do you really compare them with each other? So with a couple of postdocs a couple of years ago, Ian Hatton and Ryan Hennigan, we decided, wait a second, we can do this at the global scale because we have global data. So we can just add up all the biomass of all the different sizes of everything in the world and see if that holds. Because if it holds locally everywhere, it should also hold globally. So these guys spent a lot of time digging through different data sources. I won't go through all the details, but basically each kind of major group of biota has its own data source. And so we put those all together and homogenized them. We only looked in the water column. We didn't do sediments or mangroves or coral reefs. But we do have good global coverage. These are all the dots are showing where we have some kind of local data constraint. And then we also had some regional map-based estimates. So we put all that together and then wanted to plot first the global abundance, so the number, similar to what Sheldon did. But first is the numerical abundance of individuals. And because, of course, there's huge numbers of bacteria compared to the number of whales, we use the logarithm, so I put it on logarithmic scales, and then binned logarithmically. I won't go through the details how it's done. But this is it. This is what the data looks like. these bars are the actual estimates spread out over the full size range of all life in the ocean, from bacteria in the blue up through to marine mammals and whales at the high end. And we have a best fit line, which is on top of the data. But you can see you don't really need a best fit line to show you that it's a line. Like, it's amazingly well behaved, amazingly well behaved. When you look at it on this way as abundance. Now we can see there are wiggles in here, but it's not perfectly well behaved there. Oh, sorry, and I'll point out that the slope, if you do a regression of this, the slope is -1. So this is an inverse pattern between, so every time the abundance goes down by an order of magnitude, the size goes up by an order of magnitude. Make sense? Right. But there are some wiggles here, and we can take a better look at those if we look at the biomass. So to do this, you just multiply the abundance by the individual mass to get the biomass in each bin, and then I'll show it in the same way here. So if it were perfectly evenly distributed with a slope of 1 all the way across, this would be perfectly flat. You can see it's not perfectly flat. It wiggles a little bit. We're distinguishing here the upper ocean in solid colors from the entire depth range, which is very hard to estimate. So there's large uncertainties on all of these things. But our best guess was that it looks something like this. So still fairly flat, but with some bumps. So it's not perfect, but it's quite good. And just a nice number, if you like, rules of thumb, it's basically 1 gigaton of biomass per order of magnitude bin is the global sum of marine mass. And if you want to see the bumps better, we can put it on a linear scale, and then you really see, okay, it's not perfectly flat. There are more bacteria than anything else down here, especially in the deep sea bacteria. And there's also what seems to be a bump in the mesopelagic fish range, although I'd say that's highly uncertain. But then you really also see that at the top end, the marine mammals are very low abundance compared to the rest of it. So it seems that overall Sheldon actually was right, except for bacteria and whales. So everything that was in between bacteria and whales is actually flat, but more bacteria and less whales. And I'm not going to go into this, but I thought given the themes of many of the talks today, I should point out we actually followed up that study with looking at the sizes of human cells as the best studied population of cells in any single organism. And we found that actually the same pattern occurs amongst human cells. So these are all the different cell types from a really exhaustive study of cataloging microscopic analyses of human cells. And it's not as well behaved, it's bumpier, but you get the same slope of -1. So same inverse proportionality between the number of cells and the size in a human body. I can't tell you why, because we don't really know, but I thought it was cool to mention. If anybody has an answer for why, let me know. But then next I wanted to get to the point of the technosphere. I said I was going to talk about the technosphere. So looking at the impacts of humans, the impacts that our activities have had on the size spectrum. And to look at this, we looked at climate. We looked at the climate impacts using model syntheses, and we also looked at the impact of fishing using prior model syntheses and applied them to the appropriate size ranges and added up what those look like globally. And this is what we found. Basically, the climate are the pink, and the fishing impacts are hatched here. What you can see is that the impacts are really concentrated towards the large end of the size spectrum, up to the largest whales, where we removed more than 90% of the biomass, and it is still not recovered. So overall, you can see that the climate impacts were quite small. And this is actually including future climate over the next few decades, future climate impacts. But they seem to be still quite small, according to the model estimates. This is just model estimates. But the best guess is that the fishing impacts are much larger and really, really strongly focused at the high end of the size spectrum. And so when we try to reconstruct what that would have looked like before, it would have included this extra pink material up here at the top in the pristine size spectrum. So we've truncated that upper end. And something that really surprised me about this is what I think about the most surprising thing for me, was that because we have this estimate of the fish that used to be up here at that large end of the spectrum, we also have good estimates for what their metabolic rates were. So we can estimate how much they were eating. So essentially the energy that was flowing into this part of the size spectrum through their food, right? Because the big fish up here were eating the smaller fish. And so that predation of the big fish on the smaller fish represents a trophic flow, an energetic flow to the big fish. And we just have to multiply the biomass of the pre-industrial large predators by their metabolic rates to know how much they were eating. And the flow comes out to be about 10 gigatons of biomass per year that was flowing into that pool of large predators that no longer exists, all this pink part that we've removed. Do you know how this compares to the flux of food that humans now take as the top predator that has replaced these top predators? Anybody know order magnitude fish catch? About 100 times. 100 times. So there was 100 times more, like order of magnitude, 100 times more energy flowing into the top predators in the ocean before than the amount that flows into us as the top predator in the ocean. Really remarkable, a remarkable disruption of the energetic flow there. And I don't know anybody who has a good explanation for what happened to that energy. It may have gone into mesopelagic fish. That may be why that would be a speculation. Or maybe it's gone to bacteria, or maybe it's gone to the seafloor. But it's no longer going to large predators. And then I also just thought I'd mention there's evidence that this has changed ecosystem function. And this is just from a model study that we carried out with Daniele Bianchi at UCLA. And we compared what does it look like the fish would have been doing to biogeochemical cycling in the ocean in the pre-industrial versus after this large decrease from fishing. And I won't go into the details, but basically through the production of particles and sinking fecal matter to the deep sea, it seems that this would have had a significant impact on oxygen and therefore carbon cycling, especially in the deep ocean. So this may have had on the order of tens of percent of the oxygen utilization fraction impact on the deep sea due to the removal of fishing. And this is actually larger than the estimated biogeochemical impacts from climate change. So it seems that not only is the fishing impact larger on the biomass change than the estimated climate change, but it's also larger on the biogeochemical feedback in the ocean. So fishing has really had a big impact on the ocean. And why is that? How is it that this terrestrial animal has managed to have these huge impacts on this massive oceanic biological system? It doesn't even give us much food. Anybody know how much food we get from the ocean in caloric terms? What percentage of the human caloric input do you think comes from wild capture marine fish? 1. It's around 1%. 1%. It's remarkably small. It's almost like we could lose it from the food supply and you wouldn't even notice. It's much smaller than food waste. So, which is orders of tens of percent. So we don't need it. We like it. It's delicious. I like it. But we've managed to have this huge impact despite it not being a big part of our food supply, really simply because of the fishing technology. So if you came 100 years ago, fisheries looked like this, and now they're these highly automated, filled with gadgets, extremely efficient machines. And I won't talk about the details of this. There's lots of literature on it. We did lots of model simulations about this. But basically, it's very clear that everything about the long-term trend of fisheries is because of better fishing technology. It simply makes it, the better the technology gets, the lower the abundance of fish can be at which it's still profitable to fish. And so at equilibrium, the consistent trend is to drive down the biomass to lower and lower levels as long as the technology is improving. And then where does this technology come from? Is this technology coming from like fishermen like out in the ocean trying to figure out how to build better fishing boats and come up with new technologies? And not really, right? A tiny, tiny bit of it. But I think it's fair to see this as essentially part of this global progression of technology. It's just one expression in the ocean of this global technological change, which is part of? The technosphere. Yes. You guys are good, yes. So the technosphere has been growing. We've been extracting materials, transforming them into different things, growing rapidly. It's the basis of economic growth. It's remarkable the degree to which it's correlated with GDP and long-term GDP growth over time. It's really, really very tightly tied to the technosphere mass. It's really at the nexus of environmental problems. I feel like we often blame humans for environmental problems, but I think we should shift the blame. I think it's the technosphere that causes environmental problems. And it's a big part of economic processes, but it's not usually studied as a physical thing. It's not usually studied in terms of mass, I've come to learn. So I'm going to talk about it here in terms of mass. The main field that I discovered where they really do mass-based study is called social ecological metabolism research. Has anybody heard of this? Yes? Some people have heard, yeah? Great, they're awesome. They're a super interdisciplinary bunch of people, very, very small community. Sometimes they're lumped in with industrial ecology. There's a lot of engineers that go into it, but they really have been doing great stuff. They've been collecting data on the production and use of materials from many countries over time, and they assemble these into what they call dynamic stock flow models. They do this economy-wide material flow analysis. And here I'm going to talk about some results from a group in Vienna at the Institute for Social Ecology, and especially using this model MESO2 by Dominic Wiedenhofer and others. So here I'm going to show work where we took that and we combined these together with bottom-up estimates to get an overall end-use consumption, end-use composition of the technosphere in order to understand what is this thing, what is this technosphere made up of, and how does it work. And so working together with this Vienna group, we published last year the first attempt to really see what this huge mass of stuff is made up of in terms of end use, in terms of what we do with it. So an end use categorization. And this is a Voronoi tree plot, so where the area of each section here is proportional to its mass. And so you can see here the largest mass is for the transportation part, and that's because this is including roads and railroads. And then the other really large part here, we call the ambient context in which humans spend their time. So this is including buildings that don't have specific functions for engaging in particular activities. So mostly residential buildings. It's a roundabout way to say mostly residential buildings. And then these smaller parts are for food provision. The total mass used in food provision, including all of the infrastructure that's used for food provision. This is for taking care of human bodies, including all hospitals and medical things. This is creation and maintenance of the technosphere. So this includes all extraction and industry, construction, machinery. This is energy provision, maintaining the inhabited environment where we are. And then this very messy category, but which includes this really interesting, complicated assemblage of things that we use for information, organization, and neural interactions. And I won't go into the details of any of these, but the paper came out last year, and I'd love to talk about things if anybody has questions afterwards. But I just wanted to give you a sense of what this technosphere is, and also show you just a couple maps of how it's distributed. So this is the distribution of buildings around the surface of the planet. You can see it's really heavily concentrated in Northern Europe and now also East Asia, where it's been growing extremely fast over the past few decades. And this is the global transportation system. And I put this one up. You can see that this is why it's so easy to get around in Europe. It's amazing. But you can see this is the one where there's a significant mass presence in the ocean. And this is actually we just took the ship tracks of all the marine vessels that we could get and mapped the total existing ship mass in the world onto those tracks to get a sense of where the average positions of marine vessels are. And you can see very, very heavy around Europe and in the Mediterranean. Okay. Did I forget to say anything? Did that all make sense so far? No questions? Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about this growth of the technosphere. So as you saw in that plot I showed before, where it crossed the mass of the dry mass of the biosphere, the growth of the technosphere has been growing exponentially, and it really is exponential. The blue is this reconstructed mass of the technosphere. Here I'm using new data up to 2022, and the dashed line here is just a simple exponential fit. So it's very close to exponential. And what does exponential mean? Well, if you have an exponential growth of some mass m, so I'm going to show a few equations now. I know this is dangerous, and I know it's late in the afternoon, and the lights are low, and it's warm in here. But bear with me. We're going to try to power through a couple equations, because they're not complicated. So the rate of change of mass over time equals a constant, so here it's r, times the mass itself. So if the mass doubles, the rate at which the thing is growing doubles. And that's just the basic equation for exponential growth. And it's typical of an autocatalytic process. I don't know if this is, you correct me if I'm wrong, philosophers, about my exact use of the word autocatalytic here. I know it varies between fields. But in the chemical sense, where the outputs of the process accelerate the further activity of the process. So it's autocatalytic in that sense. And this is not what we see in natural systems. Sometimes people talk about there being exponential phases in bacterial cultures, but if it does occur, it's very short. What we see much more in natural systems is, it's usually called sublinear growth, or some people also call it sub-exponential growth, but it's less than exponential across all living systems, essentially. Here's a plot from a paper we did a few years ago of the maximum growth rate of as many different organisms as Ian could possibly find. This is work from Ian Hatton. And so including major groups. Often you see these things just for mammals or for birds, but Ian really put everything here on the same plot. And so this is a log scale of body mass here on the bottom, going from bacteria all the way up to whales. And then this is the maximum growth rate in the life course. Obviously, things grow slowly when they're just starting, and then they slow down and stop at the end. This is the maximum in the middle for each of these organisms. And when you plot these all on the same thing, you do not get a slope of 1, which is what you would get for exponential. Instead, you get this very consistent slope of, shown up here in the regression, 0.74, so roughly 3/4 slope, which is a fascinating thing. To me, this is the most interesting thing in biology. Does anybody have a good answer for this one? No. I think this is a really tough one. But for some reason, all life follows this. And we think it has to do with maintaining stability across the system, because all of these living things are in communication with each other, and they're all nested hierarchically within larger growing systems. Everything large has smaller things within it and is also a part of larger things. This is our best guess for what underlies this very consistent pattern, but it's extremely consistent across all life. And this is not what the technosphere does. So this is a rough equivalent plot, but instead of organisms, now each dot here is a country in 1 year. And this is showing the mass of the technosphere in that country in that year on a log scale. And this is the rate at which it's growing. So the gross addition to stock on log scale. And everything sits on this slope of 1. Which is this exponential growth. So this is not just global, but this is actually within every country. it seems everywhere is following this same exponential growth overall. I mean, there's noise in here, right? There's noise. Some countries grow particularly fast in 1 year, and then they have a recession, and it goes slowly for a while. But overall, this is very consistent exponential growth. Okay, enough of that. So overall, very exponential. But there are actually variations within this. So if we can break this down and look at details by putting this on a log axis. So instead of a linear axis, now it's a log axis. And now you can see, here's that exponential fit. Now you can see it's not perfectly exponential all the way through. There's a couple curves that have happened since 1900, which is interesting. And so I'll just put a couple lines in here to show that there's this break in here around 1950 and another break sometime in the mid-1970s when it seems that the growth of the technosphere sped up and then slowed down. And these are the average growth rates over those periods. So about 3, then shot up to 5, and then went down to 4% growth. Right? And I think everybody would say, oh yeah, of course, this is like the post-war boom. Somehow something happened and everything just grew faster after the war. It didn't after the First World War, but for some reason it did after the Second World War. But then this one I feel like is maybe more of a surprise, that there was this significant slowdown in the mid-1970s. So, we got really curious. What is it that determines this production rate? Where does this number come from? And why does it change over time? I mean, this is a physical thing. So we should be able to come up with some kind of physically based theory that can connect to why these rates of change did what they did. And now, a warning, this is still work in progress, so any feedback most welcome on this stuff. But I think you can write a simple equation for technosphere growth. So remember, this is just the basic exponential, right? That the rate, here I'm using T for the technosphere mass. So the rate of change of the technosphere equals some constant times the technosphere mass. And then we'll break it up into 2 terms. It's very biological. So we got a production term and a loss term or a decay term. And we'll just make each of those multiplied by some multiplier in each of those terms. Right. But if you think about what the technosphere was composed of, as I showed before, it's obvious that not all of it ought to be catalyzing technosphere growth. Some parts of the technosphere, yes, like foundries and excavation equipment and robotic manufacturing plants, obviously these will speed up the rate at which the technosphere is produced. But then we've got these other parts of the technosphere that we generate that aren't obviously connected with its own production. So we can separate these parts of the technosphere that fundamentally have some kind of autocatalytic behavior from the rest of it that doesn't. Okay, so we're then going to split up the autocatalytic technosphere mass and say that actually, you know what, the production only depends on that autocatalytic part because the rest of it isn't going to matter. And then that's multiplied by some rate parameter. So you can think about this like a growth rate. If you were doing biological growth, this is just the growth rate of the organism. So when we take the data and we look at how that growth rate has varied since 1900, you might think, oh, technology is so much better now than it was in 1900. You know, it must be reproducing itself much more quickly or something. This is actually not what we find at all. We find that actually it dropped in the early 20th century. And then it's been fairly consistent since 1950. So basically each mass, each new ton of catalytic technosphere, so every new ton of machinery and every new ton of roads and every new ton of vehicles seems to contribute the same acceleration of growth now as it did 50 years ago, more or less, or even 80 years ago. It's remarkably consistent. So that's good. So that makes it simpler. So we don't need to worry about large changes in this tau, although there are some. It did drop a lot up until 1950, and then it stopped dropping.
More efficient, perhaps. Looks like it's more efficient.
Maybe. You mean more efficient? You mean that it
require less this factor is for making the same production you require less
The tau is smaller. Well, smaller tau means there's less production for a given amount of autocatalytic technosphere. So you need more roads, and so it depends what you mean by efficiency. but so back here at the beginning of the 20th century, each new road that was added and each new vehicle that was added and each new piece of machinery actually produced more new technosphere than it did later. So it's actually a decrease in the efficiency. And then, but there was a bump here. But overall, it hasn't changed that much, which is kind of remarkable. You know, there's so many reasons why you could think, the mass is going to be useless. The mass isn't going to tell you anything. But wow, like the mass really works well. It's very consistent across the whole time period. And then here's the actual mass. So here's the estimate of the total amount of the autocatalytic technosphere. So it's been growing more or less exponentially. But you can start to see then why we would have had this acceleration in the technosphere growth at this point, because the efficiency had been dropping as this increased. So it was the decrease in this efficiency was counteracting the increase in the autocatalytic technosphere mass until 1950. And then this stopped dropping so that this took over, and that's why we got the very rapid growth in the technosphere after 1950, because this stopped decreasing. And the reasons are complicated, but I think it essentially has to do with the expansion of the catalytic technosphere into the OECD countries and the beginnings of the USSR. It was that spatial expansion, actually, which allowed, because this had mostly been concentrated in the US and Northwestern Europe, and then the expansion of this was what caused that to stop decreasing. Anyway, details. The other thing that I think is really important is that, and I think this is more interesting for us maybe, is that society makes a choice what to do with when it produces new technosphere. It can go this way or it can go this way. It can make more autocatalytic or it can make like things that are comfortable for us and improve our daily quality of life. So we can choose how to partition those things. And this is the time series of how that's changed since 1900. So it looks like there was an increasing allocation of production to the autocatalytic part consistently over time up until about 1974. And then around 1974, this changed and went back the other way. So this is consistent with the slowdown that happened in 1974. That was actually, we stopped, as a global system, we stopped putting so much of our production back into accelerating additional production, and instead it shifted more into really buildings and furniture, mostly buildings, actually. That was the big shift. But it was really, this, I think, a very deep change in how we allocated production, and it was related to the slowdown in economies throughout the OECD and the beginning of globalization, actually. This is, I think, is referred to as globalization at this time. But I don't have time to go into the details, but I'd love to talk about it if anybody's interested. But really, so this dropped after 1974. And the reason I think this is really a useful insight is because it shows that there's this very strong control knob, which is how much of our production we choose to put into autocatalytic components. And I think capitalism really strongly encourages this. This is deeply tied to how capitalism functions. Capitalism wants to reinvest in the means of production. You know, this is the autocatalytic part. And there was this, for complicated reasons, there was what turned out to be, you could call it a societal choice, although it was a very complicated political, economic thing. But society shifted away from reinvesting so much in the autocatalytic part, and this caused the whole growth rate of the overall technosphere to slow. I don't know if I explained that well, but I think I'm out of time. So, but please ask me more if you have questions. So I think this is exciting. I feel like there's so much to be learned about the technosphere. So it's really a transdisciplinary topic. Like it really sits in between many disciplines, especially earth system science and economics, but also many others. And because it's so interdisciplinary, it really hasn't been studied very much. I think there are big questions. And because it's a measurable physical part of our planet, I think it can really help us to understand links between, especially between the economy, because it's so central in the economy, and Earth system processes. And yes, I think it's useful. And something I just wanted to throw out there as for thought and discussion, and especially given the previous talk, is I don't know where Carla went, but just to ask, will the technosphere continue its expansion into the ocean? We hear a lot about the blue economy. I don't know how do you feel positive about the phrase the blue economy? I don't. To me, this is like the blue technosphere. This is the technosphere expanding into the ocean, and it makes me afraid. I'm not, I worry about it, but I would say, like, there will be a strong tendency for the technosphere to expand. All the new technologies, the new AI are going to continue to strengthen fishing and make it profitable to fish at lower and lower abundances of fish. And deep sea mining is happening and could expand a lot. And I think, I don't know if you've thought about people living in the ocean, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are lots of websites that talk about floating cities in the ocean and people trying out new technologies to construct cities floating in the ocean with, lots of mariculture producing food. Kind of science fiction-ish at this point, but also I think really on trend with where the planet has been heading. So, to summarize, the technosphere is growing exponentially. The exponential growth in fishery technology led to the decimation of the large end of the marine size spectrum, and this disrupted the energy flow in the marine community. The growth of the technosphere is autocatalytic, meaning it accelerates its own production. And that growth rate depends on how much of the production is allocated to the autocatalytic components. And this is really tied to social, meaning economic and political decisions. And finally, the future of the planetary organism, I think, depends on our ability to stabilize the technosphere and its interactions with life. So, sorry if that was a bit long. I'd love to take any questions. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the speech. Wow, not even the time to ask someone else questions. Just a couple, eh? The boss told me just a couple.
Hello, I'm Nélia Mestre. I'm also from CCMAR, University of Algarve, and I'm also a deep sea ecologist and ecotoxicologist. But my question was, you had a graph there with a maximum growth and the body mass.
Yes.
And I was wondering if that includes data on deep sea animals.
Oh, that's a good question. I would think...
Because maybe they won't fit, I don't know. You can
I would think probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, because, like corals, they grow very, very old, and sharks and all these animals, they go...
Well, actually, I remember we did look, there is a Greenland shark on here,
yeah.
which is like pretty cool. So, and I don't remember if this is the temperature-corrected one. Because there are temperature-corrected versions that we've made so many versions of this plot. There are temperature-corrected versions and but they don't make a huge difference. I would bet that they won't be too far off.
Okay.
Because it's so many orders of magnitude. They'd probably be like these things down at the bottom end of the cloud, or maybe a little bit further. Mm-hmm. But I think this is really so universal. I'd be really surprised if anything really bucked the trend, especially after you correct it for temperature.
Okay, it's just like a small point that the largest biosphere is in the deep sea. So
yes, okay, we should check.
Thank you so much for your talk and for all the talks today. Very interesting and very open my mind as a researcher focused on environmental and ocean. I have 2 points about your talk, especially. The first one, it's the effect on the percentage of fisheries going as protein to humans. I always learned that it's the major source of protein for humans. And I also know that besides 40% is lost to bycatch, but there is a big percentage of that going into animal feed, which ultimately goes to humans. So I don't know, I think that 1% is very low.
And I used to work on fisheries, and everybody who works on fisheries exaggerates this number.
Okay.
And I've seen there was a Nature paper last year that exaggerated this number by a factor of 4. But the 1% is the calories,
Okay.
The protein is higher. The fraction of protein is higher. It's a couple percent. And usually they say the fraction of animal protein. So the fraction of animal protein for wild capture fisheries is, I think, about 7%.
Okay.
And then if you include aquaculture, you get up to like 14. So people will often say 14% of animal protein is from fish.
Now.
Yeah, but it's only 1% of calories.
My second one, sorry, I want to go quick because I know many people want to ask you a question. It's if you consider computing technology when you were looking into the autocalistic technology.
Yes.
and then my question is, what do you think that AI will do to that to that trend?
Well,
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's obviously a huge question. And I think it depends how we allow AI to develop. No, I mean, Alex and I were talking this morning, but it really depends. I think it's very dangerous, obviously, because in some senses, AI is like, I mean, this sounds a bit science fiction-y, but AI is like the technosphere becoming conscious to some degree. Maybe not the same consciousness that we have and we know, but definitely the ability to observe, to process information, and to make decisions. AI is already being used to make many decisions, more and more autonomously. And so, of course, there is theoretically the potential that AI could take over its own production and own growth as the technosphere. And I don't know what that would look like or what we would do about it. If I had what, sorry? Well, I don't like predicting the future, but I could definitely see like a bad future and a good future. The good future where we have strengthening of democratic collective decision-making and we get control of AI and make sure that it works for us and the biosphere and that the technosphere becomes a harmonious part of the planet together with all of the things that have been here for millions of years beforehand, or the bad future, which I don't need to go into. Right.
Yeah, okay, thanks so much. I would be tempted to ask in which futures you believe more, but I don't want to say. Okay, thank you so much for today, the three speakers. They did a great. It's time to coffee break.
Coffee break. So the coffee break awaits us. We have 5 minutes late, and we will return at 5, but we will return at 5 plus 5. And we have now fruits that were offered from local producer Madre Fruta, so enjoy. Hello again. We were only 5 minutes late. Now we are becoming a little bit later, but the people needed time to debate in the coffee break. So my idea is that we extended a little bit. Now we have the nice talk by Kava. We have Irene Olivier as chair. And then we can adjust a bit down the time of the debate, because we were debating already. So I pass my words to Irene. Yes.
Hello again, with this boost of energy from the fruits. I guess we are all better. I will be brief. I'm going to introduce the last talk today, because after him we will have a bit of roundtable, so you can start thinking about questions or ideas or things you want to share. And the next talk will be delivered from Kepa Ruiz. He is a physicist by training, but he did a PhD on complex models. And to be honest, I'm very curious, because his professional vision spans different, it's a really transdisciplinary approach. So it spans from biology, the basis of the mechanistic basis of the physics, up to the philosophical questions of how this system works and what are the origin of everything. So with no further delay, please, Kepa, come here. And, well, his talk is on the collective and planetary dimensions of the living phenomenon. Thank you.
Kepa, can I ask you here the timing? So I propose about 35 minutes. Is it too short to you? Or?
We'll see how it flows.
Right? Otherwise, we will not stop.
Otherwise,
35 to 40,
yeah.
Exactly. Then we don't have time of questions, because then we follow for the debate, and we have about 10 minutes of debates or so. It's just that we don't get late. I forgot to say that we have all set for the ateliers next door. We have the 20 places for the Gyotaku. It's on this side. Just that now we will be ready, and you know what is where. And then we have the AI and music and poetry workshop atelier that is in the atelier in the Anfiteatro 1.4, just in this direction. So now we flow it. I let you. Right. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks for coming. There will be people coming. I hear them. But no worries. I'll try to stay concentrated. So thanks a lot to Josep for the invitation and for the... yeah, it's great to be here. I really feel at home. This is not Faro. This is Urdaibai, my hometown. Is here, very close, Guernica. So I feel at home here, really, in the marshes and in the wetlands of Faro. Also, from a kind of an emotional standpoint, there is, this is in Basque. It means we are the ocean, right? This is a song that I used to say bye-bye to my life companion, who passed five years ago. So really, it's like I feel really connected at that emotional level, right? Itxasoa gara, we are the ocean, right, in Basque. And this is a band that played actually in our wedding. So it's a history, right? And being here in Portugal, I cannot help and use this quote from Madre Deus. I suppose that you know the music group. It's already dissolved, but that actually connects kind of a transition between what I said that was more kind of emotional to more the rational part. That's what I'm going to be speaking about, science and more rationality. Maybe we can turn off these lights if possible, because most of these lights are going to be dark. So maybe we can. If you can turn off these lights, that would be great. So they have a song that says, a song that's called Omar, that says, to describe the sea and fail, and this is very important, and fail is the only way to understand it, to understand the sea, but we're talking about metaphors before. It, for the sea, would be us, anything, right? So that actually reflects a bit my dual position between a scientist and a philosopher, because I I think that we have to make efforts to describe things and get wet. And at the same time, philosophy is there to tell us to be humble and to be aware of the limitations of those descriptions, right? So it's a really nice quote that I used in my PhD dissertation almost 25 years ago, and I'm still using it, especially when I come to Portugal. And the reason here is another quote from Oparin, the founder of the Origins of Life field, that also explains why I concentrate on origins of life, right? Because I want to understand something in the living domain, right? And the living domain is incredibly complex, and but how do we understand life? By trying to understand how it came about. I think that's until we solve that, we are not going to be able to understand life fully, right? So I think my perspective talk here will complement things that have been said during the day, instead of just focusing on all that complexity that we see around us in the Earth system or in the biosphere today. I'm going to be focusing on the origins of it, right? And I'm going to be trying to tell you what I learned from it and how it can contribute to things that have been said here. So the first thing I have to mention here is that probably this arrow here, this 400 million years, the time window for origins of life, maybe could be expanded. The hydrosphere, we were thinking here that maybe the Earth was not stable enough, with a lot of bombardment, but recently this has been extended. But in any case, very soon, geologically speaking, very soon after the formation of the planet, we got life, okay, and there's evidence for that. So that's quite, interesting. The Earth was already a non-equilibrium system, far from equilibrium system, right? And I want to call your attention, because it's going to give me the line to connect what I've prepared for you today. It's Harold Morowitz's work on energy flow in biology, because he draws a very strong connection between metabolism, that's going to be one of the core concepts that I'm going to be talking about, and ecology, that is the link with a lot of cycles that we see, right? And this researcher, who passed away some time ago, already said that if there is a source and a sink, and you keep that for a time, there's going to be this, what is called his cycling theorem, right? There's whatever you have here between the source and the sink, in thermodynamic terms, is going to start cycling. So there's going to be, if you keep it for a long time, okay, there's going to be cycles and maybe more cycles, and then you have to concentrate also on how you couple with the source and with the sink, right? So it's a kind of a thermodynamic approach to the problem that I'm going to use, even if I'm not going to be talking about entropy or enthalpy or things like that. I'm going to be focusing on how important is it that the systems construct their own boundaries in order to channel the energy flow, right? This could be, I could also have started from von Bertalanffy, general systems theory, stuff like that, open systems. So we're talking open systems, sometimes energetically, sometimes also materially open, right? But the early Earth, the primitive Earth, when it was after the formation, it was already kind of one of these systems. So there were geochemical cycles already running. And it's in the context of those gradients and geochemical cycles that were already there before life appeared that life found, the conditions under which it started, right? And thermodynamics, as this is a quote that I just put before starting the talk, because it gives me kind of the line as well. It's one of these theories that it looks like, oh, well, it's simple, but relatively simple. It doesn't go maybe too much into the details. Maybe you can't go into the details. It deals with equilibrium systems. Therefore, maybe when we are far from equilibrium, it doesn't help us so much, because we don't have a way to define entropy easily when you are far from equilibrium. There are all these difficulties with thermodynamics, but it's very important to keep a thermodynamic approach to it, no matter how much explanatory, let's say, tools for explanation thermodynamics gives us. Maybe we need to develop other tools for explanation, but we should never forget thermodynamics. It's operating there. So, and this quote from Einstein tells me that you can apply this and the cycling theorem of Moravitz to the whole Earth, but also to subsystems within the Earth, right? And actually, what I propose is a kind of a exploration all the way to the nanoscale. So we have a planet, I mean, it's big scale, right? And we have all these cycles around biotic activity. But what is this core here, biotic activity, right? In order to understand how that biotic activity started, we need to go all the way down to the nanoscale, I claim, right? Because that's where the combination of factors is going to start something different. That is going to then, this is a scheme by Clayton of the already established cycles. We don't know exactly what it looked like before life, right? Here is like already with life in the picture, right? Before life, there were cycles, and life rebuilt all these cycles once it started. But the beginning of life, the core here, took place at the nanoscale. So I will try to, and it's the core idea of metabolism. And metabolism is the key to change all of that, right? So that's why I take Moravitz, right? And these are the guys that carry out metabolism, right? Microbes. So so first we go to microbes, right? First zooming in, and then we go inside microbes, and we see all the heterogeneity that is there, like 70% water, but water in different states, right? Gel-like, more solution-like. And even if we zoom in a bit more, we see all the crowding, molecular crowding. There's an incredible amount of components here, functional components that are carrying out cellular tasks, right? Cellular functions. Some of them happen more in a kind of a pool, and some of them are more like in this mess of macromolecular machinery, right? But it's incredible the amount, the level of complexity, both in terms of the heterogeneity of the components and the relationships among those components. It's nothing like that outside organisms, right? There are relationships among organisms, many things that happen at different levels, right? But nothing like this happening outside cells, right? And here it's not even depicted anything. We didn't get to metabolism here yet, right? And metabolism is just, I mean, we saw it this morning. We saw the general chart of metabolism here. A subset of it is carried out by a particular microbe in particular circumstances, or we can, by using the same plot that Tim used in the morning, we can think about what kind of pathways was Luca using. Luca was a population, a heterogeneous population, probably different, an ecology already, so different fluxes. Metabolism has already, imagine that you have an isogenic, we will go over this before, after I speak about this. I didn't want to say it so early, but let's jump into it. So metabolism has, imagine you have a population of isogenic bacteria in the same culture, under the same conditions. They're going to start doing different things. There's a plasticity in metabolism that is absolutely amazing. They will start using some of these pathways, the flows, the fluxomics. Single-cell fluxomics is super hot topic these days, right? So it's incredibly, the phenotypic plasticity that we have all the way down, all right, to this system. So we need to go even simpler than that. And there are people working in what we call now prebiotic systems chemistry that are trying to understand how something of that complexity could get started from mixtures of components. It's not like in the 20th century when we were fighting what came first, RNA, DNA, or proteins, or lipids, or compartments. Now it's more about using different mixtures of molecules under different heterogeneous conditions to actually try to see how we can go from non-equilibrium chemistries towards living systems. And we claim that there is this idea of minimal metabolism or proto-metabolism is a bridge between the two. And this is the fundamental idea that if you have thermodynamics in your head and flow in biology, you need to really address. This is the core problem of origins of life, from my perspective. But we need to go all the way down to really molecular world, maybe not as down as, molecular, intermediate, like the nanoscale. I will explain why we need to go to the nanoscale. We're going to have molecules. The game of life is a game of molecules and transformations of molecules. So we need to start with some sort of self-organization, complex dynamics of these molecules. Like you can see here, we were speaking about autocatalysis in a different context just a minute ago. There's these autocatalytic cycles that can give you very complex behavior, oscillatory behavior in organic reactions that could be prebiotic, right? And that's one way of tackling the problem, generating complexity. But if you mix self-organization, these kind of complex dynamics with self-assembly, you get a lot as well. So why? Because you're kind of doing reaction diffusion dynamics, right? And since Turing, we know that when you couple reaction with diffusion and when you have control on diffusion, so spatial boundaries maybe help to get all these different complexity levels that we see in life. So that's my starting point from an origins of life field, and I'm going to go quickly through modeling work that I've done about protocells, because I think it's very important to combine chemistry with physics, right? And in particular, spatial constraints, like we want the ones that we have here. Usually we have fatty acids just in water, they create these. This is not a cell, it's just a vesicle, right? And the idea here is that because these boundaries play such an important role in biological systems, let's get started from the very beginning with making these bilayers, which is the beginning here. You have a vesicle, transform them into much more complex biomembranes here, progressively as a result of the coevolution with the chemistry, right? That's fundamentally, you heard this morning from Alex as well about autopoiesis, the idea that these systems need to generate their own boundaries, but it's not just because they need to generate their own boundaries, their individuality, just that. It's because they are open systems that need to manage the flow of energy through them, right? So you need really to generate your own boundary. All the transduction mechanisms are going to be implemented there in that biomembrane. So it's a fundamental part of the system to construct from within, right? And I've been preaching this for a long time, but of course, if someone like Jack Szostak says it, it's much more effective. So look at what he said in a review on RNA, right? He's an RNA guy in the end, but anyway. So if he says things like that, I'm happy enough, right? So although a protocellular structure poses more problems initially, it's actually simpler to solve those problems up front rather than leave them till later when they could become completely intractable. And that's the fact. I mean, if you run reactions too quickly, they become catalyzed, and you have a set of, and you try to encapsulate that, you're going to suffocate the chemistry immediately, right? So it's better to actually take this kind of, coevolution between chemistry. You start thermodynamic, relatively slow reactions that are going to then turn into more and more effective ones, right? So that's the way we go. We start from simple chemistry, we couple it with self-assembly. By coupling chemistry with self-assembly, you take self-assembly far from equilibrium, right? So there's no longer like these supramolecular structures that are in equilibrium, but you actually make them grow and potentially divide, okay, reproduce. The chemistry could be outside. The chemistry could be on the actual bilayer. The chemistry could be inside, right? more a topoietic idea here, right? But the idea is that part of the chemistry is going to come back to the boundary. You're going to be able, the system is going to be able to modulate the properties of the boundary. Remember the cycling theorem. You had a sink and a source, and then in a very physical way, you can have an adiabatic, system there. Nothing, but the idea is that the boundaries of the system, if the system is able to produce the boundaries of the system, it's going to be able to control the flow of matter and energy through it. And that's fundamental if you're an open system and you need to make a thermodynamic effort. Remember this doesn't come for granted. There is, in a meteorite, you cannot assume, going back to here, these things that we see here are in no meteorite, nowhere, anywhere. They're within cells, right? Nowhere. We haven't seen them, but within cells, right? Why? Because they are super difficult to build, all right? There's a thermodynamic effort involved that is absolutely, that's why we have all this machinery down there, right? Okay, so I think that, I've been doing work on this for a while. I think that we need to change a little bit the idea of metabolism, not just reaction network, but Alex was also talking about constraints. It's not that there is closure of constraints in the strict sense, but there is an integration of constraints. The most important cycle here is not so much the closure of constraints, is the actual synthesis of those components that are going to control the metabolic, the submetabolic. I think we need to think about metabolism in this kind of hierarchical way, when the actual reaction network, the underlying reaction network, builds molecules that are going to take control on the reaction pathways, right? And that's the basic idea of minimal metabolism. And the way we have tried to implement it is empirically through experiments in which we were doing reactions that were having a bigger yield in the presence of these vesicles, these compartments. We were doing also kind of simulation work. I'm not going to go much into it. There is the references. You can search for me along, all the way to, almost 20 years ago when we were kind of introducing this idea of the lipid peptide protocell. Why? Because we were thinking precisely that we had to go beyond autopoiesis in trying to and try to explain why it's so important to actually build your own boundaries, right? And deal with things like osmotic imbalances. So you need to do all these kind of different types of work. Osmotic work, mechanical work, chemical work, and you need to combine them. And there is a number of constraints that are self-generated. And it's the combination of these constraints that give you the key. And that's why you have to go to the nanoscale, all the way down to the nanoscale, right? You cannot stay there at the level of the planet. You need to go to the nanoscale. Why? Because the subtle combination of constraints happens there. The vesicles are nanometer scale, right? Why are proteins so big? Macromolecules, because the constraining action happens when they are in the nanometer. You have molecules, transformations in molecules, but the actual constraining factors, they are of the nanoscale. So, and it's a combination of them. That's the key. That's why you cannot do a reductionist approach to origins of life in which you just fix your attention on one type of process, lipids and vesicles and boundaries, or RNA and replication, full stop, or catalytic, pre-protein type of catalysts and reactions. You cannot just focus on one of them. You need a combination of constraints and a combination of work processes to actually be able to self-construct yourself. This is the part of the job that autopoiesis didn't do, where they were too abstract. They didn't take the thermodynamic part seriously, right? And they didn't go. And it's actually there, we think, that the system develops agency. I know that it's a heavy word, agency, but we actually think that through the building of the boundaries, they actually modulate the coupling with the environment. When you have transduction mechanisms in the membrane, right? What you're doing is actually defining the way you relate with the world. Autonomy doesn't mean independence. Remember, we are open systems, right? All living systems are open systems in continuous, interaction with the world. But there is an asymmetry. The system, by constructing its own boundaries, defines not only, its own components, but the way it relates with the world. And there are other like them. And then there is a kind of agent-agent. This interaction between peers, right? Protocells that were starting to be agents, started interacting, competing or not competing, or collaborating. There were synergies, there were competition, there were many things. Ecology started to, thrive there. The ecological relationships started, but it was through these mechanisms of interaction among protocells that could be implemented. Otherwise, there was no way. So we had to go all the way to this level to be able to see how then to come back and try to see the implications when life starts thriving and then it starts changing the cycles that happen at other scales, right? Anyway, so I think that everything got started there, but of course, the minimal life that we see on the planet and the minimal life that Tim was speaking about with Luca and all of that is much more complicated than my models here. From a bottom-up perspective, you can think about an individual that it's going to be relatively simple, okay? Just an autocatalytic cycle there, a boundary, a system that can deal with, transport or diffusion, controlled diffusion of some components, and basically manages to get around and compete with the others. But what we see in a minimal metabolism is this. This is what Craig Venter generated. By the way, Craig Venter passed last week. So this is my little tribute. Even if he was, well, I won't get into his personality. He did something very big, which is the big, this big advance was the smallest creature that has been synthesized. And it played no role in the evolution of life in the similar way that Luca maybe never played. It's just a projection that we're making, right? Maybe Luca was never a step between, Luca is what we project, and maybe we are projecting somewhere that is not how things evolved. Similarly, this creature maybe never existed, but it gives us a nice kind of endpoint or minimal level of complexity for life, and how much we have to go all the way there. So that's because we don't only have metabolism in the equation, and this is something that also distinguishes us, the autonomy, let's say, school in San Sebastian from autopoietic school. The autopoietic school said, we have autopoiesis, they have definition of life. And we said, no. There is this capacity for self-construction, self-production, that we can connect with autopoiesis, even if it has all these thermodynamic dimensions that they didn't really explore so deeply. But there is something more. We have genetically instructed metabolism. They're the genes. And they say, genes come later. Evolution comes. Once you have the system self-producing, it will self-reproduce. And they they took this a bit for granted, and this is not to be taken for granted. There is a huge evolution between these proto-metabolic systems that I'm talking to you about and this, right? And so that's when evolution and ecology actually come to the picture, and that's when the collective dimension of the living, that's the main target of my talk. We need to go from these individuals, right? I don't think I have it here. Maybe that's the one that helps me better. So you have individuals that are simple. You have this kind of organizational dimension of life. And then you have the evolutionary dimension, right? And there's a kind of a very intricate link between what happens at the population level and how these individuals become increasingly complex in their architecture of internal relationships, right? This is deep. This is deep because you cannot assume that having just a self-producing autopoietic system here can lead you all the way to a genetically instructed metabolism. There are many bottlenecks here that maybe are not so easy to cross, right? And that's when, as I said, the collective dimension, you need to change, or you need to go back and forth from the population level to the individual level, right? The collective level to the... So that's what we are doing these days. We're trying to modeling the prebiotic origins of regulation and agency in evolving protocell ecologies, right? As a way to try to understand how that individual that started relatively simple, all right, with a membrane of its own making, but still relatively simple, how could it become such an incredible complex machinery, or whatever you want to call it. I wouldn't call it, I don't like the machine metaphor, I prefer the game metaphor. So it's a very complex and multidimensional game that they play. But these are the microbes, right? These are the microbes. So that's what we're doing. We are having products, we are doing a consumer resource model. I won't go into the details, but it's typical ecological modeling. And we are putting it in a chemostat, and we are kind of trying to see how the biomass evolves. And if there are these interactions that are ecological right here, it's not like one is going to outcompete the others and stuff like that. There's going to be heterogeneity from the very beginning, and that heterogeneity is going to come out also as a result of the simulation that we are carrying out at a completely different scale. So here we are trying to combine reactions that happen at the scale of what we can see here, metabolic pathways, right? With a kind of memory. Also the idea of memory came somewhere today, I don't know when. But we are giving the system a memory here, a plastic function through which it can learn. And that's what we call regulation. For us, regulation is not simply feedback or a combination of feedbacks. Biological regulation is much more, it's a much more complicated concept. Maybe I go back to that in a minute. But the idea here is that there is this function and there's a kind of a memory of so you have an evolutionary algorithm, you have these metabolic systems, these protocell metabolic systems, and you see how the evolutionary pathway can help those entities to learn about how they have to behave when you have an environment that is changing, right? And they actually learn. We implemented a kind of a lac operon type of regulatory behavior in somatic time. So they learn through evolution, and then they apply it in their ontogenic time. That's quite cool. And then you have these phylogenies here, and you can follow, and lots of things get extinct. But anyway, so the ones who want to see the paper, just go and have a read. I want to just start wrapping up, telling you about this kind of generalist scenario that we have. We start with relatively simple vesicles, this kind of muddy chemistry here, at the mercy, let's say, of exogenous driving forces. We have proto-metabolic systems, increasingly autonomous systems, what we call autonomous systems, because they are capable of these self-construction dynamics. And here they start doing selective dynamics, not only selection dynamics. And they start building clans, families, because they start reproducing also more reliably. And they also generate ecologies, right? This is all within the origins of life process. It takes place millions, hundreds of millions of years, right? Probably these phases here took even longer. There's no time here in the scheme. I'm just depicting the different transitions, but probably transitions that had to do with the development of genetically instructed metabolisms and the genetic code and all that took much longer to actually happen. And there were these kind of relationships that were ecological, and then phylogenies that were initially maybe not so reliable, but then they became proper phylogeny with the development of genetic mechanisms or recording mechanisms of that complexity. And then these phylogenies got deeper and deeper, longer and longer, and there were features in those systems that were kept for longer and longer times, right? So these, phylogenetic and ecological dimensions are the collective dimension. It happens in different time scales. The funny thing is something that started at the nanoscale and maybe in microseconds, stuff like that. By doing this, it starts getting to the time scales of the planet where it originated. Because the phenomenon now is beginning. Why is it so important to have genetically instructed metabolisms? Because the phenomenon begins to be like, long-term sustainable. Long-term, what does it mean? It means it means that the phenomenon as such, not the individuals. Now it's the phenomenon, is the kind of, the whole process, right, is becoming of the scale of geological processes, right? So something that happened at the nanoscale, at some time scales that were nothing to do with the way that the Earth as a planet was evolving, right? If you wait long enough, and in that process of catching up, let's say, catching up with the Earth, you're going to be starting to modify all those cycles that were there originally. These geochemical cycles are going to become biogeochemical cycles in a process that is super complex. But who is the agent of all of that? We shouldn't forget. The bacteria are the agents, right? Bacteria, the microbial world, right? And we shouldn't forget that. If in fact, this is work about microbial communities that I spoke about a bit too early in my talk, but we're facing the complexity of life these days, and we're seeing that actually that heterogeneity that I spoke about, whether you are using the system, as I said, we're talking about isogenic populations, same genes, same pathways, same conditions, same nutrients, and they start doing different things metabolically, and they start creating, like subgroups in which some of them, for example, are doing respiration, some of them are doing, fermentation, and then, again, the topic of the day, what they excrete. Sometimes they excrete for a while, and then they take as well, because they did only just part of the pathway, and that they secreted, they say, oh, I'm not having glucose now. Now I need to get that acetate, or I need to get that other compound and use it and finish the whole work. Okay, and here we see really the connection between metabolism and ecology. And if you do that and you unfold it in evolutionary time, that's where you get the whole picture, right? So the origins of life, even if it was a relatively early transition in all the, let's say, the life of the Earth system, to be a bit provocative here, it took, there is evidence that origins of life took place in a relatively short time, but it was long enough. So you had all these dimensions unfolding, and then it started to change the whole planet, right? Okay, I'm going to skip that. This is just to tell you that biological regulation, you think, that's the good thing about philosophy. This is a paper written in a philosophy and biology journal. You have to, sometimes it's good to stop and reflect from a philosophical point of view about all these concepts that we're using here: autonomy, function, regulation, information, right? And decide when you are going to be using them in the different stages, right, of and transitions between what we call basic autonomous systems, hereditary autonomous systems, and really living systems that are autonomous and have open-ended evolution capacities. But this just takes this is just reflecting what happens at the individual level, and in this context, this is just a drawing for what regulation is. It's a change of behavior. It's not just feedback. It's much more complicated than that. You go and read the paper. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that in abiogenesis, the whole is a kind of a thermodynamic, not at all trivial effort, and it's a combination of individual and collective effort. You won't be able to do it. The systems won't be able to do it unless they unfold this kind of collective, dimension. They create these ecologies, if you want, protocell ecologies, and this evolutionary dimension that is also collective. Right? You have an entry in which I was kind of claiming that there needs to be this kind of dialectical turn in kind of Hegelian terms, again, for the philosophers here. Instead of being Kantian, you have to be Hegelian to actually understand the whole process. Right? Now I finish with a quote to my inspiration, Harold Morowitz, who said, "Sustained life is a property of an ecological system in evolution," I would add, rather than a single organism and a species. And with that, and an acknowledgement to the sources of my motivation, which are typically PhD students, not only, but typically. I thank you for your attention. I'm ready to take questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We are going to merge the questions for Kepa and the small round table because we have 10 minutes before the workshops will start. So any questions on the room or any reflections or comments?
Thank you so much for showing the second KEG ontology of the day. What was the importance of Craig Venter's work in your own work, in this single-celled, artificial-celled work that is, well, a crazy work back in the days?
Okay. Well, the first big, let's begin with the human genome. Because he did the human genome, and that was big because it was the beginning of a systems thinking, right? For many, well, not the beginning of systems thinking. Von Bertalanffy started, but it was, not mainstream, right? Von Bertalanffy, other people were thinking about systems, people modeling metabolism, so metabolic control analysis. There were people doing things, and they were realizing that things were much more kind of systemic before human genome. But the human genome was very important at the turn of the century. Why? Because people realized, okay, we have the gene, human genome, what do we do? And biology as a field, felt that it needed to develop into the systems. So that was the first big contribution. Second, in the more specific, what you're speaking about in the minimal cell, he first did in a 2010 paper, a very technologically also very challenging project. He managed to take the genome of one type of mycoplasma, insert it into the genome of a different type of for reasons that have to do with the chassis and all that. For reasons that we won't go into. But that was was the first hybrid of a genome that was synthetically constructed from the sequencing, right? So sequencing synthetic with the help of yeast, with tricks, with living beings, but synthetically constructed genome that was implemented in a mycoplasma, right? And it started working and took over, right? That's not trivial at all. And for me, the most important is this one here, is Craig Venter 3.0. He had a big ego, right? But what can we do, right? So this is going really. This is not something. This is again. knocking down genes and seeing which ones you have to keep and going all the way down. So Mycoplasma already has a reduced genome because it's a parasite. But they went all the way, half of the genome, right? Like 473, genes. And there are people, this open, essential metabolism of the minimal cell, how do you have to change the genome here to actually make it reproduce more reliable? It's generating a whole platform of research. And this is the minimal living creature that we have, that humans have. So it's big. Big.
Anybody else?
Thanks so much, Kepa. So going back to the point that at some point we were pointing out, what is an organism, and if the Earth is an organism, and why it could be or why it's not, and in this minimal cell, which I think is very interesting, but is very far from my field of expertise, and this unicellular former the LUCA, the protocells, and all these minimal cells. From your point of view, my understanding is that these are organisms, very, very, very basic organisms that in a way produce their own limitations, physical limitations. But what do you think? I mean, in the sense of a planetary living system or system that I would like to name it organism that has naturally its own systems and has much more complexity than this. Why it's not an organism, or why is it?
For me, I have maybe I go to the definition of life. But okay, the picture is that, so the definition of life has, let's go to the definition of life. So this would be like autonomy and this capacity for self-construction, this, which is never, as I said, is not independence. Very important, okay? So these systems are open systems, right? This would be like what Ganti said, an actual criterion for life. Like you see an organism, you say this is a living being, right? Whereas the potential for indefinite growth of complexity is a construct that is not applicable to an organism, right? So that reflects that life has another dimension that is, not just autonomy, right? That's why we criticize the autopoietic and school, and also the Rosen school and Kaufman and all these models of last century, which they were just focusing on the organization of the individual. You have to go beyond the organization of the individual to actually generate individuals that are complex enough to go over what is called the von Neumann, anyway, doesn't matter, the von Neumann threshold of complexity, and have an architecture of relationship that makes it like, so you have individuals that stay there and they're very, they're very efficient metabolisms, but they have been generated as a collective process. And once they get there, that's why LUCA can never be thought about a cell. It's never, because LUCA is always it's an ecology, it's in a population. It's like, so by the time you get to that type of individual that we call autonomous, and we ascribe all these properties of functional integration, agency, blah, 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 biological, organisms, could be microbes, or relatively close to microbes. By the time you get there's already a collective dimension that needs to be there. That's the funny thing, and that's here. That's what Ganti would say. There is potential criteria. Is not actual criteria. So you don't need a mule to reproduce to call it a living system. A mule doesn't reproduce, but it's autonomous. You can, what I mean? It comes from a process of evolution, right? The mule, but it doesn't reproduce. Is that, doesn't mean that you cannot call it, you don't call it a living being, right? But it's not contributing to the long-term, evolutionary dynamics. And the phenomenon that stays on the planet, and actually the phenomenon that you can relate to planet variables, is the collective phenomenon. Is not we are here for a while. We are here we are ephemerous entities, but it's through us that life, continues on the planet, right? So it's a phenomenon. It's collective. So I don't know if I have here the slides for. So there's a living being and there's life. Okay, living being and life. Without living beings, you don't have life. But life is beyond living beings, right? You get me?
Get what is life, but I don't get what is a living being. I think that life is an overarching thing, that and living beings, it's a very philosophical concept. That you restrain it somewhere, no?
No. It's not a philosophical concept, right? Living beings. So viruses are not living beings. They belong to the biological domain, but they are not living beings. Why? Because they are not autonomous. I don't have the slides here, but. Being autonomous means, from my thermodynamic point of view, being able to transduce the energy. Look, I will just address the question by looking into the energetics, because we were taking a kind of a thermodynamic perspective. What do living beings use photons, but they transduce the photons into gradients, electrochemical gradients, okay, of protons, sodium. And ATP. ATP is not out there. ATP is their own currency. So living systems, what they do is they are energetically autonomous. Why? Because they actually don't use the energy as it is out there. They transduce it, and they use it because why? Because it's a super heavy process of constructing all that complexity that cannot be taken for granted. And that happens within cells, right? So that thermodynamic effort is thanks to their capacity to be autonomous systems energetically by creating that currency, that set of currencies. Electrochemical gradients, that's why also the compartment is super important, because it's playing with osmotic change. It's having a membrane. It's a kind of, you have to play with gradients as energy currencies. This is chemiosmotic theory of Peter Mitchell, right? I have lots of slides on that, but not here. So of course, one cannot take for granted, and that's what some people took for granted by being too abstract in their modeling, like Rosen or Varela or these people were too abstract. From a thermodynamic point of view, remember, I haven't spoken about entropy at all. But I have this. The problem is here. The problem that you need to construct that, right? And it involves, having your own.
But these cells continuously keep changing. You are continuously changing the cells. So the individual, the living being,
but the biogenetic
never close.
No. It's like genetic. It's as universal as the genetic code. So ATP. Electrochemical gradients. There could be other currencies. No. That actually points that there is, on origins of life, there was a singular event. Together with the genetic code, it could be the most, clear evidence that there is a bottleneck there, and there's the origins of life. The biochemistry could be different. You could think about other possibilities. All living systems, this is Skulachev's work before Nick Lane and before many others. The Skulachev, the Russian guy, did universal bioenergetics. Not the bioenergetics that you see in other places, the real bioenergetics. You see plant cell, animal cell, fungi. The different types of archaea, all of them use the same bioenergetics. All of them use ATP. All of them electrochemical gradients of the same kind. Fuck. That's not trivial. That's, you have to do that work. It's not like, all right, let's get together and do it. No, you have to, and microbes do it. And we are all the life that came after microbes are just curlicules of life. You can try to, talk about autonomy, second order autonomy, multicellular organisms, stuff like that. But the basics of life, microbial world. And they do the hard. And then they have parasites, viruses, and all that stuff, but microbes. in populations, never alone. Never alone.
Thank you so much.
All right, my pleasure.
I was enjoying also, but we need to keep moving. So I have good news for 3 people that get registered for the Geotaku that only had 20 seats. Maria João Neves, Teresa Modeste, and Alize Deguete. If you are still interested in going to Geotaku, there are places. Because we were, sorry for the last minute, because we were checking who is there or not. So now for the 20 of the Geotaku is just next to here, you can start. For the ones that are still with energy, it will be a really nice workshop on AI and music to make the WeOcean team. It's on 1.4 auditorium just next door. And then you will have dinner at the canteen and so on. I hope you still have energies because we have the nice concert at 9. We try to have it 1 hour and a half maximum. It will be participatory and really nice. It will be here. The artists will start setting it here. And if there is no questions, we move to the workshop so that then we can go on time to eat and so on. Thank you so much.